Martial Peak Chapter 3194 to Chapter 3225. At that moment, Yang Kai told her the whole story, from how he entered the Star Boundary, ended up in the Blue Feather sect, met Wu Mengshan, and helped him escape by teaching him the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques. Then, he went to the Shattered Star Sea to kill Wu Mengshan, perfecting his embodiment's secret art. Yang Yan listened quietly, frowning from time to time. After listening, she turned to look at the embodiment summoned by Yang Kai with a thoughtful look on her face. The embodiment had been hiding nearby, and Yang Kai's original plan was to wait until he unlocked the demonization seal on his dantian before summoning it to join forces with him to fight against the man with the feathered crown, but at the last moment, Yang Yan suddenly appeared and stopped him, causing the embodiment's surprise attack to lose its effect. So, it's your embodiment that has cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques? Yes, Yang Kai looked at her with some vigilance. You don't want to waste its cultivation, do you? Having said that, the embodiment was not made of flesh and blood, so it did not have any meridians or dantian meridians. Even if Yang Yan really wanted to destroy it, it would be difficult for her to do so unless she completely destroyed it. Using the stone mongoose's body to cultivate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques. Yang Yan walked around the embodiment a few times with a look of amazement, as if she had found a novel toy. How did you think of it? It was just a coincidence. Yang Kai laughed. Back then, Wu Mengchuan taught me the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques. Although I didn't know the purpose, I always felt that it was not a good thing. However, that secret art was really mysterious and I couldn't bear to throw it away, so I let the embodiment try it out. Who knew that an unintentionally planted willow would turn out to be a shade? Yang Inflammation nodded. It's not necessarily a coincidence, but it's an opportunity. The stone mongoose is born with a body of earth and a body of stone. It doesn't have the 7 emotions and 6 desires of other creatures. Its innate divine technique is also very easy to refine and expel all kinds of impurities. It may be the best choice to let it practice the tactics of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. She knew the stone mongoose well, and she also knew some of the drawbacks of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique. She had a feeling that the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique was tailor-made for the stone mongoose, and not something that could be practiced with flesh and blood. Wukong might not have been born so cold-blooded and heartless, but after practicing the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics, his temperament had been twisted, making him view all living beings as ants. For the sake of his own power, he did not hesitate to destroy countless planets and territory. However, the stone mongoose did not have to worry about this at all. Its innate divine technique allowed it to expel all the impurities it absorbed into its body, and it would not be affected in the slightest. No wonder so many people who practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique were always stuck at a bottleneck. It turns out that they needed to devour another person who practiced this evil technique as a catalyst to break through the bottleneck. Yang Inflammation's beautiful eyes flickered as she suddenly understood many things. Yang Kai was shocked. How many people practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique? It happened many years ago. When she said many years, it was definitely not a few hundred years, nor was it a few thousand years. It was something that happened tens of thousands of years ago. Wukong relied on the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique to stabilize his position as the strongest person in the world, so naturally, this secret art was coveted by many. For some reason, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique was leaked out and obtained by some ambitious people. There were even some people in the Emperor realm who did not hesitate to abandon their cultivation and start all over again in order to practice this secret art. However, those who practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique were all stuck in the third-order Tao Source realm without exception, with no hope of breaking through to the Emperor realm for the rest of their lives. It was not that their cultivation was wrong, nor was it that the secret art they obtained was wrong, but that the characteristics of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique were such. Wu Mengchuan was also a descendant of Wukong, but even he was stuck in the third-order Tao Source realm for many years, not to mention others. If they wanted to break through, it was simple. They just had to devour another person who practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique and take everything for themselves. This was like raising insects and killing each other. Only the one who survived would have hope of ascension. Wu Mengchuan taught Yang Kai the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique for two reasons. First, he wanted to use it as a condition for Yang Kai to rescue him from the bone prison, and second, he wanted to cultivate someone to devour in the future. Unfortunately, he met Yang Kai, a cultivator who came from the lower star territory, and was completely uninterested in the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique, so he resisted the temptation. If it were a native cultivator from the star boundary, they would probably immediately practice the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique, which would naturally end in tragedy. After Wukong, even though many people practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique, no one was able to break through to the Emperor realm, causing many people to have the illusion that the secret art was wrong. Wukong did not pass down the real heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique at all. The real cultivation method had long been buried in the shattered star sea with him. As time passed, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique was gradually lost, and no one practiced it anymore. Suddenly, Yang Yan remembered something. Since the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique was so strange, who did Wukong devour in the past to make a breakthrough in his secret art? There must be another existence who also practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique. Perhaps, there was an unknown grudge between them, but it was too long ago to be traced back. She looked up at the rolling stone again and hesitantly asked, "Is this the sealed world beads? Artifact spirit?" Naturally, she was no stranger to the sealed world bead. She had brought it from the star boundary to this part of the star territory. Later, it was obtained by Yang Kai and left to him. She never expected that when they met again, the sealed world bead would become like this. Not only did it give birth to an artifact spirit, but it also had a devouring ability. Exactly. Yang Kai laughed with a proud expression. The sealed world bead had been in his possession for many years and had helped him avert danger many times. In addition, its internal space was very beneficial to his cultivation of the space divine technique, so Yang Kai naturally attached great importance to it. Now that it had given birth to an artifact spirit, it was like giving birth to a son. Startled, Yang Kai scratched his head and asked, "Do you want to take it back?" "If I really want to take it back, what will you do?" Yang Yan looked at him. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Then take it back." This was hers to begin with. Yang Yan was stunned, not expecting Yang Kai to agree so readily. "But you have to promise me one thing, don't destroy its spirituality. Although I used it as a carrier to perform the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique and gave it an artifact spirit, it didn't do anything wrong. If you promise me this, I'll return the sealed world bead to you." After wandering around the territory of the great desolate star and devouring as much as he could, expanding the small sealed world space, Yang Kai's comprehension of space principles had deepened. He had a feeling that he could also refine a part of the world and condense it into a sealed world bead. So, if Yang Yan really wanted to take back the sealed world bead, there was nothing he couldn't give up. At worst, he could refine one himself and transfer the immortal tree and firmament tree from the small sealed world to it. Everything else didn't matter. Yang Yan laughed, "I'm just saying, don't take it seriously. This thing had its own world inside. If one wasn't proficient in space principles, even if they held it in their hands, it wouldn't be of much use and would only be a waste. Otherwise, she wouldn't have left this treasure to Yang Kai back then." With a solemn expression, she said, "Use it with caution." "I know. Also, don't devour any more territory of this star. If things get out of hand, it won't look good for either of us." Yang Yan pointed to the boundless darkness and said, "Okay. In addition, when you return to the star boundary in the future, don't expose the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique to the world. Otherwise, a great disaster will surely befall you." Yang Yan warned solemnly. She was willing to believe in Yang Kai and his embodiment, but it didn't mean that others were willing to believe in him. Needless to say, if the Iron-Blood Great Emperor knew that there was someone in this world who cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique, he would probably be the first to take action. The wrath of the Great Emperors was something Yang Kai couldn't bear right now. "I'll remember." Yang Kai nodded and secretly sighed. He had finally passed the hurdle of Yang Yan. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, "Let me ask you something." "What?" "What's the cultivation of that guy just now?" Yang Yan didn't answer and asked instead, "What do you think?" Great emperors, Yang Kai said in a deep voice. This wasn't an illusion. That man with the feathered crown gave him the feeling that he was facing great emperors, but he seemed to be suppressed and underestimated Yang Kai, so he suffered a loss. If Yang Kai had faced that man in the star boundary, he probably wouldn't have been able to fight back. He was able to move unhindered on Dragon Island and fight against the great emperors of the dragon race mainly because of his bloodline suppression. Without the suppression of the dragon race's bloodline, he wouldn't have been a match for any of the elders of the dragon race. Yang Yanyan smiled and shook his head. How is that possible? Yang Kai was shocked. Isn't he one of the great emperors? Could he be a third-layer emperor? No, how could a third-layer emperor have that kind of strength? He's not a third-layer emperor either. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Don't tell me there's another realm between the third-layer emperor realm and the great emperors. There's no such thing, it's just that, he's one of the great emperors, but he's also not one of the great emperors. Yang Kai was confused by her. What do you mean? How should I put it? Yang Yanyan pondered for a moment. If it were an ordinary first-order emperor realm master asking this question, Yang Yan wouldn't answer. Sometimes, knowing too much before one's strength was enough to hinder one's cultivation. However, Yang Kai was obviously not an ordinary first-order emperor realm master. With the strength he just displayed, he was qualified to know this. If the entire world is a bottle, then the sand, stone, mud, and water in the bottle is our cultivator. The capacity of the world as a carrier is limited. The corresponding scene appeared in Yang Kai's mind and he nodded slightly, motioning for her to continue. All living beings are the water in the bottle. Every drop is insignificant, but it can fill the entire world. The larger the volume of sand, the greater the strength. The great emperors are just the stones in the bottle. 10 stones? Yang Kai showed a strange expression. Yang Yanyan smiled. That's exactly what I mean. Although the world bottle is big, it can only hold 10 stones. It can't hold any more than that, so since ancient times, there have been 10 great emperors. No matter how flowing time great emperor has passed, this number has always been the same. However, this doesn't mean that there are only 10 stones in the world bottle. There are other powerful existences who have transcended the emperor realm but haven't been recognized by the world. These people are great emperors, but they're also not great emperors. In terms of cultivation level, they have reached the level of great emperors, but because of the constraints of the world bottle, they can't become true great emperors. Like him? Yang Yanyan nodded. Like you? Yang Yanyan smiled but didn't say anything. Yang Kai was suddenly enlightened, and his long-held confusion was finally solved. No wonder there had only ever been 10 great emperors since the flowing time great emperor. It turned out that there was still a limit to the capacity of the heavens and earth. Just like how Tongxian realm could only produce a cultivator who had reached the Saint Origin realm, and the Star Territory could only produce an Origin King realm cultivator. That was the limit of the heavens and earth, not something that could be achieved by humans. The limit of the star boundary was to accommodate 10 great emperors. Even though many people were not worse than the great emperors in terms of cultivation, without the recognition of the heavens and earth, they could not become true great emperors. The feathered crested man was like this, Yan Yan was like this, and even many people like them were like this. Then there were the divine spirits. Yang Kai had always found it strange. The strength of those divine spirits was clearly higher than that of the emperor realm, but he felt that they were not as good as the great emperors. Now, this confusion was finally explained. The 10 great emperors were existences recognized by the heavens and earth, and were part of the world principles themselves. Even if their realms were the same, if they really fought, ordinary divine spirits could not compare. Are there many people like you? It's a lot, but it's also not a lot. Yang Yanyan smiled, but most of them don't show themselves in front of others, so you don't have to worry too much. Although there were not many existences like her, many people had reached this point in the flowing time great emperor, but because they could not obtain the recognition of the heavens and earth, they were unable to move forward. And when one's cultivation reached this point, their lifespans were very long, so naturally, there were many of them. Yang Kai suddenly thought of something and frowned. If what you said is true, then this bottle of heaven and earth has a limit to its capacity, and it is impossible for an 11th great emperor to appear. Then what should I do in the future? Yang Yanyan was stunned. You're thinking too far ahead. Yang Kai said solemnly, there will be a day. His matter-of-fact words stunned Yang Yanyan. He smiled and said, you can wait for the day when one of the great emperors dies of old age and then fight for the vacant position of great emperors. Yang Kai shook his head and said, that would take years. The lifespan of the great emperors was extremely long. If there were no accidents, tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years would not be the end of their lifespan. Although they did not dare to say that they would live as long as the heavens and the earth, they would not be too far off. Maybe there is another way. Yang Yanyan saw that he was serious and couldn't help but want to tease him. What is it? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Yang Yan stretched out his hand and clenched it. Crush a stone in the bottle, and the position will naturally be empty. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before agreeing, that's a good idea. Looks like we'll have to find some great emperors to kill him in the future. Yang Yanyan looked at him with a strange expression. Are you serious? Yang Kai laughed, I'm kidding. Don't be nervous. The great emperors are recognized by the heavens and the earth. How can they be so easy to kill? Am I that ignorant? If it was really so easy, the 10 great emperors would not be replaced so slowly. But it was undeniable that this was indeed a good idea. When it came to that point, who would care too much about the great Tao? Could the great emperors not be killed? In the War of Emperors, not including Wukong, 4 great emperors fell. To some extent, the 4 great emperors who were promoted later had to thank Wukong. If it weren't for Wukong killing the 4 great emperors, they probably wouldn't have had the opportunity to become great emperors. Seeing Yang Kai's expression flicker, Yang Yanyan didn't know that he really had such thoughts, but now wasn't the time to pour cold water on him. He could only hope that Yang Kai would slowly understand the difficulties in the future. Brushing his hair back, Yang Yanyan said, well, I've said what I need to say, so I should go back. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Yang Kai grabbed her arm. Yang Yanyan glanced at him with disgust, if you have something to say, then say it. Let go of your dog paw. Yang Kai said, let's go to High Heaven Sect and have a look, Elder Yi misses you very much. Yi Shiyun and Yang Yanyan had a deep relationship, otherwise, she would not have come out of seclusion to help High Heaven Sect. She didn't have much respect for Yang Kai, the sect master, but she deeply respected Yang Yan. I won't go, you are now the master of Star Territory, there's no need to worry about not having a chance to meet again in the future. Speaking of which, I just remembered that I want to move High Heaven Sect to the star boundary. Is there a problem with that? Move the entire star boundary? Yang Yanyan was slightly surprised. Is that not possible? Yang Yanyan frowned, isn't that a bit too many people? Not too many, just a few tens of thousands. Just a few? Yang Yanyan looked at him angrily, only when a cultivator reaches the peak of their cultivation can they be qualified to open a void corridor and enter the star boundary through the Starlight Avenue. Every 100 years, no more than 5 cultivator can enter the star boundary from a given star territory. But now you want to bring tens of thousands of people to the star boundary. Don't you think that's too much? Isn't that unfair to the cultivator from other star territories? It's not too much, it's very fair. Don't talk nonsense with your eyes wide open. Who told them not to have a good boss? As a star envoy, it is my duty to maintain the balance of power between the star territory. I can't agree with you acting so slyly. Why don't you care about our old friendship? High Heaven Sect was founded by you and me together. As the saying goes, if a man gains enough, even his chickens and dogs can rise to heaven. Now that I am the master of a star territory and you are the star envoy, I demand the welfare of Hengluo Star Field. Yang Kai said angrily. In his plan, not only did he want to relocate High Heaven Sect, but also the entire Hengluo Star Field's human resources. Haha, that's your business. Just as Yang Kai was about to continue arguing, he suddenly raised his brow and followed her gaze to the side. Since just now, she had been staring at Rolling Stone, which was a bit too strange. Grinning, Yang Kai asked, it shouldn't be a problem for me to enter the star boundary alone, right? Of course, it shouldn't be a problem. Yang Yanyan slowly withdrew his gaze and whispered, boy, restrain yourself. If Iron Blood really notices you, you'll be finished. Understood, understood. Yang Kai also responded in a low voice with a sneaky look on his face. Good, then that's it, I'll go back first. I still have to create a dossier for you, otherwise, you won't be able to claim the title of Master of a Star Territory. Only with the recognition of the Star Court can you sit firmly on this Star Territory position. Yang Yanyan looked down at the arm he had been holding and sneered, Boy, you'd better get this straight. I'm your boss from now on, so don't be so rude. Yang Kai quickly let go and tidied up the wrinkles on her arm before cupping his fists and saying, Farewell, Master. Yang Yanyan showed a smug expression as a flash of light appeared in his hand. Looking at it, it was the same as the one worn by the feathered-crested man. The star-splitting sword was really the standard weapon of a star envoy. As the sword light flashed, Yang Yanyan became one with the sword and shattered space, turning into a dot of light and disappearing from Yang Kai's sight. Yang Kai quickly shouted, Right, I built the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. Come and play when you have time. The light disappeared, and he didn't know if she heard it or not. Looking in the direction she left, Yang Kai's face was filled with disappointment. After a while, he slapped his thigh and said in annoyance, I forgot to ask her where the Star Court is. However, this was a small matter. As she said, he wasn't afraid that he wouldn't have a chance to see her again in the future. Thinking back to his life, he started from nothing, and now he was the master of a star territory. He had also established a foundation in the star boundary, and it had only taken him 100 years. What would happen in another 100 years? However, no matter what, the position of the great emperors was something he had to fight for. If he really had to fight for it, he wouldn't hesitate to break a stone in a bottle. It was just, who should he choose as his target? Yang Kai suddenly fell into deep distress. This scene was like an ant plotting how to kill an elephant. If Yang Yanyan saw this, he would probably laugh at him again. Rubbing his head, Yang Kai collected his thoughts and communicated with the Star Territory's source, his mind sinking into it. In the boundless darkness, Yang Kai's towering figure appeared and shouted to the other side of the darkness, Bastard Wu Heng, I will spare your dog life today. If you dare to touch my Heng Luo star field again, don't blame this young master for being impolite. In the star field of the great desolate Star Territory, Wu Heng stared at the tumbling darkness with an ashen face. His eyes were full of resentment and fear. His face turned green and red. Suddenly, his ji and blood rushed to his heart and he coughed up blood. This time, he had really tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Originally, he wanted to devour the Heng Luo star field to help his cultivation. Who would have thought that in the end, things would go against his wishes? Not only did he not gain any advantage, but his star field, which spanned hundreds of millions of li, was also swallowed by the other party and he lost several cultivation stars. The star field was swallowed up and the cultivation stars disappeared for no reason, causing the source strength of the great desolate star territory to be deficient. It seemed to be punishing him. The source strength that he had refined a long time ago was now showing signs of slipping out of his control. How could he bear it after being provoked by Yang Kai? He couldn't wait to rush to the other side and fight to the death with Yang Kai, but when he thought of the emissary master's instructions before leaving, Wu Heng felt somewhat dejected. Even the emissary master couldn't do anything to him, so what could he do? But if he didn't get his revenge, how could he swallow this anger? He was now a third-stage Emperor Realm Master, and above him were the great emperors. He was also an ambitious person, so how could he be willing to sink to the bottom? However, revenge was never too late for a gentleman to wait 10 years. This matter had to be dealt with slowly. In the face of Yang Kai's clamor, Wu Heng didn't dare to respond, nor could he respond. After a long time, the tumbling darkness stabilized again, as if it had become the boundary between the two stars' territory, leaving a scar in Wu Heng's heart. At this moment, Yang Kai was already riding Rolling Thunder back towards Shadowed Star. The matters in Shadowed Star's territory had almost been resolved, and it had taken more than a decade of effort. Before coming here, Yang Kai had never thought it would take so much effort, but it was all worth it. With Shadowed Star's territory stabilized, not only did he become the master of Shadowed Star's territory, he even had Yang Inflammation as his immediate superior. No matter what happened, there was still someone to cover for him, making Yang Kai extremely happy. In a flash, Yang Kai arrived at Shadowed Star. Yang Kai stayed behind Rolling Thunder to digest his food while he returned to High Heaven Sect in a flash. Inside High Heaven Sect, in a pavilion on the main peak, Su Yan, Xiaoning Chang, Shanqing Luo, and Shui Yu were gathered together, chatting happily. Yang Kai leisurely appeared, lightly coughed, and said warmly, "Madams, I'm back. Sorry for making you wait." The laughter instantly faded as several pairs of beautiful eyes swept towards Yang Kai. Xiaoning Chang stood up excitedly, "Junior brother." "Hmm?" Shanqing Luo snorted softly, grabbed Xiaoning Chang's arm and pressed her to sit down. Xiaoning Chang immediately looked at Yang Kai apologetically and stuck out her tongue, showing an expression of helplessness. Su Yan and Shui Yu also withdrew their gazes and gathered together to whisper something, one with an indifferent expression and the other with a faint smile. Except for Xiaoning Chang, the other three women didn't seem to have seen him. Yang Kai's eyes widened. What's going on? Lu Yan was sitting next to Su Yan. Yang Kai looked at her and his lips silently squirmed a few times. Lu Yan raised her small hand and touched her neck slightly, sticking out her tongue and rolling her eyes, as if she had died with a grievance. Yang Kai laughed and immediately understood that these women were probably blaming him for being gone for so many years without any news. They were teaming up to punish him. Yang Kai naturally wasn't afraid. Women, he just needed to coax them. If he couldn't coax them, then he would see them in bed. Just as he was about to speak again, he saw a small figure come out from under the stone table and run to stand in front of him. She put her hands on her hips and looked up at him. Kai Yang also looked down in surprise. He saw that this small figure was actually a 4 or 5-year-old little girl. She was born with a tiger's head and a tiger's head, cute and innocent. Her hair was tied up in 2 small braids. Her body was dressed in a small robe, and on her neck was a golden lock. On her wrist were several silver bracelets, all of which glittered with a spiritual aura. For eyes met, Yang Kai was surprised. Whose child was this? The little girl pointed at Yang Kai and said in a childish voice, "Who are you? How come I've never seen you before?" Yang Kai suddenly laughed and squatted down. "Who do you think I am?" The little girl tilted her head and looked at him seriously. She shook her head and said, "You don't look like a good person. Eat my fist first." Her tender little hand clenched into a fist and actually punched towards Yang Kai's face, but it was easily blocked by Yang Kai's gentle finger. The little girl was taken aback, and no matter how hard she tried, she was unable to move Yang Kai at all. Her face flushed red, and she couldn't stop crying out. Yang Kai loosened his hand and the little girl's body. Yang Kai reached out his hands and pinched her cheeks, and pulled, and her face immediately changed shape. This action obviously made the little girl was very angry. Yang Kai's back. Of him. Kai Yang raised his head and asked, "Whose child is this? Why is she here?" Shanqing Luo turned around and crossed her legs. The flesh on her inner thighs was faintly discernible, which made people daydream. She looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, "Since she's here, whose child can she be?" "Naturally, she's our child." Yang Kai was surprised. "Our child?" He quickly turned the little girl in his arms and looked at her carefully. He stared at her and said, "Hey, she really looks like me." He didn't pay attention when he suddenly saw her. Now that Shanqing Luo reminded him, he immediately saw that the little girl's eyebrows seemed to be similar to his. "Our family has a child?" Yang Kai held the little girl's body with both hands and raised her high, laughing. He laughed and laughed until he couldn't laugh anymore. The corner of his eyes twitched. He looked at the little girl and said, "How old are you this year?" The little girl ignored him and just waved her fists. "Hurry up and let me down, or don't blame me for being impolite." She spoke with a childish voice, but she looked like an old man. She used all 4 limbs to punch and kick, but how could she touch a hair on Yang Kai's body? Yang Kai turned to look at the others. How old is she this year? Was she more than 4 or 5 years old? Was she more than 10 years old? Since she was his child, it didn't make sense for her to be so young. Shanqing Luo said faintly, "She just turned 5 years old." 5 years old. Yang Kai gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead pulsing. He hadn't been back for 10 years, so where did this 5-year-old child come from? Yin and yang intertwined, the great Tao of heaven and earth. A child couldn't jump out of a crack in a rock. Suddenly, he saw Xianxia Luo's smug expression. Even Shuiyu's shoulders trembled, and she looked like she was trying to hold back her laughter. Su Yan's back was facing him, so he couldn't see her expression. Xianxia looked like he couldn't bear it. Suddenly understanding something, Yang Kai smiled and asked, "Who gave birth to her?" Xianxia Luo changed her sitting posture and looked at him with a smile. "If I said I gave birth to her, would you believe me?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I don't believe you." He couldn't get any answers from them. These women had obviously discussed and came to laugh at him. He didn't even know where they had found a little girl. Little senior sister wanted to remind him, but she didn't dare to provoke public anger, so she couldn't say anything. Needless to say, this matter must have been started by the dragon lady Xianxia Luo. Only she would dare act so presumptuously. "If you don't tell me, I won't know." Yang Kai sneered, clasped his 4 fingers together, and tapped his thumb a few times. "Wait for this young master to calculate." "I know, you're my little sister?" He was the master of Shadowed Star, and although he had given up his identity as Shadowed Star's master in order to refine the entire territory of Shadowed Star, it was still easy for him to eavesdrop on some information. In an instant, tens of thousands of pieces of information from High Heaven Sect flashed through Yang Kai's mind, and he came to a shocking conclusion. This little girl was actually his own little sister. "I actually have a little sister?" Yang Kai suddenly remembered that when he came back and saw his parents, his mother seemed to have mentioned this matter, but he hadn't expected that by the time he returned, it had already blossomed and bore fruit. "My father is really old but strong." Yang Kai couldn't help admiring him. Knowing the identity of this little girl, Yang Kai felt a sense of familiarity, as if there was a faint but indelible connection between him and this child in front of him. This connection was called blood. No wonder he felt that her eyes were somewhat similar to his own. Since they were brother and sister, it wasn't surprising. Gently putting the little girl down, Yang Kai didn't expect the little girl to kick him and angrily shout, "I'm your great aunt. You're not big, but your temper isn't small." Yang Kai laughed, but he didn't move, causing the little girl to kick empty air. The little girl was so angry that she was about to kick him again when Yang Kai raised a finger and gently flicked her forehead. With a bang, the little girl retreated a few steps, covering her forehead with both hands as she stared at Yang Kai in shock, seemingly unable to believe that Yang Kai actually dared to hit her. Since she was born, everyone in High Heaven Sect had been obedient to her. Ordinary children naturally didn't receive this kind of treatment, but she was different. She was the daughter of 4th Master Yang and Dong Suju, and Yang Kai's little sister. Even the sect masters of Shadowed Star's top sects had to call her second young lady. Her sisters-in-law doted on her even more, giving her anything she wanted, almost plucking the stars and the moon for her. In High Heaven Sect, the little girl could be said to be in existence akin to an emperor. Let alone being hit, she had never lost a single hair, so today, she was suddenly attacked, causing her to be stunned. "I'm your big brother." Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. "You can't mess with this seniority." The little girl blinked her eyes as her mouth twitched, looking like she was about to cry. "Don't cry." Yang Kai raised his middle finger and pretended to flick it. The little girl's mouth was completely pulled down, but she really did not cry, instead turning her head to look at her sisters-in-law, seemingly asking for help. Su Yan didn't move, Shuiyu pretended not to see anything, Xianxia Luo watched with interest, and only Xianxia still had a look of reluctance on her face. Although the Yang family's second young lady was pampered and had some minor problems, her nature was not bad. Xianxia had spent a lot of time with her, so he knew her best. Once, when they were playing in the back mountains, it was raining heavily, but she was busying herself under a tree in the heavy rain. Xianxia curiously looked over and found an ant nest under the tree. She was using leaves to build a shelter for the ant nest. At that time, she was only 3 years old. Ever since then, Xianxia had become even more fond of her. Being pampered and spoiled was not a big deal, but what was rare was the kindness that came from her nature. "At least you know how to judge the situation." Yang Kai smiled slightly, raised his hand, and rubbed her head a few times. "This is the first thing your big brother taught you, endure. Those who go too far will break easily, do you understand?" The little girl nodded foolishly, obviously not understanding. Yang Kai smiled and said, since you're still not convinced, how about this, if I call out your name, you call me Big Brother, how about it? The little girl said angrily, you say it. She was a little proud. This was the first time she met this person in front of her. How did he know her name? But she did not think about how Yang Kai would know that she was his sister when they met for the first time. Yang Kai pinched his fingers again and said with a smile, Yang Shui? You, how did you know? Yang Shui's eyes widened as she stared at Yang Kai in amazement, her pair of clear eyes filled with a look of worship. Just tell me, am I right? Yang Kai asked. Yang Shui put down her hands and said dejectedly, yes. Yang Kai said, then what are you going to do? Yang Shui pouted, turned her head to the side, and said unwillingly, Big Brother. Yang Kai smiled and said, this is the second thing. A man can't live without his word, and you can't break your promise. Oh. Yang Shui looked thoughtful. Well, that's it for today. Go back and tell Mom and Dad that I'll visit them in a few days. While speaking, he winked at Lu Yan. Lu Yan stood up from beside Su Yan and walked to Yang Shui's side and stretched out her little hand. Yang Shui took the initiative to put her hand on Lu Yan's hand, and the two little people immediately flew down the mountain. In a daze, Yang Shui looked back a few times. They look like sisters. Yang Kai watched them leave and smiled, his heart warm. Yang Shui was only 5 years old, and Lu Yan was 7 or 8 years old. When the two stood together, they naturally looked like sisters. Turning around, Yang Kai lowered his eyes and grinned, who just said that she gave birth to little Schwerer. I have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. Su Yan got up and was about to leave. I remember, I also have something to do. Shuiyu said with a flustered expression. Xianning Chang's cheeks flushed red, and she said softly, my Dan. Only Shanqing Luo did not move, and looked at Yang Kai provocatively. You want to leave now? It's too late. Freeze. Yang Kai sneered, and with a single word, he sealed the space around him. The women immediately froze in place, as if they had been struck by a spell, leaving only their eyes rolling around. Yang Kai calmly walked over to Shanqing Luo with his hands behind his back and pinched her smooth chin. You were the one who said those words just now, weren't you? Bah. Shanqing Luo spat, so what if I was? Yang Kai nodded, very good, it seems you really want to have a child. Your husband will fulfill your wish today. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Shanqing Luo snorted. You'll know in a moment whether I have the ability or not. As he spoke, he walked over to Shuiyu and stretched out his finger to gently draw a line across her face, all the way to her neck. Shuiyu's face immediately turned red, and her delicate body trembled. Do you still remember the promise from that year? Shuiyu looked away, not meeting his eyes, and gritted her teeth. What promise from that year? Yang Kai smiled, you said it, as long as I can restore Ning Chang to her original state, you. Don't say it, don't say it. Shuiyu was anxious. That day, she was also worried about Ning Chang, so she spoke without thinking. Later, when she came back to her senses, she felt that it was inappropriate. Although she had already experienced many things, she had never said anything too absurd. Every time she thought about the promise, she would tremble in fear, let alone face it in person. Fortunately, for the past 10 years, there had been no news of Yang Kai. Who knew that after 10 years, he would bring up this matter as soon as he returned? What promise? Xianning Chang asked curiously. It sounded like this matter was related to her as well. Yang Kai said, Shuiyu said that as long as I can restore you, she will agree to let me be with you. He stretched out his hands and made a few grasping motions in the air, his face filled with sincerity. Ah. Xianning Chang was shocked, her face turning red as she whispered, How? How can you do this? Shanqing Luo glanced sideways at Shuiyu and clicked her tongue in amazement. I didn't expect little sister. You to be so bold. But it's a good idea. Shanqing Luo wore an eager expression on her face, seemingly even more than Yang Kai's interest. You also think it's a good idea? Yang Kai turned to look at Shanqing Luo's eyes. Naturally. Shanqing Luo's eyes flashed, as if she could already imagine such a scene. **** Yang Kai snapped his fingers and Shanqing Luo immediately regained her freedom. Standing up and walking over to Shuiyu, she leaned over and whispered into her ear, "Although I think it was a good idea, I'm not happy about being sold out in secret. Little sister Yu, how do you think I should punish you?" Shuiyu closed her eyes and bitterly cried out, "Qing Luo, how can you help a tyrant? I don't agree." A cold voice suddenly sounded, causing the surrounding temperature to drop significantly. Qing Luo turned to look at Su Yan and said, "Husband, big sister said she doesn't agree." Yang Kai laughed, "It's not up to you today. Luo, bring Shuiyu here." Saying so, he hugged Xianxia in one hand and Su Yan in the other and rushed towards the palace. Qing Luo reached out and grabbed Shuiyu's shoulder before flying up and following closely behind. In a flash, 3 delicate figures were lying on the bed in the palace. Yang Kai and Qing Luo stood side by side, grinning wickedly, like weasels that had stolen a chicken. Xianxia closed her eyes tightly, her long eyelashes trembling, as if she had accepted her fate. Shuiyu's head was tilted to the side as she bit her red lips, feeling uneasy. Only Su Yan stared coldly at Yang Kai, her entire body exuding a cold aura. "Let me go quickly, otherwise don't blame me for ruining your mood." "Luo, take care of her." Yang Kai pointed. "You'll definitely be satisfied." Qing Luo smiled lightly as she walked over to Su Yan and stared into her eyes, her beautiful eyes instantly turning into a pool of spring water, releasing a seductive charm. She had the bloodline origin of the heavenly moon demon spider and was proficient in charm techniques. If Su Yan was at her peak, she would naturally be able to ignore her, but now that her cultivation was sealed by Yang Kai, even moving a finger was extremely difficult, so how could she resist? Being stared at by Qing Luo, Su Yan immediately felt like she was sinking into a whirlpool, her cold body gradually heating up as a wave of numbness washed over her. After a short while, the ice began to melt. Inside the room, soft moans soon sounded, filling the air with boundless spring scenery. A few days later, Yang Kai took Su Yan and the others to visit his 2 parents. Naturally, they were reprimanded by Dong Suzhu, but fortunately, with little Shui accompanying them, the 2 old men felt somewhat comforted. Since the last time, Yang Shui seemed to have developed some awe towards her big brother, always looking at him timidly. It wasn't until Yang Kai called out to her and led her around Star Field that she saw the magnificent and beautiful Star Field that Yang Kai's position in Yang Shui's heart rose rapidly, suddenly surpassing Xianxia and the others and ranking only behind her parents. After spending a few days with her parents, under the orders of Yang Kai, the relocation of the entire High Heaven sect began. On Shadowed Star, all the great sects heard the news and gathered together to inquire about the situation. After receiving a positive answer from Yi Shiyun, all of them were overjoyed and expressed their willingness to hitch a ride. Yi Shiyun obeyed Yang Kai's instructions, neither refusing nor agreeing completely, only allowing them to select outstanding disciples to join her at High Heaven sect. High Heaven sect already had enough people, so if they were to bring everyone from other sects, there would likely be hundreds of thousands of them. Although High Heaven Palace's heritage was quite good now, it couldn't support so many people. Yang Kai could only make a choice. Not only on Shadowed Star, but throughout the entire star territory as well. All the major cultivation stars had received the news that Yang Kai, the master of star territory, would be leaving his territory and heading to a higher level world. Before leaving, he would be bringing a group of outstanding cultivators with him to become his own subordinates. These cultivators would be selected through a series of selections, with each cultivation star only having 1,000 spots. There was no restriction on the level of cultivation, only aptitude. In star territory, no matter how high one's cultivation was, they would only reach the origin king realm, so going to the star boundary was not a big deal. What Yang Kai wanted were talents, the kind of elites who could one day become the cornerstone of High Heaven Palace. It didn't matter if their cultivation was low, once they went to High Heaven Palace, as long as they had enough aptitude, there was no need to worry about them not being cultivated. The entire star territory shook. If the invasion of Great Desolate Star's territory had brought disaster to Hengluo Star Field, then this was a great opportunity, one that could allow one to reach the heavens in a single bound. Any cultivator with even a little ambition was not willing to miss this opportunity. As such, in a short time all the cultivation stars in star territory became extremely lively. Taking advantage of this time, Yang Kai brought Su Yan to a world of ice and snow. When he first entered the star boundary, he obtained huge benefits by relying on his star master status. Now that he was bringing Su Yan and the others back to the star boundary, he naturally wanted them to also become star masters before leaving. Xianing Chang was the master of Tongxian realm, so there was no need for him to go through such trouble, but Su Yan, Shanqing Luo, and Shuiyu had not refined star sources yet. Although Yang Kai had some remaining star sources in his hands, they were all obtained from the shattered star sea. The corresponding stars had long been destroyed, so there was no room for them to grow. Naturally, it was better to refine the star sources in a cultivation star. As the master of star territory, he knew the situation of the entire star territory like the back of his hand, so it was naturally easy for him to choose targets for the 3 women to refine. Shanqing Luo was accompanied by Lu Sanyang, and Shuiyu was accompanied by Lu Yan. With their cultivation and star refining art, they should not be in any danger. As for Su Yan, he needed to personally oversee her. Although Su Yan was already a Dao Source Realm cultivator, the stars that Yang Kai chose for her were somewhat unusual. The whole world was snow white, and looking at it from the void, it looked like a huge ice ball. It was extremely beautiful and spectacular. Ice Soul Star, this cultivation star, was a very famous existence in the entire star territory. Yang Kai had heard of it before he left star territory, but he had never had the chance to see it in person. It was famous not only because these stars were extremely cold, so neither humans nor monster beasts could set foot on it. Therefore, although it was a cultivation star, it had never been touched by the human race or the monster race. It was an extremely pure land. However, its special world principles gave birth to a group of very strange creatures, ice spirits. The ice spirit clan was extremely rare and could not be seen in the outside world. They could only be found on Ice Soul Star. They were born to be unafraid of the cold, and the cold aura was the cradle of their growth. The colder the environment, the more they liked it. It was said that in the beginning, the Ice Spirit clan was also kind and hospitable. If a wanderer accidentally came to Ice Soul Star, they would be warmly entertained by them. However, as the flowing time Great Emperor passed by, they gradually became xenophobic. This was because the guests they entertained would turn their backs on them when they turned around. The men of the Ice Spirit clan were all extraordinarily handsome, and the women were all as beautiful as flowers. Coupled with their special physiques and strange existences, it was easy for them to attract many covetous eyes. They were born from the ice and snow, and to those who cultivated ice attribute cultivation methods, their existence was simply the best shortcut to obtaining power. Casually grabbing one of them back and dual cultivating with them would allow one to rapidly accumulate power without the slightest bit of hidden danger. Many people who cultivated ice attribute secret arts had coveted ice spirits. Even if they did not cultivate ice attribute secret arts, if they could catch an ice spirit, they could sell it for a sky-high price. However, it was not easy to catch an ice spirit alive. It was said that if they were hurt, their hearts would break and they would die. Therefore, even if some ice spirits were caught and sold or even defiled in the early years, they would die in a foreign land after one night. Only a few experts maintained the lives of ice spirits with great divine technique, changed their temperament, and made them obedient. The existence of ice spirits was of great value, not to mention that the entire Ice Soul Star was a treasure trove. The Ice Soul Star was extremely cold, and its special environment created special products. There were many ice attribute spiritual flowers and rare herbs growing on this star. They were extremely precious, and there were even some strange species that had long since gone extinct. If it was not for those ice spirits that died easily, the treasures that filled this world were enough to make many cultivators take risks. Ice Soul Star's reputation was well deserved. When Yang Kai and Su Yan arrived here, they saw a world of ice and snow that was wrapped in an enchanting silver sheen. The plants, the earth, and even the mountains seemed to have been carved out of ice, all of them crystal clear and beautiful. Ice attribute spirit flowers and grasses were everywhere in the wilderness, and ice attribute spirit grasses that were rare in the outside world were actually common here. However, although these things were valuable in star territory, they were not of much use to Yang Kai and Su Yan, so they were only surprised for a while and had no intention of collecting them. This place was extremely cold, and not many people could stay here for long, but Yang Kai's physique was strong and his cultivation was superb, so he naturally did not fear this minor cold. Looking at Su Yan, on the other hand, not only did she not feel uncomfortable, she even felt a sense of joy, as if she had returned to her homeland. Coming to this world of ice and snow, she clearly felt the strength in her body flow faster. The cold environment not only did not suppress her strength, but also enhanced it. She cultivated an ice attribute secret art and had obtained the Ice Phoenix source inheritance, so this environment was simply like a dragon entering the sea or a tiger entering the forest. If she had been cultivating in this environment in the early years, her cultivation would have risen to a level no one could match. Yang Kai summoned his embodiment and asked it to lead the way while he led Su Yan all the way down into the Earth's crust to search for Ice Soul Star source. The Stone Mongoose clan's Earth attribute secret art was a gift from their innate talent, so clearing a path through the Earth was naturally a piece of cake. After a quarter of an hour, the path ahead opened up and they arrived at an underground cave. The surrounding environment was getting colder and colder, causing Yang Kai to marvel. Although he was not affected by this place, he estimated that if one did not cultivate an ice attribute secret art, even a third-order origin king would not be able to last long here. Ice Soul Star was like a dead land in star territory, and only those who had surpassed the limits of the origin king realm could come here to explore. However, the most powerful existence in star territory was only a third-order origin king. Inside the cave, icy blue flames flowed, exuding an extremely cold aura. Just looking at it seemed to be able to freeze one's soul. This was clearly a type of strange flame. Moreover, it was the type of flame that was extremely cold. One couldn't help but sigh. The uncanny workmanship of nature was truly unfathomable. At the center of the cave, there was a rather conspicuous ball of light. It was wriggling and changing constantly, as if it had a mind of its own. Essence? Su Yan turned to look at Yang Kai and asked. Yang Kai looked at it for a while and grinned. It's fake. Fake? Su Yan was startled. It's fake. Yang Kai said with certainty. He had come into contact with quite a number of stars' origins, and now that he was the master of the star territory, he could naturally see through the origin at a glance. It was clearly the condensation of icy flames, not the origin of Ice Soul Star, but a trap. With a snap, Yang Kai snapped his fingers, and a bright light shone in the cave. A number of lifelike ice sculptures suddenly appeared in front of Su Yan's eyes. These ice sculptures were all sitting cross-legged, strolling around the various corners of the cave. Because the light here was too dim and there was no aura, Su Yan's attention had been completely focused on the essence and she had not noticed them before. These? Su Yan frowned. They're probably the ones who want to refine Ice Soul Star's essence. Su Yan looked around carefully and found that there were more than a dozen ice sculptures, in fact hundreds of them. If what Yang Kai said was true, then hundreds of people had died here because they wanted to refine Ice Soul Star's essence. And how bad could the cultivation of those who were qualified to enter here and attempt to refine Ice Soul Star's essence be? They were definitely third-order origin kings. They died extremely peacefully, without the slightest struggle or pain on their faces, as if they had ended their lives in a deep sleep. In other words, when they died, they did not even realize that death was coming. There had never been a cultivation star whose essence was so dangerous. Ice Soul Star was probably unique in the entire star territory, yet so many third-order origin kings had died here without even realizing it. Looking at the clothes they were wearing, Su Yan immediately discovered that these clothes had a clear sense of age. The people who died here obviously did not come from the same era. These third-order origin kings might have lived thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Su Yan's heart went cold. Although she was now a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, if she had really come here alone to refine the so-called essence, the consequences would not have been good. The essence is not here. Yang Kai shook his head. Then where is it? Su Yan asked. Yang Kai's eyes turned and stared in a certain direction, smiling as he said, over here. At that moment, he clearly felt that there was a will spying on them. Although it was very subtle, how could it escape his perception? Following the vine to the melon, Yang Kai instantly locked onto a certain position. Under normal circumstances, even if the essence of stars was a representation of the world will, it was just a lifeless object that would not actively move, but Ice Soul Star's essence was obviously not like this. It seemed to have gained sentience. Interesting, really interesting. Yang Kai suddenly remembered the Tongxian realm's essence he had seen before. Back then, Tongxian realm's world energy was exhausted and the world was on the verge of collapse. Unwilling to sit still and wait for death, the Tongxian realm's essence took the form of a rabbit and, whether intentionally or unintentionally, encountered Xianning Chang and was eventually refined by her. The Ice Soul Star's essence was somewhat similar to the one in Tongxian realm. In Tongxian realm, when the world was on the verge of collapse, the essence sensed danger and took the initiative to seek opportunities. But Ice Soul Star was obviously not like this. Could essence really give birth to sentience? Yang Kai suddenly felt a strong sense of curiosity, feeling that Su Yan's harvest this time was not small. Following the passage opened by the embodiment before, Yang Kai hugged Su Yan all the way up and soon returned to the surface. Unlike the previous calm, at this moment, the entire Ice Soul Star was engulfed in wind and snow. The cold wind was bone-chilling, and the ice and snow were like sharp blades that cut through everything. In the sky, thick clouds gathered, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. The world seemed to be angry. Yang Kai grinned, raised his hand to the sky, and waved, shouting, "Scatter!" The thunder stopped, the lightning stopped, and the ice and snow stopped. The sky was clear and cloudless. Although he was not Ice Soul Star's master, his status as the master of a star territory was higher than that of a simple star master. His every move was in accordance with the principles of the Great Tao, so it was naturally easy for him to control the weather of a star. The will seemed to realize something and did not try to resist Yang Kai. Instead, an ice bridge suddenly appeared above the ice and snow, connecting the heavens and earth, leading all the way to an unknown distance under Yang Kai and Su Yan's feet. The ice bridge was pure and flawless, and when it suddenly appeared, even Su Yan was stunned. Yang Kai laughed and said, "Master. Seems to be very hospitable, let's go." If he had not just displayed a unique method, he would never have been able to enjoy such hospitality. Holding Su Yan's hand, Yang Kai stepped onto the ice bridge and flew towards the end of the ice bridge at an extremely fast speed. Atop a towering ice mountain, a cold voice suddenly sounded, "Guests have come to visit, prepare to receive them." The ice mountain trembled and one figure after another emerged from the ice caves. At first glance, these people looked no different from ordinary humans, but if one looked closely, one would discover that they were not human. Each one of them was like an ice sculpture, pure and flawless. The men were handsome while the women were otherworldly. All of them wore white robes and had pointy ears similar to those of beasts. Not only did this not ruin their overall beauty, it only added to their noble temperament. They were the fairies of ice and snow, the pure ice spirit clan. There were tens of thousands of ice spirits on the ice mountain. If others were to know of this scene, they would probably go crazy. In the territory of the star, any ice spirit could be sold for a sky-high price, let alone tens of thousands. Their very existence was a huge and incomparable wealth. The numerous ice spirits were shocked and looked at each other in dismay, as if they could not believe what they had just heard. The owner of the cold voice just now was a supreme existence in the ice spirit clan. She was the foundation of the ice spirit clan's birth, the ice god. Ice spirits were xenophobic and did not have any friends. At this moment, the ice god actually told them that guests had come to visit, so they were naturally very surprised. Since when did the ice spirit clan need to welcome guests? However, since it was the ice god who had spoken, even if they were puzzled, they hurriedly prepared. They were pure, not only physically, but also spiritually. Naturally, they did not dare to disobey the ice god's words. An ice bridge suddenly extended from a distant place and connected to the mountainside of the ice mountain. From the ice bridge, a man and a woman came side by side. Their figures did not move and they quickly reached the end of the ice bridge. Landing on the ground, Kai Yang's face immediately lit up with amazement as he looked around. It was also the first time he had seen the so-called ice spirits. Using his divine sense, he found that these ice spirits' bodies seemed to be made of ice crystals. Their bodies exuded a cold aura and seemed to be extremely sturdy. Their cultivation realm seemed to be nothing to them. The classification of Origin King Realm and Origin Returning Realm was not enough to describe their abilities. However, Yang Kai could feel that many of them were not inferior to Origin Kings. What a powerful force! Yang Kai was secretly shocked. It was really incredible that there was such a group of forces in the territory of the star. In the past, the Netherworld sect had invaded the territory of the star. If they had come to attack Ice Soul Star, Xianxia was afraid they would have been wiped out before he even had to take action. Fortunately, the Ice Spirit clan had not appeared for a long time and only operated on Ice Soul Star. Otherwise, they would have been able to rule the entire territory of the star. A handsome male ice spirit walked out and asked curiously, "Are you the guests of the ice god?" Xianxia smiled and said, "If no one else is here, then we are." Ice god. Xianxia did not know whether this was a self-proclaimed title or just a respectful title given to it by the Ice Spirit clan, but it was quite appropriate. After all, it was the source of this star. On this cultivation star, it was indeed a god. There was a power outage in the morning. The male ice spirit looked at Xianxia seriously for a while before slowly shaking his head. "You're not." He then pointed to Su Yan. "She is." "We came together." Xianxia smiled slightly. "You saw it too. It was your ice god who brought us here." The male ice spirit stubbornly shook his head. "You are dirty and she is pure, so she is a guest." Xianxia's eyes twitched. "Boy, the last guy who dared to talk to me like that has grass growing on his grave." He was now the master of the star territory and everything in the territory was under his jurisdiction, yet now someone was pointing at him and saying he was dirty. The male ice spirit frowned at him, a look of disgust on his face. He really didn't understand why the ice god would bring such a person here. His existence had already tarnished the purity of this place. Su Yan patted Xianxia's hand before looking at the male ice spirit and saying, "Please take me to see your ice god." She knew that the key to whether she could refine Ice Soul Star's source this time was the ice god, so she didn't want to waste any time. The male ice spirit nodded but didn't lead the way, instead reaching out to take out an ice bag from his waist and handing it to Su Yan. "Drink some." The ice bag was shaped like a water bottle and contained something unknown. When it was shaken, the sound of flowing water could be heard. Su Yan took it and asked, "Can I see the ice god only after drinking?" "You're a guest after drinking." Obviously, wanting to see the ice god wasn't as simple as just walking over. There seemed to be some tests. "Good." Su Yan opened the ice pack as she spoke, and a sweet smell immediately wafted into the air. Xianxia was slightly startled. He had thought that the ice bag contained some kind of wine, but now it seemed that it was something else, probably a specialty of the Ice Spirit clan. Although he didn't know what it was, one thing was certain: the contents of this ice bag were definitely not something ordinary people could bear. Su Yan raised her head and gulped it down, showing a rare heroic expression. The ice spirits who had gathered around were still waiting for a good show, but as time passed, their expressions gradually changed, especially the male ice spirit who had handed the ice bag to Su Yan. His eyes slowly widened, and with a look of shock, he said with a distressed voice, "Enough, enough." Su Yan put down the ice pack and raised her sleeve to wipe the corner of her mouth. "Does this count as passing?" The male ice spirit took back the ice bag, shook it gently, and moved aside with a pained expression. "Please." Su Yan glanced over at Xianxia and gave him a meaningful look, telling him not to be impatient. Then, she began walking up the ice path. After walking for less than 1,000 feet, a female ice spirit jumped out and blocked their way. She was holding a plate carved out of ice, and on the plate were some snow-white silkworm cocoon-like things. She tilted her head and looked at her with a smile. "Do you want to try?" Su Yan pinched 2 fingers together and took one out, placing it in her mouth. The ice-cold taste exploded in her mouth along with a sour taste that she couldn't quite describe. In a flash, the plate was eaten clean. The female ice spirit looked at her ice plate absent-mindedly, but Su Yan just brushed past her. Halfway up the mountain, Xianxia stood in place and waited. Although he was the master of the star territory, since he had brought Su Yan here to refine the ice soul source, he had to rely on her own ability. Only in this way could the ice soul source acknowledge him and help her grow in the future. Otherwise, with his current ability, he could completely subdue the ice soul source directly. But that would be meaningless. Since it was a test, there shouldn't be too big of a problem. The ice spirit, the ice soul source, probably wouldn't expect that Su Yan was a second-order Dao source realm cultivator, so the so-called test wouldn't be a problem for her. Bored, he stared at the male ice spirit's ice bag and said, "Let me try it too." The male ice spirit immediately shook his head like a rattle. "No." Su Yan had drunk so much just now, so he was still feeling pained. Stingy. Yongkai curled his lips. The male ice spirit said, "You'll die if you drink it." Yongkai sneered, "Do you think it's so easy to die? Let me try it." "You'll really die." The male ice spirit said seriously, "Although you're not a guest of the ice spirit, since you came with that guest, I can't harm you." "Enough nonsense, give it to me." Yongkai stretched out his hand and snatched the ice bag. Tilting his head back, he gulped down a mouthful. The sweet taste immediately filled his mouth. Not only that, an extremely cold aura filled his mouth, almost causing him to lose all sensation in his mouth and his entire head to be covered in frost in an instant. Yongkai was shocked. He didn't know how this thing was brewed, but it should be a kind of fruit wine. He tasted hundreds of spirit fruits in it, and all of them were ice attribute spirit fruits. If a third-order origin king drank this kind of fruit wine, they would definitely die. No wonder the male ice spirit said he would die. If his cultivation had not transcended the scope of this world, his life might really have been in danger. Su Yan, on the other hand, was indifferent even after drinking so much, obviously because of her ice crystal jade body. Seeing Yongkai so reckless, the male ice spirit was also shocked. Although Yongkai was not a guest of the ice spirit, he had come with that guest after all. If he really died here, it would be difficult to clean up the mess. Just as he was feeling anxious, Yongkai's body shook, and the frost on his face instantly disappeared as he laughed, refreshing. He raised his head and gulped it down again, drinking even faster than Su Yan just now. The surrounding ice spirits were all dumbfounded. For a moment, they were all shocked. Although the ice bag was not big, the space inside was not small. It contained at least a few dozen kilograms of fruit wine, but Yongkai drank it all in one gulp, not letting go until there was not a single drop left. Suddenly, he burped, filling his mouth with a sweet taste. It was really strange. This fruit wine obviously did not have the smell of alcohol, but it could still make people drunk. Waving his hand, Yongkai said, "Bring out whatever delicious food you have." The male ice spirit looked at him like he was a monster, shook the empty ice bag, and after a long time, waved his hand. A moment later, on the platform, an ice table was set up. Yongkai sat at the table, which was filled with all kinds of specialties of Ice Soul Star. There was the fruit wine he had drunk before, as well as some food he had never seen before. Each dish was extremely exquisite, pure, and flawless. Although there was no meat, such a table of delicious delicacies was enough to make one's mouth water. A group of ice spirits gathered around, watching him eat and drink in a daze. There were even a few female ice spirits who put on a posture of wanting to kill him here, constantly pouring wine for him. Yongkai did not refuse any of them, drinking as much wine as he could, showing this group of ice spirits, who had not seen much of the world, what it meant to be forthright. As time passed, more and more ice spirits gathered around, and the wine and fruit plates on the table were changed again and again. Yongkai was a little tipsy and his tongue was a little slurred, but he still did not collapse. After 3 full days, Su Yan's figure suddenly appeared in front of Yongkai. Yongkai narrowed his eyes and looked at her for a moment before circulating his emperor chi and immediately sobering up. "How is it?" Xing, with a flash of cold light, Su Yan pulled out her sword. "It's done." "Profound Frost Divine Sword?" Yongkai raised his brow. This Profound Frost Divine Sword was brought out by Su Yan from Scarlet Wave Star's Ice Heart Valley. It was a sword left behind by Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder, Bing Yun. Over the years, she had been using Profound Frost Divine Sword as a sword. However, as she broke through to the Tao Source realm, this sword could not keep up with her pace. Yongkai had been thinking about asking Hoyu to make a sword for her when he returned to the High Heaven Palace. But now, it seemed that there was no need. Profound Frost Divine Sword had undergone a great change. The entire sword had become as thin as a cicada's wing. Even if Su Yan did not circulate any power, it still exuded an extremely cold aura, faintly showing signs of being a Tao Source grade artifact. On the hilt of the sword, there were 2 small words. "Ice Soul." Yongkai asked curiously, "Did you refine it into an artifact spirit?" Su Yan shook her head. "It chose itself." Inside the Ice Palace, Su Yan and the Ice Soul had fought for a day. It was not a life or death battle, but rather a battle of control over ice attribute power. After obtaining the Ice Soul's approval, Su Yan took the initiative to enter Profound Frost Divine Sword and become its artifact spirit. This artifact spirit was extraordinary because it was the star source of the entire Ice Soul Star. No one had ever used the star source of a star as an artifact spirit, so even Xianxia could not say whether Su Yan's decision was good or bad, but one thing was certain. Su Yan had become Ice Soul Star's Star Master, so she and Ice Soul Star were inseparable. What's wrong with them? Su Yan asked curiously. When she came over just now, she saw a group of ice spirits with sorrowful expressions, as if someone had cut off a few kilograms of their flesh. Xianxia burped, I ate and drank a little of their stuff, they're so stingy. Su Yan swept her gaze across the ice table and immediately understood the cause and effect, smiling, you ate at least 10,000 years of their accumulation. Did I? Haha, it seems that they are quite enthusiastic. Xianxia patted his stomach. Although he was only in human form now, his dragon form was 250 feet long. Not to mention 10,000 years of accumulation, even 100,000 years of accumulation could be eaten and drunk. Ice Goddess. The surrounding ice spirits focused their gazes on the Profound Frost Divine Sword and the Ice Soul Sword with complicated expressions. With a flash of brilliance, a pure and flawless woman of peerless beauty leisurely appeared from the Ice Soul Sword, making Xianxia's eyes widen. Although he knew that the Ice Soul Star Source had gained sentience, he did not expect it to turn into a human form. Her state was somewhat similar to Lu Yan's, but the two had different attributes. Lu Yan was like fire, and the Ice Soul was like ice. If they encountered each other, there might be a conflict. Ice Goddess. Many ice spirits knelt on the ground and cried out. Ice Soul's beautiful eyes looked around and her cold voice resounded through the world, I'm leaving. The expressions of the ice spirits became more and more sorrowful and reluctant. Ice Soul turned to Xianxia and said, before leaving, please leave behind some protection for this star and protect them. Of course. Xianxia nodded. Even if Ice Soul did not mention it, he would have done so. This cultivation star had already been connected to Su Yan, so naturally, he could not be careless. Immediately communicating with the star source in the territory of the star, he drew the power of tens of thousands of stars and covered up all traces of the Ice Soul Star. Towering ancient trees towered into the sky as thunder and lightning flashed in the sky. The void shattered, as if someone had torn open a rift. An extremely dangerous aura leaked out from this rift, as if doomsday was coming. A monster commander with two horns on his head hid under a tree, trembling as he looked up. With a deafening crack of thunder, the monster commander was so frightened that he fell to the ground, his face pale. All of a sudden, the clouds and lightning receded, and the blue sky was completely devoid of clouds. When the demonic commander looked up again, he saw that a figure had appeared in the sky, and he was immediately bewildered. This was the territory of the monster race, so very few humans dared to enter this place. Those who dared to enter were basically all dead, so the monster commander was very curious as to how this person had appeared when there was clearly no one there just now. Taking a closer look, the monster commander vaguely felt that this person was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Before the monster commander could figure out what was going on though, the expression on this person's face suddenly changed as he closed his eyes and spread out his arms, causing the surrounding world energy to roll and gather towards him. Kong, an invisible shockwave suddenly exploded, turning into a shockwave visible to the naked eye that swept across the surrounding 100 kilometers, causing the trees to sway and rustle. The monster commander's eyes widened as he realized that this person was not to be trifled with from the aura he had just released. Quickly holding his breath, he quietly retreated. He was just a monster commander, equivalent to a Dao Source Realm cultivator, but this human who had suddenly appeared was from the Emperor Realm. What's more, it seemed that this person had just broken through. The monster commander didn't know if he was a second-order or third-order Emperor Realm Master, so he was definitely not his opponent. This matter needed to be reported to the king as soon as possible so that he could make a decision. However, the monster commander couldn't understand why this person would suddenly come here to break through. Was he looking for death? Although the Emperor Realm was not weak, there were many kings here who were stronger than him, and any one of them could easily eat his heart out. High up in the sky, Xianxia felt refreshed as he felt the long-lost power flowing through his body. He felt as if he could move mountains and seas with just a lift of his hand. Unable to suppress the excitement in his heart, he let out a long roar. After returning to star territory for more than 10 years, Xianxia had been suffocating. At first, in order to avoid the rejection of world principles, he had to seal his cultivation. Later, even though he had become the master of star territory, he didn't dare to recklessly use his power for fear of causing damage to his territory. Until now, the shackles on his body had finally been removed, and he once again felt the taste of freedom. And just as he expected, he had already accumulated a lot of First-Order Emperor realm strength, so as soon as he returned to the star boundary, his strength naturally broke through to the Second-Order Emperor realm. The increase in his realm and strength made him feel like a bird flying in the sky and a fish swimming in the sea. As the howling gradually subsided, Xianxia swept the area with his divine sense. Although he was sure that he had returned to the star boundary, the first thing he needed to figure out was where he was. After returning from Ice Soul Star with Su Yan, he stayed on Shadowed Star for half a year. When everything was ready, he moved everyone into the sealed world bead, broke through the void, and returned to the star boundary. The process was quite smooth, and with his ability as the star field master, it wasn't difficult for him to find a passage to the star boundary. He even left behind the passage so that if anyone in Hengluo star field had enough strength in the future, they could use it to enter the star boundary. This was tantamount to reconnecting Hengluo star field and the star boundary. In the future, the masters in Hengluo star field wouldn't have to worry about wasting their time if their cultivation was high enough. Everywhere he looked, there were towering ancient trees that even a dozen people couldn't wrap their arms around. They looked vaguely familiar, and the surrounding environment gave off an ancient and wild aura. Xianxia couldn't help but raise his brow. What a coincidence. Have I arrived at that place? He set off from star territory to the star boundary, but he couldn't pinpoint his destination accurately. The starlight corridor he opened up with great effort only connected to an approximate location. 100 kilometers away, a monster commander was hurriedly rushing to a certain place. Xianxia's figure flickered, and in the next moment, he appeared in front of the monster commander. The two-horned monster commander came to a halt, a look of shock appearing on his face as he stared at Xianxia vigilantly. Is this the ancient wildlands? Xianxia looked at him and asked. The monster commander couldn't figure out Xianxia's origins and purpose for a while. Knowing that he wasn't his opponent, he cooperated, yes. He felt strange. Since this guy came here, how could he not know about the ancient wildlands? Humans are really stupid. Very good. Xianxia grinned. Which Saint Venerable's subordinate are you? The monster commander was stunned. You know the Saint Master? Cut the crap. Are you asking me or should I ask you? Xianxia raised his hand and looked at the monster commander's horns. The monster commander's face turned pale. He didn't see how Xianxia attacked. In other words, if this human wanted to take his life, it would be as easy as pinching a conch with 10 fingers. Standing in front of the gates of hell, the monster commander felt a chill down his spine. This one is the subordinate of the Western Saint Venerable, the Flying Eagle Monster King. The Flying Eagle. Xianxia couldn't help but smile. The monster commander was even more confused. You know our king? Because in that moment, this human's expression became much more amiable, and since he called the Flying Eagle by his name, they must know each other. The Flying Eagle is my subordinate. Do you think I don't know him? Ah? The monster commander was stunned. He instinctively felt that this guy in front of him was bragging. The Flying Eagle King was one of the 8 monster kings under the Western Saint Venerable, the old dog master. Even if a human was lucky enough to know him, how could he dare to boast like this? But in the next moment, he suddenly seemed to remember something and stared at Xianxia with wide eyes. You. He finally understood why this human in front of him looked so familiar. More than 10 years ago, there were a few people who entered the ancient wilderness and got involved in the Blood Door. After a great battle, the North Saint Sherhui even fell. Since then, the 4 Saint Venerables in the ancient wilderness became the 3 Saint Venerables. It was said that one day, a descendant of Tianxing entered the Blood Door, and there was another human male who had a good relationship with that descendant. Even the 3 Saint Venerables had to be polite to him. When he left the ancient wilderness, he took the 3 kings with him, and the Flying Eagle was one of them. During the battle back then, this monster commander had also watched from afar, and although he hadn't been able to see it clearly, he had vaguely remembered Yang Kai's features. Now that Yang Kai had reminded him, his dusty memories were instantly unlocked. What was that human called again? Oh right. The double-horned monster commander excitedly cupped his fists and said, "So it's Lord Yang. You recognize me?" Yang Kai asked with interest. There were countless monster commanders in the ancient wilderness, but he did not expect that one of them would recognize him. When did he become so famous in the ancient wilderness? I recognize you. I was fortunate enough to see Master from afar in my early years. The double-horned monster commander was extremely excited, and his expression became more and more flattering. How could he not recognize him? Enter the blood door, obtain a new life, return to the ancestral bloodline, and transform into a saint spirit. This was a saying that had been passed down in the ancient wilderness since ancient times, and every monster race was familiar with it. Now that the blood door had been closed, and there was no news of the descendant of Tianxing who controlled the source of thousands of saint spirits, it was widely known in the ancient wilderness that if they wanted to restore the glory of their ancestors and become saint spirits, the human called Yang Kai was the key. If not for this, how could the three Master Shilei, Ying Fei, and Xia Wuwei be willing to be ordered around? They even left the ancient wilderness for thousands of years to serve as his subordinates. Wasn't it all for the sake of being in a favorable position? Among the 32 monster king in the ancient wilderness, only the 3 of them had such good fortune. The other 29 monster kings were incomparably envious of him. If not for the 3 Saint Venerable's strict orders to suppress them, the other 29 monster kings would have already left the ancient wilderness to look for this Yang Kai. The double-horned monster commander had never thought that the opportunity that the 29 monster kings could not find would suddenly descend upon his head. How could the person standing in front of him be an ordinary human? This was the shortcut to becoming a saint spirit and walking to the peak. He suddenly revealed a covetous expression, which made Yang Kai feel disgusted. He took a few steps back and said, "Since you recognize me, things will be easier. I have something for you to do, but I don't know if you have the time." "Yes, yes, yes," the double-horned monster commander repeatedly replied. What a joke! Since he had met this master, he naturally had to grasp this opportunity. Even if he did not have the time, he had to squeeze out some time. "Please instruct me, master." The corner of Yang Kai's eyes twitched. He felt that this fellow's gaze was a bit strange, but he did not want to waste time with him, so he instructed, "Go to Luanfeng's place and tell her that I, Yang Kai, have returned. I have to properly settle the debt from back then. Tell her to prepare." Debt? What debt? The double-horned monster commander was confused. "Why are you asking so much? Hurry up and go." Yang Kai lifted his leg and kicked him. Oh. The double-horned monster commander turned around and left, but after taking a few steps, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. If he left now, wouldn't he have missed the opportunity to approach Yang Kai? He quickly turned around, but there was no one behind him. Yang Kai had long since disappeared, so he immediately slapped his thigh in annoyance, silently cursing himself for being so stupid. He did not dare to disobey and only hoped that he would have a chance to see Yang Kai again and properly work for him, so he immediately set off for Luanfeng's palace. Yang Kai's figure flickered, swaying from one tree to another as he followed his memory and flew in a certain direction. Only after an hour did he descend. The air was filled with a fragrant fragrance, and all kinds of creatures were competing with one another. Although this place was still in the ancient desolate ancient lands, it did not have the desolation and danger of the ancient lands. Instead, it was a peaceful and natural scene, completely different from other places. Birds rested on the treetops and beasts ran on the ground. Scenes that were rarely seen in other places of the ancient lands were common here. It was as if there was an invisible force protecting this land, preventing disasters from befalling the surrounding 10,000 kilometers. As the wind blew, the waves on the trees rose and fell, and there seemed to be whispering among the towering ancient trees. One after another, palm-sized figures suddenly flew out from behind the trees. Each and every one of them was extraordinarily beautiful and exuded a pure wood attribute aura from head to toe. Wood spirits. The weather is changing rapidly. It's very cold. Everyone, take care to keep warm. This was a peculiar race that had almost gone extinct in the long river of history. Their people were born weak and didn't have much fighting ability, but they had a unique talent for nurturing plants. It was rumored that in ancient times, those powerful experts liked to subdue one or two wood spirits to help them take care of the spirit herbs in their herb gardens. As long as one wood spirit lived in a herb garden of 100,000 mu, the quantity and quality of the herbs harvested would increase by 30%. They were the favorites of nature, extremely rare existences. The flowing time great emperor had passed, and the sea had turned into mulberry fields. In the endless river of history, every part of the astral plane had changed, and the changes of races were common. However, the ancient wildlands hadn't changed since ancient times, so there were many creatures that were rarely seen in the outside world. The wood spirits were like that, and so were the stone mongoose. The two races supported and relied on each other through the long flowing time great emperor, allowing their races to continue to exist. The stone mongoose race could provide the wood spirits with powerful protection, and in return, the wood spirits could provide the stone mongoose race with the ability to fly. They weren't good at fighting, but they could make the clumsy and huge stone mongoose fly. Without the help of the wood spirits, the stone mongoose could only fight on the ground, and would often suffer great losses. A dozen delicate wood spirits flew towards Xianxia, gathered around him, and danced like butterflies. "Hello." Xianxia grinned. Whether it was the wood spirit or the stone puppet, they were both very xenophobic races. Under normal circumstances, they would not interact with the outside world at all. Many of the monster race people who lived in the ancient lands had never seen their true faces and had only heard about them. However, Xianxia was different. Xianxia had come to the stone mongoose race's territory more than 10 years ago, and was even received as a distinguished guest by the stone mongoose and the wood spirits. Now that they met again, they were naturally familiar with each other. A female wood spirit landed on Xianxia's shoulder and whispered into his ear, "The elders and clansmen are waiting for you. Please." Her voice was soft and gentle, and her cheeks were slightly red. Wood spirits were easily embarrassed. Xianxia vaguely felt that she looked familiar, as if she was the one who had poured wine for him all those years ago. But he wasn't sure. He smiled and said, "All right." The wood spirit's innate divine technique allowed all the plants and trees within a radius of several thousand miles to become their eyes and ears. Therefore, the moment Xianxia arrived, the wood spirits sensed him and came to welcome him. The wood spirits led the way, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at the stone mongoose's residence. The ancient trees around them were much taller than the trees in other places, and the holes in the trees were natural houses. 9 huge stone mongoose figures were lined up in a row. The one in the middle looked a little old, and his body was even a little hunched. His beard, which looked like an upside-down stone pillar, hung in front of his chest, giving him a sense of vicissitudes. He was looking at them with a smile. Xianxia walked up to him, put his hand on his chest, and bowed. "Elder." Then, he looked at the half-foot-tall female wood spirit with a flower crown sitting on his shoulder. "Chief. Distinguished guest, we meet again." The stone mongoose elder chuckled, and his deep voice shook the earth. "Lower your voice." The wood spirit chief, Muna, plugged her ears. "I don't deserve to be your distinguished guest. Elder, you can just call me by my name." Xianxia looked humble. Wise elders always received the respect they deserved. Moreover, he had a deep relationship with the stone mongoose tribe. Both Xiaoxiao and his Dharmakaya were born from the stone mongoose tribe. "I came uninvited. I have something to trouble you with." The elder laughed, but his laughter was restrained, as if he was afraid that Muna would complain again. "If there's anything, wait until you're full. It's been more than 10 years since you last came here. It's rare for us to be so lively here. You can't miss this opportunity." "Then I'll listen to you." With the command, the banquet was set up. Just like 10 years ago, everyone sat on the ground and gathered in front of a huge tree root. The wood spirits busied themselves with the tree root as a table. Soon, the table was filled with fruits and wine. As night fell, the moonlight shone through the leaves. There were strange fruits hanging on the tree trunks, flashing with multicolored light, illuminating this side of the world. The stone puppets were normally submissive, but at this moment, some of them seemed to have gone crazy. They held wooden cups that were taller than a person and drank large mouthfuls of fine wine. They enjoyed the spirit melons and strange fruits that the wood spirits had nurtured as the wood spirits danced around them. The moon was bright in the sky, and the banquet and wine were delightful. The stone mongoose tribe's names were very simple, from stone 1 to stone 8, but Yongkai couldn't remember which one was which because they all looked similar. There was also a 9th stone, who was Xiaoxiao, but he had followed Zhang Ruoxi into the blood door and was still missing. The stone mongoose tribe was talented and powerful. Few people or monster beasts were their opponents, but the way of the heavens was to take from those who had too much and make up for those who didn't. The stone mongoose tribe was born with no more than 10 people. In other words, in the entire world, there were definitely no more than 10 stone mongoose tribes. Now, Yongkai had 9 stone mongoose in front of him. Including Xiaoxiao, there were exactly 10. Although the embodiment was a stone mongoose, it could no longer be considered a stone mongoose, so it naturally wasn't among them. The 8 stone mongoose toasted Yongkai one after another. The wine cups they used were twice the size of ordinary wine barrels. They looked like they wouldn't give up until they got Yongkai drunk. Yongkai couldn't refuse, so he could only fight with them. The spirit wine brewed by the wood spirits was full of spirit energy and strong. Even the stone mongoose couldn't drink too much. Even if Yongkai had a half-dragon body, how could he resist this group of simple-minded fools who were taking turns to fight him? In the middle of the night, he collapsed. Amidst the cheers of victory of the stone mongoose, a dozen wood spirits flew over and carried him into the wooden house to rest. When he woke up, it was already daytime. He felt dizzy, so he meditated and rested for a while before he finally felt better. He secretly made up his mind that he would never drink with this group of big guys again. The female wood spirit who went to welcome him yesterday peeked outside the door. Seeing that he was awake, she said timidly, "You're awake, guest. The elders and the tribe leader are waiting for you. I'll go now." "Thank you." Yongkai smiled at her, making her blush again. What a strange tribe. Yongkai thought to himself. The wood spirit tribe didn't only have a unique talent for cultivating spirit flowers and rare herbs, they themselves had great value. Rumor has it that the wood spirit tribe hid the secret of immortality. If someone was seriously injured and dying, as long as they could swallow a wood spirit, they would immediately come back from the dead and be healed. Fortunately, they lived in the ancient wasteland and were protected by the stone mongoose tribe. Otherwise, they would have been wiped out long ago. The greed of humans was endless. If these moving healing pills were targeted by someone, how could they escape from the devil's clutches? After leaving the wooden house, Yongkai went straight to a nearby tree hole. Going inside, he followed the spiral staircase up. Not long after, he saw the elder in another tree house. After saluting, he sat down. Yongkai asked, "Is there still no news from Xiaoxiao?" The elder shook his head. "Ever since the blood door went into hiding, there hasn't been any movement. I don't know how 9th stone is doing now." Yongkai smiled, with Ruoxi looking after him. Elder doesn't need to worry too much. Inside the blood door was the heavenly palace. Inside the heavenly palace were countless holy spirit essences that were obtained by Tianxing in the past. Xiaoxiao went in with Ruoxi to inherit Taiyu's essence. As long as he succeeded, he would be able to transform into Taiyu and have a boundless future. In ancient times, holy spirits emerged in an endless stream. However, there were also differences in strength between holy spirits. If the dragon and the phoenix were the leaders, then the black tortoise, white tiger, qilin, qiongqi, and other familiar names would be second only to the dragon and the phoenix. Taiyu's ranking among the holy spirits was also very high, not inferior to the qilin and qiongqi. Therefore, Yongkai was looking forward to seeing what Xiaoxiao would become after coming out of the blood door. Hearing this, the elder hesitated for a moment before finally changing the topic. "You came over yesterday to say something, what is it?" "It's like this, I want to build a territory crossing space array here that connects to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory." "Connecting to the Northern Territory?" The elder was shocked. "Boy, that won't do." Muna flew out of nowhere and landed on the elder's shoulder. She looked at Yongkai and shook her head. "This area is the pure territory of my wood spirit clan and the stone mongoose clan. Apart from you, no human has ever set foot here. If you build a space array here, our lives will be disturbed in the future." "I cannot agree." Whether it was the stone mongoose or the wood spirit clan, they were all easily coveted by others. Their existence itself was a secret. If this secret were to spread, it would certainly cause endless trouble. Xianxia solemnly said, "Patriarch, don't worry, I promise that the space array will only be used by me. Others will never come here through the array." The main reason was that the space array he arranged in the Luanfeng's palace was destroyed by the Luanfeng. If Xianxia wanted to connect the Northern Territory and the Eastern Territory, this was the only viable option. If he wanted to settle the score with the Luanfeng, it would be for the destruction of the space array. "How can you guarantee this?" Muna obviously didn't want to agree to this. Xianxia said, "Since I am the one who arranged the space array, I can guarantee this. Moreover, if someone other than me comes here in the future, the two of you can directly kill them, there is no need to hold back." Muna still wanted to say something, but the elder cut her off. "If you can guarantee this, then it's fine." "Many thanks, elder." Since the elder nodded in agreement, Muna naturally couldn't say anything more. "Where do you want to arrange the space array?" "Xiaoxiao's treehouse." Xianxia already had a choice. The treehouse he previously rested in was the treehouse Xiaoxiao lived in. The treehouse was large enough, and it was in the Stone Mongoose clan's territory, so it could be protected. "That's fine, if you need any help, just let me know." "Good, then I'll be going now." Xianxia got up and said goodbye. "Come find me when you're done, I have something to say to you," Muna suddenly said. Xianxia looked at her strangely and nodded. The majestic palace was grand and imposing. Inside the palace, the Luanfeng, who wore a phoenix crown and was dressed in splendid attire, sat at the head of the palace. Below her, a person was pacing back and forth with an anxious expression. From time to time, he would turn his head to look outside, as if he was waiting for something. This person looked like a man with an exquisite figure. He wore a black robe, and his black hair was casually tied into a bun with a jade hairpin. He was one of the 3 Saint Sovereigns of the Savage Wildland, the West Saint Sovereign Songgo. The West Saint, who had always been calm even in the face of a landslide, was now deeply distressed and had a conflicted expression on his face. He walked around like a headless fly for a while. Luanfeng finally couldn't bear it anymore. She rubbed her forehead and said, "Sit down. You're making me dizzy." Songgo stopped and looked at Luanfeng with grief and indignation. "Why is he here again? Tell me, why is he here again?" Luanfeng said weakly, "You're asking me? Who should I ask? Didn't I hear that he went to the Northern Territory and built a palace? High Heaven Palace." "Yes, High Heaven Palace." Songgo clapped his hands. "I heard that he's doing well in the Northern Territory. Why is he here in our Eastern Territory instead of abusing his power in the Northern Territory?" Songgo had never seen such a person. He crossed the territory as if he was eating and drinking. He even treated the savage wild ancient land as his backyard. Luanfeng said indifferently, "He said that he's here to settle accounts with me." "Settle accounts? What accounts?" Songgo stared at her. Luanfeng lowered her eyes. "Who knows? Maybe he's just talking nonsense." Songgo looked at her suspiciously. "Are you hiding something from us?" Luanfeng said, "What can I hide from you? But then again, you didn't leak any information about this, right?" Songgo sneered. "I'm not an idiot. Why would I leak any information? It's best that you didn't. If those Monster King knew that he's here." Songgo couldn't finish his sentence. Just thinking about the scene made him shudder. The dog seemed to have realized this as well, and its face was filled with grief and indignation. They were the dignified Saint Masters of the ancient wild lands, but now, they had to guard against a mere First-Order Emperor Realm Master like they were guarding against a thief. No one would believe them if they told others about it. Since when did a human have the right to behave so atrociously in the savage desolate ancient land? However, that was the truth. Ever since that person came to the savage wildland more than 10 years ago and stirred up a storm in the savage wildland, his name had spread throughout the savage wildland. If it weren't for the 3 holy sages working together to suppress him, the Monster King under their command would have set out to find him long ago. Of course, she wasn't looking for him for revenge. It was because that person was the only one who could talk to the descendants of Tian Xing. They all wanted to work for him so that when the blood gate opened again, they could gain the favor of the descendants of Xianxia. Only then would they have the chance to restore the glory of their ancestors and become divine spirits. Over the years, even with the suppression of the 3 holy sages, the remaining 29 monster kings still kept talking about replacing Ying Fei, Shi Lei, and Xia Wuwei to work for Yang Kai. Some of them even proposed the absurd idea of working in shifts. What kind of scandal was this? A group of high and mighty fiend kings were actually trying to curry favor with a human for the sake of an unattainable opportunity. They had even abandoned their pride and the glory of being fiend kings. The 3 holy venerates felt very embarrassed. However, after thinking about it, the monster king's cultivation had already reached the limit. If they wanted to improve further, they could only start from their ancestors' bloodline. Most of the monsters in the savage wildland had the bloodline of an ancient divine spirit. If they could obtain the help of the descendants of Xianxia, their chances of becoming a divine spirit were very high. Therefore, even though the 3 holy sages hated them for not living up to expectations, they couldn't punish them. Fortunately, over the past 10 years, the Monster King had gradually calmed down and didn't cause any trouble. The Luan Feng was now very glad that she made the choice to destroy the territory-crossing space formation. She really did have the foresight. Otherwise, if Yang Kai came to the savage wildland every 2 to 3 days, the 3 holy sages would become holy sages without any subordinates. At that time, they wouldn't have any subordinates and the Monster King would all go to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. That would be really embarrassing. Where's the monster commander that reported the news? The Tsang dog seemed to have thought of something and was shocked. The news of Yang Kai's reappearance in the savage wildland couldn't be spread out. Otherwise, the peaceful savage wildland would change again. He's locked up, the Luan Feng replied. If the Tsang dog could think of something, how could she not? When the monster commander with 2 horns came to report the news, he was immediately placed under house arrest. They were afraid that the news would leak out. That's good, the Tsang dog breathed a sigh of relief. Have you prepared the things I told you to prepare? The Luan Feng looked up at him. The Tsang dog flipped his hand and 3 space rings immediately appeared in his hand. They're all here. Are we really going to spend money to avoid disaster? Then what do you want? The Luan Feng was clear that she had destroyed the space array that Yang Kai had painstakingly arranged in the past. This time, she had to give him an explanation. The simplest and most effective method was naturally to spend money to avoid disaster, but she couldn't do this alone. After all, this was related to the entire savage wildland and the other 2 Saint Seniors couldn't escape. The Tsang dog said with some heartache, although our savage wildland is rich, it can't withstand his constant plundering. Last time, he took away a lot of good things. It's just some stones and some herbs, they aren't of much use to our savage wildland's monster clan. We can just give them to him, or... The Luan Feng's beautiful eyes flashed, a cold light blossoming in them. We can find an opportunity to kill him. The Tsang dog was startled. Absolutely not. What kind of crazy idea was this? If they really killed that person, how could the descendants of Tianxing leave the matter at that? The death of Shihua was still vivid in their minds, as if it had just happened yesterday. The descendants of Tianxing had taken away Shihua's source as if they were taking something from their pockets. Killing a divine spirit was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. Who dared to provoke them? They were the natural enemy of all divine spirits, just like the relationship between a cat and a mouse. He didn't consider whether he could kill them or not. If he really wanted to, how could 3 Saint Masters not be able to kill a First-Order Emperor Realm Master? However, how could he dare to kill him? How could he kill him? Fan Ke is here. The Luan Feng suddenly raised her head and looked outside. A tall figure entered from outside and landed in front of the 2. He wore a feathered crown and a decent blue robe, but his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Looking at the Tsang dog, then at the Luan Feng, he asked, "He's here again?" The Luan Feng nodded lightly. Fan Ke let out a long sigh. My fate. He had never thought that a trivial human could shake the entire savage wildland ancient land. If this person was really strong, it would be fine, but his skill was not as good as his opponent's. Although the divine spirits were strong, they were not invincible. Unfortunately, this person's strength was not that great, and he did not even intend to become an enemy of the savage wildland, but his existence alone was enough to endanger the peace of the entire savage wildland. When had the Saint Masters of the savage wildland ancient land ever been so aggrieved? They couldn't fight, but they couldn't kill. Xianxia finally understood what it meant by good people don't live long, but bad people live 1,000 years. It was referring to people like Xianxia. Where is he now? The Luanfeng shook her head. I don't know, I only know that he suddenly appeared in the savage wildland yesterday and met a monster commander. He ordered that monster commander to deliver a message, saying that he would come find me. No other monster race members saw him? Xianxia's heart jumped to his throat. Probably not, the Luanfeng frowned. The Luanfeng frowned. Otherwise, the monster kings below wouldn't be so quiet. You know that guy is proficient in the law of space and can appear and disappear unpredictably. If he really hid his movements, those monster kings wouldn't be able to discover him. If the news really spread, then the monster kings who had been restless for a long time would come out in full force. That's good, Xianxia finally relaxed. What should we do now? Wait here for him to come? Songgu looked at the Luanfeng, then at Xianxia. The most important thing now is to find out where he is. It would be best if we can find him before he comes here. Don't let him walk around in the savage wildland. The Luanfeng nodded, that makes sense. She was so angry at Xianxia that she didn't think about this for a while. As soon as Xianxia said this, she suddenly had an idea. Her beautiful eyes flashed, maybe I know where he is. Looking up, she and Xianxia shouted at the same time, the stone mongoose. It wasn't hard to guess where Xianxia went. After all, in the savage wildland, only the stone mongoose had a good relationship with him. Since he appeared in the savage wildland and didn't look for any of the 3 Saint Masters, there could only be one place for him to go. Although they couldn't be sure, they were very confident. Since they had made their decision, the 3 Saint Masters no longer hesitated. They immediately set out, rushing towards the stone mongoose's territory. They couldn't wait for him to come to them, so they had to take the initiative. In the entire savage wildland, the stone mongoose's existence was very special. It was because they weren't under the jurisdiction of the Saint Masters and could be considered a free race. It wasn't that the Luanfeng and the others didn't want to subdue the stone mongoose, but not only were these big guys not weak, they were also very stubborn. Many years ago, although they had the upper hand in several battles, they couldn't do much to the stone mongoose, let alone subdue them. Later, when they found that the stone mongoose only moved around within 10,000 li of their territory and didn't harm their interests, they stopped paying attention to them. However, there were still some gaps between them. This time, if it wasn't for Xianxia, they wouldn't have been willing to go to the stone mongoose's territory so easily. Inside the treehouse, Xianxia looked at the space array in front of him with satisfaction. This time, the arrangement of the space array was much smoother than before. The most obvious difference was that the time it took to arrange the space array was cut in half. This wasn't because his strength had improved, but rather because his attainments in space principles had improved a lot. After becoming the master of star territory, using the entire star territory as a carrier to activate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique and devour the territory of the Great Desolate Star, Xianxia didn't just obtain the hundreds of millions of Li star field, but also his comprehension of space. The changes in the sealed world bead and the expansion of the small sealed world were also related to the mysteries of space. Xianxia didn't deliberately cultivate the space divine technique, but he gained a lot in the process. His comprehension of space principles had reached a new level, and he instinctively felt that he had touched upon some profound secret. His whole vision became a little different. Although the surrounding space was empty, in his eyes, it was clear that there were traces to follow. He stood there, immersed in an extremely mysterious feeling, unable to extricate himself for a long time. In a trance, he entered a very strange state. He raised his hand slightly and slapped forward. It was just a subconscious action. Moreover, when he slapped forward, there was no movement in the surroundings. He continued to attack. Sometimes, his palm turned into a fist. Sometimes, his 5 fingers opened like a halberd. Sometimes, his fist turned into a palm. His movements were random and there was no pattern to them. However, there was a strange charm to them. 100 miles away, the 3 Saint Venerables were flying over. Suddenly, they stopped on a tree. Luanfeng frowned and said, "The territory of the Stone Mongoose clan is in front of us. I wonder if that brat is here." "I hope he is here," Fan Hua said with a tired expression. 3 Saint Venerables were dispatched just to send something to that brat so that he could leave. If others knew about this, they would laugh themselves to death. Song Go suddenly sniffed and asked with a strange expression, "Do you feel something?" "What?" Luanfeng turned to look at him. Song Go frowned and said, "I can't explain it clearly. It's just, be careful." His expression suddenly changed and he shouted while pointing behind Luanfeng. Luanfeng also felt it. She suddenly felt a sense of danger behind her. A strong suction force was transmitted, as if it wanted to swallow her. In a moment of desperation, Luanfeng suddenly opened a pair of beautiful wings on her back. She flapped her wings and flew away. Looking back, he saw that a huge black hole had appeared out of nowhere behind where he had been standing. He scanned the black hole with his divine sense and found that the black hole was filled with nothingness and chaos. The surrounding space was melting and shattering, and there was also an extremely strange vibrating force. She felt a fatal threat from this black hole. If she was really swallowed, she was afraid that she would not have a good ending. The law of space. Fan Hua's expression darkened. Before he could finish his words, the void in front of him rippled. The strange vibration force attacked again. Using the void as a medium, it struck right in front of him. Fan Hua's expression changed drastically. He fell flat on his back. A visible ripple swept over him and cut off a strand of his hair. The ripple continued for 100 miles. Wherever it passed, huge tree crowns were shattered into pieces. Black holes appeared one after another as layers of vibrational force spread out from all directions, creating a killing zone in the large space, enveloping the 3 Saint Venerates. The 3 of them were greatly shocked, and they hurriedly executed their abilities to move about freely and avoid the numerous shapeless killer moves. Fortunately, they weren't ordinary people and were strong themselves. Otherwise, just the first wave of attacks would have been enough to take their lives. Looking down from the sky, the space within a radius of a few hundred miles was in chaos. The 3 Saint Venerables were in the middle of it, and they couldn't tell north from south. They were clearly running in opposite directions, but somehow, they ran into each other. The entire world seemed to have turned into a cage, trapping the 3 of them within. No matter how hard they tried, they were unable to break through the invisible seal. The 3 of them were shocked. It was not that there was no one in this world who was more powerful than them, but they were holy spirits after all. Now, someone had actually managed to toy with the 3 of them without even showing their faces. This was simply too inconceivable. Was he the one who did this? Song Dog asked with wide eyes as he dodged the invisible attacks. Space principles weren't something that just anyone could master. Xianxia had just appeared in the savage wildland ancient land yesterday, and today, someone had used the space divine technique to deal with him. Song Dog couldn't think of anyone else who could use such a method. Suddenly, he discovered that this little brat was much stronger than he was a dozen years ago. If he had such a method a dozen years ago, he wouldn't have been beaten so miserably by Shihua. Where is he? Luanfeng was annoyed, and 2 feathers fell from her wings. This was because she couldn't avoid the invisible space principles just now. Although the situation in front of them was a little dangerous, it wasn't a life or death situation. However, Luanfeng couldn't understand why Xianxia had attacked them without saying a word. Was that little brat crazy? Even if his strength had improved over the past dozen years, it shouldn't be enough to make 3 Saint Venerables his enemy. What's more, the 3 of them didn't provoke him this time, so if it was because of the space array, it would be making a big fuss over nothing. Fan Hua didn't say a word, his face cold as he suddenly stretched out 2 fingers and wiped them across his eyes, shouting, "Open!" Looking around and observing from a different angle, his face changed. Not good, this place is about to collapse. He had the heavenly eye divine technique, allowing him to see the essence of things that others couldn't see. Under his heavenly eye's observation, this vast expanse of space was actually shaking. Although the space seemed to be fine, it was actually filled with space cracks that even divine sense couldn't detect. If this space was compared to a big flatbread, then this flatbread had already fallen apart, turning into countless tiny fragments. It was just that nothing could be seen from the outside. Song Dog and Luan Feng both paled when they heard this and realized the seriousness of the situation, so they no longer hesitated and revealed their true forms. With a walla sound, an enormous and beautiful bird that looked like a phoenix soared into the sky. It spat out black flames as it struggled to break free from the restraints of this space and rushed out. The azure dog also transformed into a monster that was several dozen feet tall and followed closely behind the Luan Feng. Fanhua relied on the heavenly divine technique to move through the countless space cracks. After a while, the three of them finally escaped from the dangerous zone. Luan Feng and Song Dog transformed back into their human forms, looking back with dignified expressions, a lingering fear in their hearts. It was undeniable that this kind of power had the qualifications to threaten them. If it was really Yang Kai's doing, then they should carefully examine their relationship with him. The shaking space suddenly calmed down and the black hole slowly shrank, disappearing without a trace. The layers of shaking force also calmed down, and the space that should have shattered quickly became safe again. What's going on? Song Dog frowned, a look of displeasure on his face, a show of strength? Although he was afraid of the descendants of Tianxing behind Yang Kai, that was all. In his opinion, Yang Kai was just someone who lived off a woman. Without the support of a descendant of Tianxing, what was a trivial first-order emperor realm master in front of him? This time, he came here with Luan Feng and Fan Hua with a belly full of grievances, so being treated like this before they even met Yang Kai naturally put him in a bad mood. Luan Feng also wore a sullen expression, feeling that Yang Kai had gone too far. No matter what, the three of them were divine spirits, so even if she destroyed the space array without warning him, Yang Kai shouldn't have been so rude. Fan Hua shook his head slightly, it doesn't seem to be intentional. He had seen clearly just now that everything was done without a target. If this was really a show of strength, the attacks wouldn't have been so scattered. Could it be unintentional? Song Dog said angrily. Perhaps he is cultivating some kind of divine technique. Fan Hua had a faint guess, but as soon as he spoke, he was shocked. This divine technique wasn't finalized, in other words, it wasn't perfected yet. If an unperfect divine technique was so powerful, what would happen if he really cultivated it? He didn't dare to think about it anymore. No wonder the descendants of Tianxing treated him so differently. Now, it seemed that even without the support of a descendant of Tianxing, he wasn't someone they could casually offend. A human's lifespan might not be as long as a divine spirit's, and their starting point might not be as high as a divine spirit's, or even worse than an ordinary monster race's, but a human's potential for growth was terrifying. While these thoughts were fluctuating, a person's voice suddenly rang in their ears, "Greetings, please forgive us for not coming out to greet you." The three Saint Masters' expressions changed as they naturally recognized Yang Kai's voice. Exchanging a glance, Fan Hua said, "Little brother Yang is too polite, we also came uninvited." Song Dog and Luan Feng's eyes flashed with surprise. Fan Hua's way of addressing Yang Kai was very thought-provoking. Divine spirits had their own pride, and the Emperor realm didn't have the qualifications to call them brothers. "Since you are here, come in and talk." Fan Hua smiled, "Thank you for your hospitality." He signaled the Luan Feng and Song Dog with his eyes and stepped forward. Affected by his words, Song Dog and Luan Feng also put away their discontent. Among the three divine spirits, Luan Feng was the strongest, but Fan Hua was known for his wisdom, so when they gathered together, he was basically the leader. In a flash, the three Saint Masters arrived at the Stone Mongoose clan's residence. In the open space, surrounded by countless thick trees, Yang Kai stood there with a smile, looking at the three people descending from the sky. The 8 Stone Mongoose clans were scattered around, staring at the three with hostile expressions. The Stone Mongoose clan didn't have a good relationship with them. The elder stood beside Yang Kai with the Wood Spirit clan's patriarch sitting on his shoulder. On the treetops, many wood spirits peeked their heads out to look, but they didn't dare to show themselves. Fan Hua stepped forward and greeted the Stone Mongoose elder. "It has been many years since we last met, elder is still as handsome as ever." The elder was startled and a little surprised, but he still returned the greeting. "Saint Master is too polite." Since others were talking to him in a polite manner, he naturally couldn't show any displeasure, not to mention that the elder wasn't a person who liked to fight. This time, we came uninvited because we heard that little brother Yang appeared in the ancient lands, so we thought that you must have come here. Now that we look at it, it seems that we are right. Yang Kai smiled, but he was also a little confused. He felt that Fan Hua was a little too enthusiastic, and didn't he ask the two-horned beast marshal to send a message to Luan Feng, so he would go find her? Why were they the ones who came here? Of course, he didn't know about his influence in the ancient lands. The three Saint Masters didn't dare to let him wander around the ancient lands as he pleased. If they didn't, they wouldn't have condescended to him. Yang Kai didn't want to beat around the bush with him, so he asked directly, "Why are you here?" "Nothing much. We just came here to have a look," Fan Hua replied with a smile. "How can I believe you?" Yang Kai didn't take it seriously, but he became alert and said, "If that's the case, let's sit down and talk." Then, he sat down with Fan Hua and the others at the same wooden table as last night. Muna clapped her hands, and the wood spirits flew out from the treetops, bringing fruits and wine to the table. Fan Hua smiled, "I have heard that the wood spirit clan is good at cultivating spirit fruits, but I haven't had the chance to see it. It seems that today, we will have a good meal. Let me offer you a toast, little brother Yang." Fan Ke had lowered his posture in an attempt to befriend Yang Kai, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't refuse. The banquet was filled with laughter, and the host and guests enjoyed themselves. After 3 rounds of wine, Fan Ke asked, intentionally or unintentionally, "I wonder what little brother Yang has come to the ancient lands for." "I'm just passing by," Yang Kai replied casually. "Passing by, haha." Fan Hua chuckled, naturally not believing this nonsense. According to the information he received, Yang Kai had established a High Heaven sect in the Northern Territory, but this place was in the Eastern Territory, a remote and treacherous ancient wild land. No matter how much he wanted to pass by, there was no way he would pass by here. What he did not know was that Yang Kai was telling the truth. He had come here from the Hangluo star field by coincidence, and since he was already here, he might as well arrange a space array in the ancient lands. It was just a matter of convenience for him. But in Fan Hua's opinion, this was not the truth, and he increasingly felt that this little brat had ulterior motives. He was afraid that this little brat was planning to make a move on the monster kings of the ancient lands, so he was extremely vigilant. If Yang Kai really walked around the ancient lands and raised his arm, all 29 monster kings would follow him. How could Fan Hua allow such a thing to happen right under his nose? "Does brother Fan have something to say?" Yang Kai squinted at him, feeling that today's matter was a little strange, so he frowned and said, "If you have something to say, why don't we just get straight to the point? It's pointless to beat around the bush." "You're the one who's pointless." The 3 Saint Masters cursed in their hearts, and the Luan Feng could not help but roll her eyes. If it were anyone else who said this, the 3 of them would have already turned hostile. No matter whether the other party really had such intentions or not, as long as there was something suspicious about them, they would not let them go easily and would immediately kill them on the spot to protect their rights. However, Fan Hua firmly believed that Yang Kai's future was limitless and that his strength would be on par with them sooner or later. Moreover, he had the support of a descendant of Tian Xing, so how could they easily offend him? Chuckling, Fan Wu said, "I heard that little brother Yang has established a sect in the Northern Territory. The 3 of us have been residing in the ancient lands for a long time, so we were unable to visit and congratulate you." Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Brother Fan, you're being too serious. I'm just making a small fuss. How can I compare to the 3 of you who are free and unfettered in this ancient land?" This was the truth. Although the savage wildland was a little dangerous and was filled with the power of the savage wildland, making it impossible for ordinary people to withstand, this place was a natural giant treasure trove. There were all kinds of spirit flowers and rare herbs, and there were also a lot of earth vein source crystal mines. The 3 Saint Sovereigns could be said to have occupied one of the best places in the world, and they even had dozens of monster king subordinates at their disposal. This made Yang Kai very envious. If the High Heaven Palace could be built here, it would definitely become one of the top sects in the entire astral boundary within 100 years. However, these words made Fan Wu and the other 2 Saint Sovereigns' hearts skip a beat. They felt that this guy was implying something. What? Not only did he take a fancy to their monster king subordinates, but he also took a fancy to their territory? Could it be that this guy wanted to snatch their territory? He was simply going too far. The three saint sovereigns, who were prejudiced by their first impressions, had ugly expressions on their faces. Not bothering to beat around the bush with Yang Kai, Fan Wu reached out and took out a few space rings, placing them on the wooden table and gently pushing them in front of Yang Kai, the smile on his face unchanged. Yang Kai looked at the space rings, then at the three saint sovereigns, blinking and asking, "What is the meaning of this?" Fan Wu smiled slightly and said, "Little brother Yang's high heaven palace has just been built, and I'm afraid that it will require a lot of financial resources. The three of us can't help much, but there is still some production in the ancient lands. We hope that little brother Yang won't refuse this small gift. Consider it a little support from the three of us to your noble sect." What was going on? Yang Kai was a little dumbfounded. It was undeniable that when he asked the two-horned monster commander to pass a message to Luan Feng yesterday, he had made up his mind to extort some money from her. He had already thought of the wording in his mind. He would say that the territory-crossing space array had cost him a lot of money and effort, and since it had been destroyed by Luan Feng, he would have to compensate her. If Luan Feng didn't give him anything, he would shamelessly refuse to leave. Two of the space arrays he arranged had already been destroyed, one by Luan Feng, and the other by the Iron Blood Great Emperor. Yang Kai didn't dare to look for trouble with the Iron Blood Great Emperor, so if he encountered him, he would rather avoid him. In that case, it could only be Luan Feng's bad luck. However, this matter was only directed at Luan Feng, it had nothing to do with Fan Wu or Song Dog. Moreover, Yang Kai and Luan Feng weren't enemies. In fact, he had even borrowed Luan Feng's help in the past, so naturally, he wouldn't go too far. As long as Luan Feng gave him some compensation, this matter would be settled. He wasn't an unreasonable person. Unexpectedly, before he had time to extort her, others had taken the initiative to come knocking on his door, and not just one, but 3 people had come together. How strange, in this world, there were actually people who took the initiative to come knocking on someone's door. There were 9 space rings in front of him, and without even thinking about it, Yang Kai knew that Fan Wu and the others had divided them evenly, so each of them would have 3. Could there be some kind of trap? Yang Kai couldn't help but feel that there was something strange about today's events. Fan Wu and the others were too enthusiastic today, so much so that he couldn't bear it. However, even if there was some kind of trap, Yang Kai wasn't so cowardly that he didn't even have the courage to investigate the space ring. Reaching out, he picked up one of the space rings and swept it with his divine sense, his brow rising as his eyes widened. Good heavens, there were so many source crystals. There was no way to calculate it carefully, but all the source crystals in this space ring were mid-rank and above, and there were also many high-rank source crystals. A rough estimate would put the value of at least 100 million high-rank source crystals. 100 million high-rank source crystals was a huge number. If converted to mid-rank source crystals, it would be 10 billion, and low-rank source crystals would be 1 trillion. Lightly coughing, Yang Kai remained calm and collected as he picked up another space ring to investigate. Countless spirit flowers and rare herbs suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, each one of them quite old. The third space ring was filled with rare minerals. The ancient lands produced nothing more than these: source crystals, herbs, minerals, and the monster beast's monster core. The first 3 were basically useless to the monster race. Needless to say, source crystals and minerals didn't need to be mentioned. The monster race's cultivation didn't rely on source crystals, but rather on the essence of the sun and moon, accumulating it over the years. Although the herbs were somewhat useful, no one in the ancient lands knew alchemy, so the monster race could only swallow them whole, unable to display much of their medicinal efficacy. However, the monster beast's monster core was of great use to them. Swallowing other monster beasts' monster cores could allow their strength to increase rapidly. However, Yang Kai had robbed a lot of monster beasts' monster cores the last time he came to the ancient lands. This time, Fan Ke and the others couldn't gather too much, so they replaced it with rare minerals. The 3 space rings were divided into 3 categories, containing 3 different kinds of items. The 3 space rings were all like this. Yang Kai had taken a lot of treasures from the ancient lands last time, almost 3 times the wealth in these 9 space rings, but that time was different from this time. At that time, both sides had shed all pretense of cordiality and fought fiercely. Later, the descendants of Xianxia awakened their bloodline, causing the three Saint Venerables to feel uneasy. Naturally, they had paid a great price to appease Yang Kai's anger. This time, they just wanted to send Yang Kai away as quickly as possible. These things were already extremely valuable. What they lacked, they had obtained. There were still hundreds of thousands of people waiting to be settled in the small sealed world. Once they were settled in the High Heaven Palace, the High Heaven Palace would have a huge demand for resources, especially source crystals. Which cultivator didn't need them for cultivation? There were also pills. Yang Kai had squandered all the source crystals in his space ring for Xianxia in Tongxian realm. Almost all of them had been used to arrange the 108 profound heaven spirit array, so he was in urgent need of source crystals. Although there were still source crystals in Huaqing Sea, and the commercial channel between the High Heaven Palace and the Southern Territory should have been established, in the long run, who would complain about having more source crystals? With this wealth, at the very least, he wouldn't have to worry too much about the cultivation of the High Heaven Palace disciples in the early stages. For me? Yang Kai swallowed his saliva quietly. It wasn't that he hadn't seen the world, but the three Saint Venerables' action of offering charcoal in snowy weather was really puzzling. Fanka laughed. Since we've taken it out, Brother Yang, you can't ask us to take it back, right? That wouldn't be proper. Yeah, Yang. Brother Yang, you can't refuse this little bit of face, right? Sanggo also echoed. Why did he feel that calling him Brother Yang sounded so awkward? He felt sick of it. Little Brother Yang, don't refuse, Luanfeng pursed her lips and smiled. In that case. Yang Kai smiled like a flower but pretended to be aloof. He quickly put away the 9 space rings. And said, then it would be impolite of me to refuse, ha 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 ha. Regardless of what they were planning, he would take the benefits first. This was much more profitable than the extortion he had expected. However, the ancient lands were so rich. Shouldn't he make full use of it? If he could treat the ancient lands as the back garden of the High Heaven Palace, then what would the disciples have to worry about in the future? If they lacked source crystals, they could come here to mine, and if they lacked pills, they could come here to find herbs to refine. They could be completely self-sufficient. If this was the case, it would be difficult for the High Heaven Palace not to rise. His heart skipping a beat, Yang Kai blurted out, thank you for thinking so highly of me. Little brother is willing to become sworn brothers with my 3 elder brothers and sisters. I don't ask to be born on the same day, month, or day, but I ask that we share blessings and hardships. What do you think? Sharing blessings and hardships was true, but if the 3 divine spirits couldn't handle something, there was nothing he could do. Ah? This topic changed too quickly and his thoughts jumped too quickly. Luanfeng couldn't help but cry out in surprise, covering her red lips with her small hand. Fanka and Sanggo also raised their eyebrows. PFFF. Muna, who had been sitting on the elder's shoulder, couldn't help laughing as she looked at Yang Kai with great interest, wondering if this boy was really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. How could he say something like that? This? Even with Fanka's sharp mind, he didn't know what to say at this time, feeling a sense of helplessness. This boy was too shameless, actually boasting so shamelessly about becoming sworn brothers with the 3 divine spirits. He didn't deny that Yang Kai had great potential, and perhaps in the future he would stand at a higher height than him, but that was only in the future. Who knew if he would live to that day? A genius who died young was not worth making friends with. If they agreed at this moment, the 3 holy masters would be the ones to suffer losses. Since they were already brothers and sisters, how could they not help the High Heaven Palace? He definitely had to send a dozen or so demon kings over to help his 4th brother hold down the fort. This was what they were worried about the most. They couldn't avoid it, so how could they take the initiative to help? The originally harmonious atmosphere suddenly froze. Yang Kai observed their expressions. How could he not know what they were thinking? He snorted inwardly, thinking that in this world, strength was the most important thing. These 3 were probably looking down on him. Otherwise, why would they look so embarrassed? He just said it casually. He didn't really mean it. He just wanted the rich resources in the ancient lands. If they didn't want it, why would he force them? A forceful melon won't be sweet. Besides, Yang Kai didn't think he was worse than these 3. He had killed many people in the Dragon Island. How could he put these three holy spirits who were much weaker than the dragon race in his eyes? He laughed and said, I'm just kidding. You don't need to mind it. Fan Hua wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and squeezed out a smile. Little brother Yang is really a wonderful person. Come, let this Fan offer you another toast. Saying so, he winked at the Luan Feng and Song dog. After a few glasses of wine, the awkward atmosphere eased a lot. When it was evening, the sky was bright. Fan Ke and the other two stood up and said goodbye. Yang Kai said warmly, let me see you off. No need, Fan Ke hurriedly said, we'll do as we please. Little brother Yang, you should rest. They didn't want him to walk around the ancient lands. How could they let him see them off? Then, okay. Yang Kai nodded and cupped his fists, then, I'll leave you alone. We won't leave you alone. Little brother Yang, please stay. Fan Ke smiled and said goodbye to the elders and Muna. Then, he flew up into the sky with Luan Feng and Song Go. Yang Kai waved his hand warmly, little brother will remember your kindness today. I will visit you again to express my gratitude. Farewell. Fan Ke and the other two, who were about to turn around and leave, staggered and almost fell from the sky. At a rate visible to the naked eye, Fan Hua took a few deep breaths while Luan Feng turned around and glared at Yang Kai. The three figures turned into streams of light and disappeared. Yang Kai stood in place, frowning, scratching his head in confusion. Strange, really strange. Pfft. Muna laughed again. The elder also couldn't help but laugh. Yang Kai turned around and looked at them. Elder, patriarch, what do you think these three are up to today? Why did they come here to give me something? Yang Kai, Song Go, Song Go and Fan Song Yang. Even if he had Zhang Ruashi behind him, they wouldn't act like this. Yang Little Song Heaven's Song Muna was also speechless. Fan Ke and the others' intentions and actions today were like lice on top of her head. It was obvious, but Yang Kai was completely confused and even said something like swearing to become sworn brothers. Wasn't this just forcing him to a dead end? Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he cupped his fists and said, please enlighten me, patriarch. How did you survive until now? Muna looked at him in surprise. The elder smiled and said, he can't be blamed for being stupid. I'm afraid he doesn't know the inside story. Muna thought for a moment and said, that's right. Alright, kid, I'll tell you what's going on with them today. After listening to Muna's explanation, Yang Kai suddenly understood. He pointed at himself and said, are they afraid that I'll kidnap the Monster King? Muna said, the Monster King's cultivation is almost at the peak. If they want to go further, they can only think about the blood door. You are the only one who can talk to the descendants of Tian Xingshijio was able to enter the blood door because of you. With this precedent, you should understand what kind of position you have in the hearts of the Monster Kings, right? Yang Kai was still a little stunned. Although I knew about this, I didn't expect it to have such a big impact. Flying Eagle, Rhino Lei, and Xia Wuwei were the three Monster Kings who were on duty under him. When Yang Kai brought them out of the ancient lands, it was just to borrow their power. After the matter was settled, when Yang Kai wanted to send them back, the three Monster Kings were very unwilling. When they found out that the space array was destroyed and they could continue to stay in the High Heaven Palace, the three of them were even happier. It wasn't that they forgot their roots. It was just that people wanted to go higher, and water wanted to flow lower. The Monster Kings were the same. Yang Kai said thoughtfully, if that's the case, if I raise my arms in the ancient lands, won't I be able to take away all the Monster Kings? Probably. Yang Kai said, if I ask them to help me destroy Fan Ke and the others. Wishful thinking. Muna looked at him with disdain. The three holy sages have ruled the ancient lands for a long time. Under their power, which Monster King has the guts to confront them directly? In order to enter the blood door, they may be willing to follow you and listen to your orders. But if you dare to ask them to deal with Fan Ke, Luan Feng, I'm afraid they won't be satisfied. Kai Yang chuckled and said, I'm just saying. His expression brightened, and he said, it seems that I still have to go to the ancient lands more often in the future. As long as he came, he didn't even need to do anything. He just needed to spread the news, and Fan Ke, Luan Feng, and Songgu would probably give him some benefits to send him away. Of course, this kind of thing could be done twice, but not thrice. The holy spirits were not to be trifled with. If they were really provoked, it wouldn't be good for them. In any case, Yang Kai was in a good mood after understanding the whole story. Although he couldn't treat the ancient lands as the High Heaven Palace's back garden, he might be able to form a cooperative relationship with the three holy sages in the future. A mutually beneficial relationship would be stable for a long time. The ancient lands produced a lot of resources, and the High Heaven Palace could use some pills to exchange with them. The monster race didn't have anyone who could refine pills, but it didn't mean that they couldn't consume pills. On the contrary, the pills refined by humans were rare goods in the monster race. Even if they were sold 10 or 20 times the price, they might not be able to meet the demand. When the time came, the High Heaven Palace would cooperate with the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce in the Southern Territory, and cooperate with the savage desolate ancient land in the Eastern Territory. As long as they could earn a certain amount of profit, the High Heaven Palace would never have to worry about the cultivation resources of their disciples. Moreover, this was a unique business. Even if others were jealous, they wouldn't be able to copy it. After all, they didn't have a space array that could cross territory. He already had a vague idea in his heart. When he returned to the High Heaven Palace, he might be able to ask Hua Qingxi to come up with a feasible plan. By the way, Patriarch, you said you had something to say to me. May I know what it is? Yang Kai suddenly remembered something and asked. Come with me. Muna's expression became serious as she turned and flew into the tree hole. Yang Kai didn't know what she was going to do, so he could only follow closely behind. Inside the tree hole, Muna turned around and faced him. After Yang Kai walked in, she raised her hand and the tree hole suddenly closed, isolating the inside from the outside. Yang Kai was suspicious, but he also knew that Muna wouldn't harm him. It was publicly known that the Wood Spirit clan didn't like fighting. Just as he was about to speak, Muna suddenly flew towards him and said, "Close your eyes." Yang Kai obediently did as he was told. Then, a very natural fragrance wafted into his nose, and he couldn't help but inhale a few more times. Speaking of which, Muna was also a heavenly beauty. It was just that the limitations of the Wood Spirit clan meant that she was only the size of a palm. If she were to be enlarged to the size of a normal human, she would definitely be an existence that could topple all living beings. The aura on her body was very pleasant, and Yang Kai's heart suddenly became tranquil, as if he had entered into an ethereal state of nature. After a short while, a strange sound traveled into Yang Kai's ears. A strange expression instantly appeared on Yang Kai's face. This was because he could feel that Muna seemed to be circling around him, sniffing at something incessantly. Patriarch, what are you doing? Yang Kai stealthily opened his eyes and asked. If it were a normal woman acting like this, Yang Kai would definitely think that she was trying to seduce him, but Muna clearly wasn't. Was there some kind of special aura on his body? Otherwise, what was she sniffing at? There was no response. Muna continued to descend and finally stopped at Yang Kai's dantian tree. After sniffing a few times, a look of shock appeared on her face and she covered her red lips with her hand. The tree hole was silent. Yang Kai waited for a while before asking, "Can I open my eyes now?" N. Yang Kai opened his eyes, only to see Muna frowning, a look of embarrassment on her face. Today's events were really strange. First, Fan Hua and the others took the initiative to deliver gifts, and now, he was being pulled into the tree hole by the Wood Spirit clan's patriarch for a round of sniffing. Do you know what our Wood Spirit clan is best at? Muna suddenly asked. Cultivating spirit melons and mutant fruits, brewing fine wine. That's right, we're also quite good at singing and dancing, Yang Kai answered without even thinking. Muna face-bombed. So this is what our Wood Spirit clan looks like in your eyes? Yang Kai asked in surprise, isn't it? Muna smiled bitterly. Of course not. The reason we're good at cultivating spirit melons and mutant fruits is because we're born with the ability to communicate with plants. I'm sure you've heard that in ancient times, our Wood Spirit clan was the steward of those powerful beings' medicine gardens. Yang Kai nodded firmly. This is the Wood Spirit clan's innate divine technique. In this world, any plant can be used to its fullest potential in our hands because we're familiar with the habits of those plants. This is something that no other race can compare to. Yangkai put on a look of sudden realization, but he had no idea what Muna was trying to say. It's because of this innate divine technique that our wood spirit clan can sense the existence of some very unique plants. Muna stared at Yangkai with a burning gaze. Do you have any particularly precious plants on you? For example, flowers, grass, trees. Yangkai's eyelids twitched as he asked seriously, why do you say that? He really did have some particularly precious plants on him. He even wondered if Muna already knew something. Muna said, don't be nervous. I only know because I smelled something. She paused for a moment before saying, actually, I already sensed it when you came last time, but I wasn't too sure. Are you sure now? Yes. Muna nodded. Can you tell me what it is? Patriarch, you can't smell it? Yangkai asked instead of answering. Muna glanced at him helplessly, knowing that he had some misgivings, so she said, rumor has it that in ancient times, there was a strange tree called Tsang. It was gold and silver, and it fused together to seal all things. Am I right? Yangkai's eyes widened, and he almost gave her a thumbs up. She could even smell it? This was simply amazing. The Wood Spirit clan was indeed a clan that was born with the ability to communicate with plants. He had sealed the pure ancient demonic chi in the Dantian by relying on the Tsang tree's gold and silver sealing power, so it was natural that some of its aura would leak out. Others did not have the innate talent of the Wood Spirit clan, so they naturally could not sense it. But in front of the Wood Spirit clan, especially the patriarch of the Wood Spirit clan, this weak aura was as bright and dazzling as a lamp in the darkness. Muna observed his expression, so how could she not know that she had guessed correctly? She was immediately shocked. You actually have a Tsang tree? Yangkai chuckled, I got it by chance, by chance. Muna said enviously, your luck is really good. She frowned, but there seems to be another kind of aura on your body. That aura. Yangkai's heart skipped a beat. It was not a big deal that Muna could smell the aura of the Tsang tree. Although the Tsang tree was a legend, it only had the power to seal. Yangkai was only using it to seal the Dantian's ancient demonic chi, so even if news of it spread, it would not be a big deal. There were many ways to seal the world, and he was not weak now, so no one would be stupid enough to cause trouble for him for the sake of the Tsang tree. However, the other tree was different. If news of its existence were to spread, the entire star boundary would be turned upside down. That represented the mystery of immortality. Immortality was so tempting that even the great emperors could not guarantee their own immortality. However, it was rumored that if one could refine that thing, they would be able to comprehend the mystery of immortality and live as long as the heavens and earth, shining as brilliantly as the sun and moon. Yangkai's heart jumped to his throat. Muna was simply too strange. He was really afraid that she would spit out the words immortal tree. If that was the case, he really didn't know what to do. If it were anyone else, Yangkai would have simply silenced them. But Muna didn't have any enmity with him. In fact, their relationship was quite good, and the wood spirits didn't hesitate to fight against each other. Against such an existence, how could Yangkai be so cruel? If he really did that, he would not only offend the wood spirit tribe, but also the stone mongoose tribe. Fortunately, Muna hesitated for a long time before shaking her head and saying, I don't know what that aura is either. Yangkai heaved a sigh of relief. Muna clicked her tongue in wonder. To think that there are plants in this world that our wood spirit race doesn't know about. Sure enough, there are all sorts of strange things in this world. Yangkai laughed dryly and said, Patriarch, you must have smelled it wrong. Impossible. Muna shook her head decisively. She didn't notice Yangkai's anxiety at all. She looked up and said excitedly, leave it to me. Her pair of beautiful eyes actually blossomed with a divine light. She seemed extremely excited. What? Yangkai was stunned. Muna said, I said, leave the ash tree and that thing to me. What kind of joke is this? Yangkai was furious. He originally had a good impression of Muna, so her sudden words immediately made Yangkai unhappy. He couldn't hand over the ash tree. He was still hoping to use the gold and silver powers to seal the demonic chi. Otherwise, once the Dantian seal was broken and he lost the ash tree, he would immediately fall and become the demon race, losing his heart. As for the immortal tree, that was even more impossible. This kind of precious treasure could revive the dead, regrow flesh and bones, and was an essential healing medicine for every household. How could he just give it away? Muna hurriedly said, I can give you something in exchange. You know that my wood spirit race cultivated. Yang Kai raised his hand and said decisively, there's no need to mention this again. Patriarch, if there's nothing else, this junior will take his leave first. Sensing the coldness in his words, Muna suddenly came to her senses. She seemed to have angered him. It seemed that the thing that even she couldn't smell was unimaginably precious. But what kind of thing in this world was so precious that even she couldn't smell it? Names that only existed in legends involuntarily flashed through her mind, but she couldn't match up with that strange smell. Yang Kai had already walked to the tree hole and turned around to look at Muna. Muna still wanted to persuade him, but when she met his eyes, she couldn't help but sigh. Raising her hand, the closed tree hole reopened and Kai Yang drilled his head out. It was impossible for it not to open. If it didn't, Kai Yang would be able to blast it open with a single punch. Hovering in the air, Muna pondered for a long time before her figure suddenly flickered and she shot into the sky. Yang Kai returned to Xiaoxiao's treehouse and checked to make sure that the space array was set up properly before walking to the treehouse where the elder was. After entering the treehouse, Yang Kai said, Elder, this matter is over, so I should go back. I'll have to trouble Elder to take care of Xiaoxiao and the blood sect. If there is any trouble, please pay attention. The elder nodded and said, Don't worry, Ninth Stone is also a member of our clan, so I won't lower my guard. Then we'll meet again. Yang Kai cupped his fists and turned to leave, not even glancing at Muna who was sitting on the elder's shoulder. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to leave, Muna suddenly reached out and pulled the elder's ear. The elder grinned and raised his hand, saying, Wait a moment. Yang Kai turned around and asked, Is there something else, elder? The elder said with some embarrassment, It's not me, it's Patriarch Muna. Yang Kai interrupted, I've already made it clear to Patriarch before, so there's no need to mention this again. Muna said angrily, Boy, do you think I'm trying to take advantage of you? Yang Kai frowned and said, That's not what I meant, it's just that I won't exchange those two things, they are very useful to me. If they were useless, I wouldn't be willing to tell you, Muna snorted, clearly angry. Yang Kai saw her expression and also felt that his reaction was a bit too extreme, so he cupped his fists and said, My apologies, Patriarch, in any case, I can't give you those two things. Muna gritted her teeth and looked at him angrily, Can you take care of them? Yang Kai shrugged, I didn't let them wither away anyway. Muna was furious and turned her head, looking like she wasn't willing to talk to him. The elder said, Both of you, calm down, calm down. Yang Kai said, I'm very calm, it's Patriarch who won't let go, elder should persuade her. The elder chuckled and said, Do you know why a moth flies into a flame? Because it's stupid? Yang Kai replied casually. The elder's eyes twitched, It's because of nature. Nature is a very strange thing. Take a stone mongoose race as an example, we can't help but want to devour some rare minerals. For you humans, if you see a beautiful woman, you can't help but take a few more glances at her, just like how a moth flies into a flame when it sees one. This is all part of nature. Wolves roam the world for meat, and dogs travel thousands of miles. The elder's eyes twitched even more, That's the truth, and for the wood spirit race, the rarer the plant, the more likely it is for them to take care of it. After circling around for so long, they were back to square one. Yang Kai was about to speak when the elder cut him off, Although I don't know what the Patriarch wants from you, it must be something extremely precious and difficult to part with. It can't even be made public. Yang Kai nodded and said, I hope you two can forgive me. The elder smiled, Since it's difficult to part with it, then we won't part with it. The Patriarch has a suggestion, I hope you can listen to it patiently. What suggestion? Yang Kai looked at Muna curiously. As long as she didn't mention the previous matter, Yang Kai was willing to listen more. The wood spirit race's innate talents allowed them to understand the characteristics of various plants like the back of their hand. Perhaps he could even consult them on how to take care of the firmament tree and help the sealing power grow faster. Muna turned her head away, seemingly not wanting to look at him, but she still said, I'll send 2 clansmen to take care of those 2 things for you. Yang Kai's eyes widened, Send 2 clansmen? Yang Kai quickly calculated in his mind. He had a medicine garden in his mysterious small world, and there were countless rare flowers and grasses in this medicine garden, as well as the firmament tree and the immortal tree. However, he had only planted them casually and had never taken care of them. Fortunately, there were heavy earth and earth vein beads in his medicine garden, otherwise, many of the spirit flowers and grasses would have withered. If he had two patriarchs of the wood spirit race to take care of the medicine garden for him, not only would he not have to worry about it, but the herbs in his medicine garden would also be taken care of very well. In this world, there was no one more suitable for this than the wood spirit. In ancient times, they were born to take care of medicine gardens. If one could obtain a wood spirit, not only would they not have to worry about the medicine garden, but they would also be able to harvest 3 times more than others. Startled, Yang Kai asked, "Is that true? Do I look like I'm joking?" Muna snapped. Yang Kai rubbed his hands and smiled like a blooming flower. "How could I accept this? This is really, He was a little incoherent. To be honest, he had also thought about taking these 2 wood spirits away. Such a rare race, if he didn't keep them in the medicine garden, it would be a waste to leave them here. The High Heaven Palace would definitely have its own medicine garden in the future, and with the current scale of the High Heaven Palace, the medicine garden would definitely not be small, so it would be best if there were wood spirits to take care of it. Muna turned to look at him with a look of disdain. This brat had just been giving her a hard time, and now he had suddenly changed his attitude. How hateful, why hadn't she seen through him before? Yang Kai clenched his fist and coughed lightly before saying in a serious tone, "What conditions does the patriarch have? I'll say this first, don't even think about those 2 things." "What conditions? What conditions could I possibly have?" Muna said angrily. Yang Kai was stunned. "Could it be that I'm giving them away for free?" The elder chuckled. "Didn't the patriarch just say the conditions? Have 2 of our clansmen take care of those 2 things. That counts as a condition?" Yang Kai was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This was clearly a benefit for him, so how could it count as a condition? The elder sternly said, "This is the nature of the wood spirit race. Since the patriarch values those 2 things so much, having them take care of them is the best way to show your gratitude." Not only were there no conditions, but they even sent 2 of their clansmen to help him take care of his medicine garden. How could there be such a good deal in this world? Yang Kai finally understood the wood spirit clan's desire and pursuit of rare plants. Just as the elder said, this was their nature. Yang Kai letting them take care of him was the best way to repay him, and for Yang Kai, this was an excellent deal. Not only did he not have to pay anything, he even hired 2 housekeepers for free. What could be better in this world? This sudden happiness made Yang Kai feel a little dizzy, and he paced back and forth in the tree hole a few times, unable to contain his excitement. Muna frowned at him and said sarcastically, "If you don't even agree to this, then I have nothing more to say. Please don't come here again in the future, my wood spirit clan does not welcome you. And the stone mongoose clan as well." "I agree, why wouldn't I agree?" Yang Kai stopped and looked at Muna with a grin. Patriarch has such good intentions, if this junior still refuses, he would not know how to appreciate kindness. Muna snorted lightly and cast a look that said, "At least you know what's good for you." Yang Kai's expression turned solemn again. "But there is one thing I must inform Patriarch." "What is it?" "Those 2 clansmen of yours are in my hands, so I'm afraid they won't be able to see the light of day again." If he really brought 2 wood spirits over, he would definitely throw them into the small sealed world medicine garden. Before he had the strength to protect the immortal tree, he would never let them leave easily. Muna frowned. "Why, do you want to restrict their freedom?" "I have no choice, please forgive me, Patriarch." Muna said thoughtfully, "It seems that this thing is really not trivial." Yang Kai said seriously, "If Patriarch doesn't mind, then that little brat will be happy to help. Of course, I won't treat them unfairly, Patriarch can rest assured. I'm not worried about that." To a wood spirit, being able to work with precious plants was the greatest joy in life. Yang Kai had the firmament tree in his hands, and he had something even more precious than the firmament tree. Any wood spirit would be willing to stay by his side and work for him. Moreover, since there was such a suggestion, Muna had obviously expected this matter. She immediately nodded and said, "No problem." Yang Kai grinned, thank you for your kind intentions, Patriarch. His previous displeasure towards Muna had long since disappeared, and he suddenly said shyly, Patriarch, isn't 2 clansmen a little too few? If it's possible, can you send 7 or 8 over? The elder's eyes widened, and Muna yelled, scram. I'm just saying. It's fine if you don't agree, but why are you scolding me? Yang Kai tilted his head and muttered. Stop pretending to be innocent after taking advantage of me. Muna said angrily. Yang Kai looked up as if nothing had happened. Patriarch, please hurry and call 2 clansmen over. I still have important matters to attend to, so I can't stay here for long. He didn't stop for even a moment, as he was afraid that Muna would change her mind. No matter what, he had to kidnap 2 wood spirits first. Muna was annoyed, but she still raised her hand and patted him. With 2 clapping sounds, 2 wood spirits quickly flew in from outside the room. After bowing to Muna, they both looked at Yang Kai, clearly prepared. Yang Kai took a closer look and was immediately amused. Of the 2 wood spirits, one of them was an acquaintance, the one who had gone to greet him yesterday. This wood spirit seemed to be easily embarrassed, and when their eyes met, her face immediately flushed red as she glanced around nervously. The other wood spirit was also a female, but she was very natural and unrestrained. When she saw Yang Kai looking over, she pursed her lips and smiled, making heaven and earth seem even more colorful. Mu Zhu, Mu Lu, from now on, you 2 will stay by this boy's side and take good care of that, whatever it is, Muna instructed. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu replied in unison, yes. Muna then turned to Yang Kai and said, I'll leave them to you. If you dare let them suffer any grievances or get hurt anywhere, I'll hold you responsible. Patriarch, don't worry, I definitely won't let them lose a single hair. Yang Kai promised as he patted his chest. His eyes lit up as he looked at Mu Zhu and Mu Lu. TSK, from now on, these 2 wood spirits would belong to him. How wonderful. Which one of you is Mu Zhu, and which one is Mu Lu? Yang Kai asked with a harmless smile. The natural and unrestrained wood spirit bowed and said, I'm Mu Zhu. She pointed at her companion who was still blushing and said, she's Mu Lu. NN. Yang Kai nodded and comforted them in a warm voice, I'll send you to a place, don't be afraid. As he spoke, he reached out to grab them. With a clench of his hand, the 2 wood spirits suddenly disappeared. Muna was furious and raised her hands, summoning vines as thick as a child's arm from the tree hole. They shot out like arrows and wrapped Yang Kai up like a dumpling in the blink of an eye. The Wood Spirit clan might not hesitate to fight, but that didn't mean they didn't have the strength to fight. The strength contained in each of their small and exquisite bodies was not much weaker than that of any other race. Muna's ability even surpassed that of an ordinary third-order Emperor Realm Master. Although she might not be as strong as a divine spirit, she was still quite strong. What did you do to them? Hurry up and spit it out. Calm down. Calm down. Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat. She spoke as if he was a vicious beast that ate people without spitting out the bones. Where are they? How could Muna remain calm when she saw her 2 clansmen disappear without a trace of their auras? She had just handed them over to him and she already didn't know if they were dead or alive. What would happen in the future? They are in a safe place. Saying so, Yang Kai's physique wriggled as his space principles fluctuated. With a shake of his body, the vines binding him suddenly turned into fine powder, as if they had been cut by thousands of knives, and sprinkled down in droplets. Muna's eyes narrowed. This power. The elder also looked at Yang Kai in shock. He had been with Muna for thousands of years, so he knew very well how strong the vine's binding power was. He might be able to break free from the vines by relying on brute force, but he definitely couldn't do what Yang Kai did. Before Fan Ke and the others arrived, Yang Kai had been immersed in his comprehension of the space principles and had faintly comprehended them, but it wasn't comprehensive. Now, he discovered that his control of the space principles had risen to a whole new level. If he was given more time to perfect it, he might be able to develop a new divine technique. However, now wasn't the time to think about this. If he didn't explain the matter of Mu Zhu and Mu Lu clearly, Muna definitely wouldn't let it go. Patriarch, you know that I am proficient in the space principles, so it isn't strange that I have a space artifact, Yang Kai said as he took out the sealed world bead. In the early years, he had hidden the sealed world bead very well because he wasn't strong enough and needed the help of the sealed world bead. However, now that he had the ability to refine a part of the world, there was no need for him to place too much importance on the sealed world bead. The sealed world bead flashed and Mu Zhu and Mu Lu reappeared with a confused expression. A world of its own, the elder exclaimed. Mu Na's eyes lit up as she suddenly realized the firmament tree and that thing are both inside? Yes. He suddenly grinned. Patriarch, do you want to go in and take a look? Mu Na's expression immediately became vigilant. If you go in, you won't be able to come out, right? How could that be? Xianxia chuckled dryly. He really did plan to do so. As the patriarch, Mu Na's ability to cultivate spirit flowers and rare grasses was definitely not something an ordinary Wood Spirit clan member could compare to. If he could bring her into the small sealed world. But he also knew that this was impossible. The Stone Mongoose clan and the Wood Spirit clan lived together and often relied on each other's strength. If he took Mu Na away, the Stone Mongoose patriarch would likely be the first to object. But now, Mu Na understood why Xianxia said before that he wouldn't be able to see the light of day again for some time. This space artifact was a world of its own, so if she wanted to come out after entering it, she naturally needed Xianxia's permission. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu were still confused, but just now, they had suddenly appeared in another world. Before they had time to carefully examine the environment of this new world, they had returned to the tree hole. Boy, you really have a lot of good things on you. Mu Na clicked her tongue in wonder. A space artifact that could form a world of its own was very rare, and it had only appeared a few times in the long river of history. Moreover, this thing could only play its greatest role in the hands of someone proficient in the Tao of space. Others couldn't help but be envious. Patriarch, do you have any other questions? No, just treat them well. Don't worry, I won't let them suffer the slightest grievance. Xianxia said as he put Mu Zhu and Mu Lu back into the small sealed world, cupped his fists, and said, Patriarch, this junior thanks you for your kindness. In the future, I will definitely not forget Patriarch's kindness. And, it's getting late, so this junior will take his leave first. Let us meet again someday. The elder said, be careful. If you need my Stone Mongoose clan's help in the future, just come and say hello. Xianxia nodded, strode out of the treehouse, and returned to the space array. The space array surged, and with a flash of light, Xianxia's figure disappeared. Northern Territory, High Heaven Palace. The space array had been covered by another palace. The array stood in the middle of the palace, and several disciples on duty were sitting cross-legged on the side. This was the passage between the High Heaven Palace and the outside world, so it was naturally extremely important. There was a person from the Emperor realm guarding it all year round, and the palace was protected by layers of spirit arrays laid down by the Southern Gate Army. If an outsider dared to invade this place, they only needed to activate the spirit array to turn this palace into a killing zone. Even a third-stage Emperor Realm Master would not be able to escape death. The person guarding the Emperor Realm today was none other than Bian Yuqing. Ever since she broke through the shackles of the Tao Source Realm with the help of Xianxia in the Spirit Lake Palace, she joined the High Heaven Palace. Because of her previous experience in managing the Blue Feather Sect, she had been assisting the High Heaven Palace's general manager, Xianxia, in managing the sect. Now, she could be considered as the second general manager of the High Heaven Palace. Speaking of which, the High Heaven Palace had a lot of people in the Emperor Realm. The most powerful ones were the three Great Monster King, Emperor Alchemist Ji Ying, Emperor Array Master Nan Men De Jun, Emperor Artifact Master Ho Yu, followed by Xianxia and Bian Yuqing. The former Thousand Leaves Sect Master Yi Hen also came out of seclusion 3 years ago and advanced to the Emperor Realm. It could be said that although the High Heaven Palace did not have many people, the ratio of people in the Emperor Realm was extremely terrifying. There was probably no other sect in the world that could achieve such a ratio. Such a lineup was even richer than the top sects of the Star Boundary. It had to be known that the Fire Dragon Palace, Ice Heart Valley, Azure Sun Temple, and others only had a single third-stage Emperor Realm Master. The space array flickered with light, startling Bian Yuqing, who was meditating. Looking over, she thought it was Xianxia returning from the Southern Territory and hurriedly got up to greet her. Before she got close, Xianxia's figure appeared. Bian Yuqing's expression turned serious as she quickly cupped her fists and saluted, "Palace Master is back." Several disciples who were guarding nearby also hurried over and saluted respectfully. Speaking of which, it had been more than 10 years since Yang Kai left the Northern Territory for Dragon Island. During this time, there was no news at all. If Xu Qing hadn't come over to tell everyone the truth, everyone would have thought he had encountered an accident. However, Xu Qing didn't say that he had gone to the Lower Star Territory and only said that he was in retreat and would only come out after a few years. Now, sensing the aura of Yang Kai, Bian Yuqing was shocked to discover that it was the aura of a second-order Emperor Realm Master. In just over 10 years, he had already broken through to the second-order Emperor Realm. What kind of cultivation speed was this? Thinking back to the first time Yang Kai met him, he was just a second-order origin king. Compared to him, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel inferior. Chief Steward Bian. Yang Kai grinned. Reuniting with an old friend made him feel very cordial. Although Hung Luo Star Field was his homeland, the High Heaven Palace was the foundation of his current foothold. After 10 years of twists and turns, he finally returned, so he was in a good mood. "Are you on duty today?" "Yes." Bian Yuqing responded honestly. "Good. Has anything happened in the palace in the past few years?" "Everything is fine. Rest assured, Palace Master." The High Heaven Palace's foundation was right there, and the news of the 3 great monster king overseeing it was no secret. In the entire Northern Territory, other than the Miracle Pill Great Emperor's Medicine Pill Valley, who else could compare to them? Naturally, no one dared to look for trouble. The past decade or so could be said to have been peaceful. On the other hand, people from the Fire Dragon Palace have come quite a few times to inquire about Palace Master Li Jiao's whereabouts. Don't worry about them. Yang Kai waved his hand. "Ask Sister Hua to come and see me." Bian Yuqing said, "Manager Hua is not in the palace right now." "Where did Sister Hua go?" Yang Kai was stunned. "It's the end of the year now. Manager Hua went to the Southern Territory half a month ago. Presumably, she is doing some material transactions with the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Calculating the time, she should be back in 2 days." Yang Kai and the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce had reached an agreement a few years ago. The distance between the 2 large territories was far, and their output was different. Therefore, they could exchange goods with each other. Over the years, Hua Qingxi had been maintaining this trade relationship, which brought a considerable amount of income to the High Heaven Palace. "Is that so? Then ask the Southern Gate Army and Chiyu to come over." "Yes." Yang Kai stepped forward, and his figure merged into the void. When he reappeared, he was already above the High Heaven Palace. Looking down, he could see mountains stacked on top of each other. The vegetation was shady, and the scenery was beautiful. The peaks were high and low, and there were clusters of buildings located between the mountains, but most of them were empty. These buildings were basically the property left behind by the Seeking Passion sect. However, the High Heaven Palace had always been empty, and no one lived there. Yang Kai flew around the High Heaven Palace and observed it silently for a long time. He already had a plan in mind. Now that he was back, the first thing he had to do was to release the people in the small sealed world. Only by integrating into this world as soon as possible could they adapt to the Star Boundaries world principles. After today, the population of the High Heaven Palace would exceed 100,000. Following the cry of an eagle, a figure rushed over and turned into a well-dressed man with an aquiline nose. He cupped his fists and greeted, "Young Master Yang. Ying Fei, long time no see. How have you been?" Yang Kai smiled slightly. Ying Fei replied, "Thank you for your concern, young Master Yang. Everything is well." While they were talking, Shi Lei and Xiao Wei also rushed over. Obviously, the 3 of them had noticed Yang Kai's aura, but Ying Fei was faster, so he was the first to arrive. After greeting each other, Shi Lei asked curiously, "Young Master Yang, what are you looking at?" "I'm looking at how many people my High Heaven Palace can accommodate." Shi Lei chuckled, "Our population is small and the land is vast. There are no less than 100 spirit peaks here, so it won't be a problem to accommodate 100 or 200,000 people." "What's wrong? Is young Master Yang preparing to open the palace doors and accept disciples?" That's not necessary. Yang Kai shook his head and said casually, by the way, I just came back from the ancient lands. The three monster kings' expressions all froze. They glanced at each other, and Ying Fei asked cautiously, did the Saint Seniors say anything? I just met them in a hurry, and then they kicked me out. They didn't really welcome me, Yang Kai grinned. He thought it was funny when he recalled the expressions of Fan Hua and the others. That's not right. Ying Fei was speechless. Although he could guess why the three Saint Seniors didn't welcome Yang Kai, he couldn't say it out loud. Shilei asked hesitantly, did the holy sages mention us? As soon as he said that, Ying Fei and Xia Wuwei looked at Yang Kai nervously. No matter what, they were still the monster kings of the ancient lands, and they listened to the three Saint Seniors. If the Saint Seniors ordered them to return to the ancient lands, they couldn't refuse. Otherwise, it would be considered a betrayal. However, they were unwilling to go back just like that. They had stayed with Yang Kai for so many years, and they hadn't gotten the opportunity they wanted. It would be a waste if they left now. Not at all, Yang Kai shook his head, it seems that you are my people from now on. The three glanced at each other before cupping their fists and saying, we are willing to serve you. Their eyes were filled with excitement. It was best that the Saint Seniors didn't call them back, and they were happy to continue staying with Yang Kai. Although their days in the High Heaven Palace were quieter and they didn't have much to do, this was the best way to establish a relationship with Heaven's Punishment's descendants. Do your best, and I won't treat you badly in the future, Yang Kai casually said. Both the speaker and the listener were interested, causing the three monster kings to become even more excited. Let's go back, Yang Kai turned around and flew down, soon landing in front of a huge square. The Southern Gate Army and Bian Yuqing were waiting for him. Seeing Yang Kai fly over, the Southern Gate Army hurriedly greeted, greetings, Palace Master. Boy, you're finally back, Ghost Ancestor Chiyu, Gutsang Yun, and Aio also greeted him. Yang Kai cupped his fists and bowed. No matter how high his current cultivation was, these people could be considered his seniors, especially Chiyu and Aio. One was his master and the other was his father-in-law, so how could he not be respectful? Brat, where did you go this time? I heard that you even subdued a dragon race? Aio looked at Yang Kai with an unhappy expression and spoke in a sarcastic tone. This stinking brat was simply unseemly. In the star field, he already had 4 beautiful women. Now that he was in the star boundary, he actually wanted to flirt with other women. He even provoked a member of the dragon race and had an extremely intimate relationship with her. This naturally caused Aio to have some complaints. He did not dare to be too presumptuous in the face of the dragon race, but it was different with Yang Kai. No matter how high his cultivation was, he would not forgive him for mistreating his daughter. Not only was there a dragon race, but Aio also heard that there was a woman in Ice Heart Valley who seemed to have some entanglements with Yang Kai. Aio simply could not bear it. If not for his lack of strength, he would have already taught Yang Kai a lesson. It was an accident, an accident. Yang Kai's forehead was sweating. He had only mentioned the matter with Zhu Qing to Su Yan. He did not know if Su Yan had told Aluo and Shui Yu, but Yang Kai had not heard them ask. An accident? Aio huffed, how can you face those girls? I don't know how they are doing in the territory of the star boundary. Boy, if you have the leisure to flirt with them, you might as well go back and see them and bring them here. With your current ability, you should be able to do it, right? I was just about to talk to you about this, Yang Kai continued the topic. What is it? Chiyu looked at him suspiciously. Ladies, take a look and see who these people are. Yang Kai smiled slightly and waved his hand in front of him, communicating with the sealed world bead with his divine sense. Wherever he waved his hand, figures appeared one after another. Su Yan, Xianing Chang, Shanqing Luo, and Shui Yu appeared together. The 4 women were obviously summoned all of a sudden and were still in a daze, not knowing what was going on. However, standing side by side, they were like spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums, each with their own merits, each with their own peerless beauty. The South Gate Army and Bian Yuqing clicked their tongues in wonder. Their eyes swept over the 4 women, and their eyes lit up. Although Su Yan and the others' cultivations were nothing in their eyes, no matter who they were all outstanding beauties. If an ordinary person could get one of them, it would be a blessing of several lifetimes. However, Yang Kai had all four of them at once, enjoying the joy of having all four, making the two of them sigh with emotion. As expected of Yang Kai, the three monster kings' focus was not on the appearance of Su Yan and the others. Although it was undeniable that these four women were beautiful even in the eyes of the monster race, they felt an extraordinary aura from two of them. In particular, the woman in the lead with a cold expression, the aura from her body made them feel a sense of worship. Her aura was somewhat similar to the Luanfang's, but it was more magnificent and noble. She stood there, as if she was standing in the clouds, soaring through the 9 heavens, overlooking the world. Although the other charming woman was slightly inferior, her aura was not something an ordinary person could possess. Divine Spirit. The three monster kings looked at each other, their eyes full of shock. They were from the monster race and were extremely sensitive to the aura of divine spirits, so they could see at a glance that Su Yan and the others had divine spirit source. Their strength was slightly lower, but if they could grow up, they would not be a match for them. Luo? Qiyu was stunned, staring at Shanqing Luo in a daze, almost unable to believe her eyes. Just a moment ago, Aio said that he would ask Yang Kai to find a way to go to the territory and bring Shanqing Luo and the others here. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, Shanqing Luo would really appear in front of them? Hearing the call, Shanqing Luo froze for a moment before turning her head and exclaiming excitedly, "Adoptive mother!" Back then, when she and Biluo left the central capital, they were teleported directly to Monster Star through a very strange altar. If it weren't for Qiyu taking care of them and even adopting them as her adoptive daughters, they would have likely died with their strength at that time. To her, Qiyu was not only her savior, but also her second parent. Before coming, she knew that she would be able to see Qiyu on this trip, so her heart was filled with anticipation. On the other side, Aio also looked at Shuiyu in a daze. The latter's eyes reddened as she called out softly, "Father." Aio suppressed his excitement and nodded, "Good, good, good. As long as you're safe." Turning his head to look at Yang Kai, all his previous grievances had disappeared. He had already returned to Star Territory and brought his daughter here, so what more did he have to say? Although Su Yan and Xia Ningchang were not related, they had not seen Guizhu for many years, so they naturally stepped forward to salute him. Gu Songyan looked at him eagerly and stammered, "Palace Master, you've returned to Star Territory?" Qiyu and Aio could call Yang Kai by his name and even call him Little Brat, but Gu Songyun did not have the courage to call him Palace Master. "Yes, I just returned from there," Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Then I wonder if my sword union is." Gu Songyan looked at Yang Kai expectantly. "Senior Gu, rest assured, I brought Brother Gu with me this time, along with many of your sword union's people." "Where?" Gu Songyan's eyes lit up. "Don't worry, you'll see them soon." With 100,000 people crowded in a certain place in the small sealed world, Yang Kai could not find Gu Jianxian and the Sword Union's people for a while. The reason why he could easily summon Su Yan and the others was naturally because they were not in the same place as the others. "Dejun, hand over the Mountain Ripple map." Yang Kai raised his hand. The South Gate army didn't know his intentions, but they didn't hesitate. They quickly took out the Mountain Ripple map and opened it. In an instant, the map lit up, and a high heaven palace that had been shrunk countless times appeared in front of him. The mountains rose and fell continuously, and even the smallest stream and hill could be clearly seen. This thing came from the hands of the South Gate army and Hoyu, so it was naturally extremely wondrous. Yang Kai pointed at a few of the peaks and asked, "Are there people living here?" Bian Yuqing glanced over and said, "That's right. Thousand Leaves Peak is where Old Man Yihen and the Thousand Leaves Sect's people live, while 5 sacred peaks are where Qiyu and the others live." She had stayed in the High Heaven Palace for more than a decade now, so she was naturally very familiar with the distribution of manpower within the palace. Yang Kai nodded and said, "There will be a lot of people coming out later. I need you to settle them down." "How many?" Bian Yuqing asked. "Over 100,000. As soon as he said this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The High Heaven Palace had never had a large number of people, and Yang Kai had never intended to accept many disciples. Ever since the High Heaven Palace was established, it seemed to have been closed off from the outside world. No one knew what Yang Kai's intentions were, and it was only now that they understood that he was preparing for today. If there are so many people, I'll need some help, Bian Yuqing said. And you can call the people from the Thousand Leaves sect over, Yang Kai nodded, I'll get them out first. Bian Yuqing immediately took out her communication artifact and poured her divine sense into it, obviously summoning people. Meanwhile, Yang Kai summoned the sealed world bead. Surrounded by black qi, a giant tadpole-like rolling stone leisurely appeared, opening its large black mouth as it stood between the heavens and earth. The terrifying aura emanating from the rolling stone caused the three monster kings to pale slightly. They didn't even know what this thing was. It wasn't made of flesh and blood, but it gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. From the giant mouth, a figure rushed out first. Looking around, a look of shock appeared on his face as he stood there in a daze. This was none other than Meng Wuya. The rich world energy around him made him feel like he was in a dream. In the star territory, the world energy of Shadowed Star's High Heaven sect was second to none, but compared to this place, it was like comparing the heavens and earth. He didn't even need to circulate his secret art as the world energy drilled into his body through his pores, making him feel both physically and mentally comfortable. Another figure walked out of the rolling stone's mouth, then a third, a fourth. Everyone was the same. Yang Kai said loudly, everyone, don't stop. Keep moving forward, there are more people coming out. With his reminder, the group of people who came out first came back to their senses and looked at each other, seeing the excitement in each other's eyes. They had long received news that this trip was to follow Yang Kai to a higher-level world called the Star Boundary. Now, it seemed that they had arrived safely. It was just that they had never thought that this so-called Star Boundary would actually have such an excellent cultivation environment. Ordinary places in the Star Boundary naturally wouldn't be like this. Even if it was better than the Star Territory, it wouldn't be so different. However, this was the High Heaven Palace, the former site of the Seeking Passion sect. It was one of the best cultivation paradises in the Northern Territory, so how could the world energy here not be rich? A steady stream of people came out of the rolling stone's mouth, and in just a few moments, the square was filled with people. At this time, the people from Thousand Leaves sect, led by Yi Hen, also rushed over. There weren't many of them, only a few hundred, but when they saw this scene, they were quite surprised. After asking around, they found out that these people were actually from the lower star territory, which immediately shocked Yang Kai. To a cultivator in the Star Boundary, those who came from the lower star territory were all elites among elites. If they didn't die prematurely, their chances of reaching the Emperor realm were very high. This was because the cultivation environment in the lower star territory was far inferior to that of the Star Boundary, so the hard-working environment gave them the potential to grow. In the Star Boundary, it wasn't that there weren't any cultivator who came from the lower star territory, but those were just scattered cultivators. None of them had ever seen such a spectacular scene. Tens of thousands of cultivator appeared in the square, and even more people continued to come out. Although these people weren't very strong right now, as long as they had enough time, they would definitely become the foundation of the High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai didn't have the time to chat with others, so he gathered together with Bian Yuqing and pointed at the High Heaven Palace's mountain map, discussing how to divide the territory and mountain peaks for these people. The Thousand Leaves sect disciples left one after another, each leading 1,000 to 2,000 people as they rushed towards a mountain peak. This bustle lasted for several days, during which time Hua Qingxi returned from the Southern Star Territory. With Hua Qingxi's assistance, things went much more smoothly. Hua Qingxi had a happy and distressed expression on her face, looking at Yang Kai from time to time with a bitter expression. Although she was previously the chief steward of the High Heaven Palace by Yang Kai, there wasn't much for her to manage. There weren't many people in the High Heaven Palace, and most of them were Thousand Leaves sect disciples. With Yi Hen overseeing Thousand Leaves Peak, it wasn't a problem for her to manage it. Hua Qingxi had been busy for the past few years thinking of ways to earn cultivation resources for the High Heaven Palace. Her cooperation with the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce in the Southern Territory had allowed her to earn a lot, but so what if she earned a lot? Without disciples to use, the cultivation resources were just a bunch of numbers. Therefore, her position as the chief steward was somewhat unworthy of her title. However, things were different now. The High Heaven Palace suddenly had over 100,000 disciples, and she had to manage all of them, arrange their secret arts and resources. Hua Qingxi could almost foresee that she wouldn't have any time to rest for at least half a year. She was worthy of her title as the chief steward, but wasn't this too tiring? Fortunately, there was still Bian Yuqing to share her burdens, otherwise, she would have had to abandon her responsibilities. Even so, she and Bian Yuqing definitely couldn't handle the daily needs of more than 100,000 people and would need to come up with a specific plan. The last group to come out of the small sealed world was a group of monster race cultivators, the elites of Monster Star. There were quite a few of them, about 3,000 of them, led by Yu Xiong, each of them emitting a demonic qi. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Monster Kings, I'll leave them to you." The cultivation of the monster race was different from that of the human race, so it was naturally best for them to be taught by the three monster kings. Yingfei, Shilei, and Xia Wuwei smiled from ear to ear as their eyes swept across the 3,000 monster race cultivators, causing all of them to feel a chill run down their spines. They could be regarded as the cream of the crop on Monster Star, elites who had survived the war in Myriad Beast Mountain Villa, but in front of the auras of the three monster kings, they felt no different from babies. No one knew what kind of realm the three monster kings were, but they had no doubt that these three monster race cultivators could easily kill them with a single breath. "Finally, there's something to do," Shilei chuckled, his laughter echoing like thunder. Like Hua Qingxi, the three of them had been idle since they came to High Heaven Palace. Their greatest pleasure was playing hide and seek with Hou Yu, but after being captured countless times, Hou Yu had given up on escaping and was now wholeheartedly refining artifacts for High Heaven Palace. In her words, she was wasting the resources of High Heaven Palace to make Yang Kai's heart ache. However, she would not tarnish her reputation as an emperor weaponsmith. The artifacts that she refined were naturally the best of the best. Now, in High Heaven Palace's treasure vault, there were countless finished artifacts of various grades. If she knew that Yang Kai would bring 100,000 disciples over today, making those artifacts useful, she would not be in the mood to continue wasting them. Without Hou Yu, the three monster kings were even more bored. Yang Kai gave them 3,000 monster race cultivators, which was exactly what they wanted. They could more or less do something for Yang Kai, and they would not stay here and eat for free. "Little ones, follow me." Shilei waved his hand and took the lead to fly towards a mountain deep in High Heaven Palace. The 3,000 monster race cultivators looked at each other, confused. Qiyu shouted, "What are you waiting for? Get over there." Only then did the monster race cultivators discover Qiyu's existence. They were both surprised and happy. Back then, before Qiyu left Monster Star territory, she was the only monster king on Monster Star. However, her status as a monster king could not be compared to Shilei and the others. However, with her command, the 3,000 monster race cultivators obediently followed Shilei. It was a magnificent sight. It took Yang Kai half a month to settle down all these people. During this time, he was so busy that his feet barely touched the ground. Fortunately, Hua Qingxi and Bian Yuqing were there to assist him, otherwise, he would have been worried to death. The High Heaven Palace had hundreds of large and small spirit peaks. They were originally empty, but now they were filled with people. The smaller spirit peaks had a few hundred people while the largest spirit peaks had between 2,000 and 3,000 people. With hundreds of thousands of people spread across these hundreds of spirit peaks, the High Heaven Palace became extremely lively in an instant. With so many people, it was indeed troublesome to manage, but Hua Qingxi made a suggestion. Each peak would elect a peak master, and the hundreds of peak masters would be directly responsible for her. The new disciples would be under the charge of the peak masters, which would save a lot of trouble. Qiyu, Aio, Gutsongyun, and Guizhu naturally had the ability to take charge of their own spirit peaks. What's more, all of them were main peaks. Although their cultivations had not reached the Emperor realm, they were all third-order Dao Source realm cultivators, far stronger than the cultivator from the Star territory. For this reason, the four of them gave up on the 5 sacred peaks and moved to their respective spirit peaks. The disciples under Gutsongyun were also easy to divide. Gutsongyun was Sword Union's Union Master, and Yang Kai had brought almost all of Sword Union's elites with him on this trip. Yang Kai believed that all of Sword Union's disciples would be very happy to be under his management. If there were not enough people, they could also be transferred from elsewhere to make up for the shortfall. AIO commanded the spirit peaks made up of a group of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce cultivators. Guizhou was originally from High Heaven sect, and Qiyu also shared a portion of High Heaven sect's people. Because the 3,000 monster race cultivators had been assigned to the 3 monster kings by Yang Kai, she had no one she could use. The others, such as Yi Shiyun, several elders of original Star's Emperor sect, Qiu Yi Meng, Old Demon, and other origin kings, all became peak masters. With this, the situation of the entire High Heaven Palace immediately became clear, and it would be very convenient to manage it in the future. Yang Kai took the 2 chief stewards, Hua Qingxi and Bian Yuqing, to inspect the various peaks. After confirming that everything was going smoothly, they finally had the time to rest for a few days. The so-called rest did not mean doing nothing. It was just that they were not as busy as they were at the beginning. With more than 100,000 people moving in, they would definitely need a large amount of cultivation resources and cultivation methods. Now that everyone had come to the star boundary, the cultivation methods in the star territory would definitely not be able to keep up with the pace. Naturally, they would have to change to a higher level cultivation method. Fortunately, ever since Yang Kai roamed the star boundary, he had killed countless people. He had even exterminated a top sect like the Seeking Passion sect. As such, he had collected a lot of cultivation methods that were suitable for all kinds of cultivator. As for Hua Qingxi, she had already prepared for a rainy day and had built a book collection pavilion on one of the main peaks. There were countless secret arts and secret techniques stored inside, and she immediately opened it up for the hundreds of peak masters to choose from. With the problem of cultivation methods solved for the time being, the rest was cultivation materials. Most cultivator in the star territory used crystal stones for cultivation, while the star boundary was rich in source crystals. The two were not on the same level at all. Fortunately, the High Heaven Palace had accumulated a lot of source crystals over the years, and the storehouse was filled with mountains of source crystals. Yang Kai had also extorted a large amount of source crystals from the 3 Saint Venerables a few days ago. In addition, Hua Qingxi had been trading with the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce in the Southern Territory over the years. After a rough calculation, the disciples of the High Heaven Palace would not have to worry about source crystals for cultivation for at least the next 50 years. Transactions with the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce occurred every year, and the amount of materials traded was huge. Therefore, there would definitely be a surplus of materials in 50 years. Source crystals were not a concern, but the only thing to consider now was the issue of pills. The number of Origin King Realm cultivator brought from the Star Territory this time was not small, and as time passed, more and more people would break through to the Origin King Realm. The Origin King Realm was not a big deal, but breaking through to the Tao Source Realm was a process that consumed a lot of pills, because any cultivator would need to take source condensing pills to assist in the conversion of their source Qi during this period. Yang Kai had also experienced this process in the past, and so did Qiyu, Guizhou, and the others. Without the assistance of source condensing pills, it would take an Origin King at least 10 to 20 years to completely convert their Saint Qi into source Qi, and this was only for fast cultivators. For slow cultivators, it was possible for decades or even centuries. Therefore, in the next 10 years or even 100 years, the High Heaven Palace would need an incalculable amount of source condensing pills. With such a huge amount, the sect alone would not be able to make ends meet. Even with the spirit pill peak in the High Heaven Palace, it was far from enough. While cultivating their own alchemists, they also needed to purchase a large number of pills. For this reason, Yang Kai asked Hua Qingxi, who had just returned, to go to the Southern Territory again and take away a large number of monster cores. He was going to use these monster cores to exchange for a batch of source condensing pills with Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Yang Kai had more than 1 million monster cores, all of which he obtained when he entered the ancient wildlands and entered the beast tomb. These were the accumulation of the entire ancient wildlands for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years, but they were all swept away by Yang Kai. There was no lack of 12th order monster cores among them. He believed that Violet Source Chamber of Commerce would be happy to make such a deal. For this batch of emergency source condensing pills, Yang Kai directly took out tens of thousands of monster cores of various shapes and sizes. It could be said that he was bleeding a lot. After busying himself for a month, Yang Kai finally breathed a sigh of relief. On this day, he led Xianxia to the top of a spiritual mountain. This spirit mountain was also one of the main peaks of the High Heaven Palace. Compared to the other spirit mountains, it was more beautiful and rich in spirit qi. The fragrance of flowers and the sound of birds filled the air. Unlike the other spirit mountains, this spirit mountain was extremely tall, but it was still cold and quiet. This was because Yang Kai did not allow any cultivator from the star territory to disturb this spirit mountain. This spirit mountain was the High Heaven Palace's Spirit Pill Peak. There were also two similar spirit peaks, Spirit Array Peak and Spirit Artifact Peak. Their corresponding peak masters were Nan Mendejun and Hoyu. Of course, the appointment of these two peak masters was forced by Yang Kai, regardless of whether they agreed or not. In any case, from now on, the two of them were the peak masters of Spirit Array Peak and Spirit Artifact Peak respectively. The Spirit Pill Peak did not have a peak master, but it was the peak where Pill Emperor Jiying resided. Strictly speaking, Jiying could not be considered a member of the High Heaven Palace. After all, he was the fifth disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors. It was only because he lost to Yang Kai in alchemy that he stayed in the High Heaven Palace to refine pills for Yang Kai. He could be considered a guest elder of the High Heaven Palace. Jiying was not a bad person. Not only did he have the cultivation of the Emperor realm, he was also a Pill Emperor, and the personal disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors. These three identities were extremely eye-catching no matter where one put them, and the combination of these three identities was even more terrifying. If he didn't admit it, Yang Kai couldn't do anything to him. He couldn't kill him, right? That would definitely offend the wondrous Pill Great Emperors, and the wrath of the Great Emperors was no joke. However, he really stayed and fulfilled his bet with Yang Kai, refining a large number of spirit pills for the High Heaven Palace. Not only were the spirit pills refined by him extremely high grade, but their quality was also guaranteed. He also had several disciples under him, all of whom were brought to the Spirit Pill Peak to work. In the entire Spirit Pill Peak, only Jiying and his disciples lived there. Apart from them, there were only a few boys who were in charge of doing odd jobs. Yang Kai and Xianxia walked all the way up and soon arrived at the top of the peak. In front of the main hall, a man who looked to be in his 20s was waiting. When he saw Yang Kai, he bowed and said, "Palace Master Yang, honored master is waiting for you. Please follow me." Yang Kai smiled and nodded, knowing that Jiying had already noticed him when he came over. As the disciple entered the hall, Jiying quickly stepped forward and greeted, "Brother Yang, it's been a long time." The two of them had not seen each other for more than 10 years, which was indeed a long time. The reason why he was so enthusiastic was not only because he had lost to Yang Kai in the alchemy competition, but also because of Gong Sun Mu. Thanks to Yang Kai, the wondrous Pill Great Emperor's third disciple, Gong Sun Mu's corpse could be returned to Medicine Pill Valley after his death, so Jiying was naturally grateful to him. "Brother Ji." Yang Kai responded with a smile. Jiying grabbed Yang Kai's arm and said, "Brother Yang, you've come at the right time. Recently, I've been experimenting with a new alchemy technique and have made some progress. I was just about to ask Brother Yang to give me some pointers." He was an alchemy emperor, so there were very few people in this world who could discuss alchemy with him. He had several brothers and senior sisters, but all of them were taught by the same master, so there was nothing new to discuss with them, nor would he get any constructive advice. Yang Kai was different. Although Jiying did not know who taught him alchemy, he knew that Yang Kai's alchemy skills were not inferior to his own. Moreover, he had his own unique style, so if he could exchange a few pointers with him, he would definitely gain something. Yang Kai was speechless, thinking to himself that alchemists were really lunatics. He had come here for an important matter, but he hadn't expected to be caught by Jiying as soon as he met him. Thinking about the request he had to make later, Yang Kai could only humbly reply, "I wouldn't dare give you any pointers, I'll just discuss it with Brother Ji." Being able to beat him in alchemy last time was also a stroke of luck. Yang Kai did not think he was better than Jiying. Everyone had their own specializations, and Jiying had his own strengths. Jiying laughed loudly, "Brother Yang is too modest. Even honored master is full of praise for your alchemy skills, it's just a pity. What's a pity? Yang Kai was stunned, wondering if the great emperors of wondrous pills had something to say about him. It's a pity that you can't concentrate on the alchemy Tao. So that's what it's a pity, Yang Kai grinned. Of the 3,000 grand Daos, just one is enough to benefit me immensely. Jiying was startled for a moment before nodding, that's true. Without further ado, he pulled Yang Kai into his alchemy room, took out some precious herbs, and began refining. Xianxia naturally followed. Jiying did not know her background, but seeing that her relationship with Yang Kai was not ordinary, he did not stop her. In any case, not everyone could learn his alchemy skills. Jiying had been researching a new alchemy technique in recent years, the most important one being the pill condensing technique. According to him, this pill condensing technique was relatively simple and was not as complicated as other pill condensing techniques. Even an ordinary alchemist could master it after some study, and after mastering this technique, the efficiency of pill condensing technique would increase by at least 10 to 20%. However, this 10 to 20% should not be underestimated. A few furnaces of spirit pills might not be a big deal, but an alchemist could refine a huge number of spirit pills in their lifetime. If converted, this 10 to 20% was an extremely terrifying amount of wealth. Because this was the final pill condensing technique, Jiying did not choose to refine a high-grade spirit pill and instead chose a Tao source-grade pill. The initial process was simple, and although it was exquisite, it was still normal. The medicine room was silent for a while as Jiying focused on alchemy. Yang Kai and Xianxia watched together, especially Xianxia. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared at Jiying's movements without blinking, and from time to time, a thoughtful look would flash across her face. Condensing liquid, carving spirit arrays, incubating spirit pills, and soon it was time to condense the pills. Jiying's expression turned serious. Brother Yang, watch carefully. As soon as his words fell, his hands constantly formed seals as he poured a mysterious emperor qi into the pill furnace. Inside the pill furnace, a strange fragrance wafted, and it was obvious that the pill condensing process had begun. After a while, Jiying shouted, "Rise!" The lid of the furnace was opened, and a few round, rolling spirit pills flew out and were drawn into a jade bottle that he had prepared long ago. No more, no less, there were exactly 9 pills. 9 was an extreme number. An alchemist, no matter how good their technique was, could only refine 9 spirit pills at most. This was something that even the great emperors of wondrous pills could not avoid. With Emperor Jiying's identity as an alchemist, refining such a Tao source-grade spirit pill, even if he did not use his newly developed pill condensing technique, he could still refine 9 spirit pills. However, Yang Kai could see that this technique was indeed unique, so he calmed down and carefully reviewed it for a while before discussing it with Jiying. The discussions of alchemists were not limited to theory. Naturally, they also had to experiment. Therefore, Yang Kai also took out his own alchemy furnace and some herbs and began to refine the spirit Dan. When it was time to condense the spirit Dan, he used Jiying's method to compare the advantages and disadvantages. Furnace after furnace of experimental spirit pills were refined and time slowly passed, but Jiying did not show the slightest sign of fatigue. Instead, her eyes grew brighter and brighter. His discussion with Yang Kai was indeed correct. In the past few days, he had found that there were still some flaws in his technique, but he had slowly made up for them through mutual verification with Yang Kai, which naturally made him very happy. After a full 5 days, the two of them put away the pill furnace and walked out of the pill room together. Jiying was in a good mood and ordered several disciples to prepare a banquet to entertain Yang Kai. This was exactly what Yang Kai wanted. Yang Kai gave Xianxia a look, and Xianxia immediately understood and picked up the wine jug to pour wine for the two of them. After toasting for 3 rounds, Jiying slapped her head and said, my bad, I haven't asked for this young lady's name yet." Saying so, she stood up and looked at Xianxia with an apologetic expression. At the beginning, although he could see that the relationship between Yang Kai and Xianxia was somewhat unusual, he had quickly immersed himself in alchemy. In his eyes, apart from alchemy, there was only Yang Kai who was discussing with him, so he did not pay any attention to Xianxia. He did not even notice that Xianxia was pouring water for him. It was not until now that he suddenly woke up. My humble wife is Xianning Chang. Yang Kai smiled and introduced her. Xianning Chang gracefully bowed, "Greetings, Grandmaster Jiying." Her face was slightly red. This was the first time Yang Kai had introduced her in front of an outsider. "Mrs. Yang?" Jiying was shocked. The person who had been pouring wine for him was actually Yang Kai's wife. He said helplessly, "What should I do?" "Please, sit down." If he had known that Xianning Chang was Yang Kai's wife, he would never have let her do this kind of work. Wasn't this a slap to Yang Kai's face? Fortunately, Yang Kai did not seem to mind. "I've been negligent. This Ji is at fault. This toast is to Mrs. Yang. I hope Mrs. Yang will not blame me." Jiying raised his wine cup with a face full of sweat. "Brother Ji is too serious. It's just a small matter." Yang Kai smiled and waved his hand. Jiying looked at him with a bitter smile and said, "Brother Yang, you're too unkind. You brought your sister-in-law here and didn't even greet us, causing this Ji to make a fool of himself. You'll have to punish yourself with 3 cups of wine later. As Brother Ji says." Yang Kai smiled and said, "But there's no hurry to drink. I have something I need Brother Ji's help with. It's about my humble wife." Jiying said, "If you need my help, Brother Yang, feel free to ask. As long as this Ji can do it, I will not refuse. This matter is definitely something Brother Ji can do." Yang Kai smiled confidently and pointed at Xianning Chang. "It's like this. Since Ning Chang began cultivating, she has also entered the Tao through alchemy. She prefers the art of alchemy over cultivation and fighting." "Oh? Sister-in-law is also an alchemist?" Jiying looked at Xianning Chang seriously and frowned slightly. He was an alchemist emperor after all. If there was a fellow alchemist standing in front of him, he would definitely be able to tell. This was because alchemists had a unique temperament, especially when dealing with mysterious flames and herbs all year round. There would definitely be some indelible traces left behind. However, when he looked at Xianning Chang, there was no such trace at all. Yet, he could clearly smell the various pill fragrances on Xianning Chang's body, which made him a little suspicious. "That's right." Yang Kai nodded. "It's just that the conditions in the lower star territory are limited, and there's no one who can teach her alchemy. Now that she's here, I was wondering if I could let her learn the Tao of alchemy from Brother Ji." Jiying said, "Brother Yang's attainments in alchemy far surpass mine. Moreover, the 2 of you are husband and wife, so it would be more convenient for you to give her pointers." "Why go so far?" Yang Kai smiled bitterly, "Brother Ji is too kind. But as you know, I don't have much time to teach her." When Jiying heard this, he knew that Yang Kai was telling the truth. He had stayed in the High Heaven Palace for a long time, but he basically didn't meet Yang Kai face to face. This guy seemed to be very secretive all year round, so how could he have the time to teach others? Jiying nodded slightly. "If that's the case, this Ji is willing to help, but..." There was no buts. Yang Kai immediately cut him off and signaled to Xianning Chang with his eyes, "Ning Chang, come and greet your master." Jiying's cultivation was in the Emperor realm, and he was also an alchemy master. He was definitely qualified to be Xianning Chang's master. Although he and Jiying called each other brothers, this wouldn't hinder Xianning Chang's matters. At most, they would just teach their own master. Jiying was the direct disciple of the Wondrous Pill Great Emperors, so he had learned the Wondrous Pill Great Emperor's alchemy Tao. If Xianning Chang only learned a little from him, he would definitely gain something. However, if he really became Jiying's master, it would be different. Jiying would definitely teach him everything without holding back. In comparison, Yang Kai naturally wanted Xianning Chang to become Jiying's master, so it didn't matter if he lost out a little in terms of status. Before coming here, Kai Yang had already informed Xianning Chang, so at this time, she naturally knew what to do and quickly bowed down. But before she could even open her mouth, Jiying waved her hand and an invisible force held her back, preventing her from bowing. "Brother Yang." Jiying looked helplessly at Yang Kai and waved his hand. "You can't accept this, you can't accept this." If he really accepted Xianning Chang as his disciple, how would he and Yang Kai's seniority be calculated in the future? What's more, he wasn't an ordinary alchemy master. He had the entire Medicine Core Valley behind him, so he couldn't just accept a disciple as he pleased. He had to be acknowledged by the Medicine Core Valley first. In addition, he didn't have any intention of accepting a disciple, so he could teach Xianxia a little. Accepting a disciple was a big deal, so how could he be so careless? Even though Xianxia was Yang Kai's wife, before knowing her aptitude, Jiying didn't dare to casually accept her as his disciple. Otherwise, he would lose face for the Medicine Core Valley. His several disciples were all dragons and phoenixes among men. In the future, it was very likely that they would all become alchemy masters. Why not? Could it be that Brother Ji is unwilling? Yang Kai thought to himself, since I've already said so much, how can I let you off so easily? Today, you have to accept even if you don't want to. It's not that I'm unwilling, it's just that. Jiying was extremely conflicted. Due to the sex rules, this Ji can't accept a disciple at will. This matter must be reported to Big Brother. Although the Medicine Core Valley was the place where the wondrous pill Great Emperors cultivated, the Great Emperors didn't care about everything. The one in charge of the Medicine Core Valley now was the wondrous pill Great Emperor's eldest disciple, the Big Brother Jiying referred to. There's also this sect rule. Yang Kai was stunned, but he also knew that Jiying wouldn't lie to him. He understood that his plan was likely to encounter some twists and turns. Yes, otherwise Jiying wouldn't refuse. How about this, Brother Yang? I can teach sister-in-law alchemy, but we don't have to be master and disciple. Yang Kai was unwilling. If he casually taught her, how much good could he teach? He tentatively asked, is the Medicine Core Valley still accepting disciples? How could Jiying not know what he was planning? He smiled bitterly, we haven't accepted a new disciple in 500 years. However, if there is someone with outstanding aptitude, I'm sure Big Brother won't refuse. Yang Kai laughed when he heard this. Ning Chang, show Brother Ji your skills. Jiying looked at him in amazement, feeling a little incredulous. After all, in his opinion, Xianxia didn't have the slightest trace of an alchemist, but Yang Kai seemed to be very confident in her. However, since things had already gotten to this point, Jiying could only look at Xianxia and secretly plan to go back and ask Big Brother to accept Xianxia into Medicine Core Valley. After all, he couldn't refuse Yang Kai's request. I'll show you my incompetence, Xianxia said softly, then rummaged through her space ring and took out some herbs. These were all Origin King grade herbs, and there were no higher grade herbs in the star territory. This move alone made Jiying's eyes light up. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that Xianxia's cultivation was just a third-order Origin King, but at this moment, she had taken out an Origin King grade herb, indicating that she wanted to refine an Origin King grade spirit pill. For a cultivator from a lower star territory, this should be the limit. In other words, Yang Kai's wife was an Origin King grade alchemist. Perhaps? Jiying could still look forward to this. Jiying nodded secretly and began paying attention silently. Xianxia gently picked up one of the herbs and her aura suddenly underwent a huge change. She became extremely focused, as if the only thing left in the world was the herb in front of her. Alchemy required one to be completely focused and could not be disturbed or distracted for even half a day. This was an essential quality for every alchemist. Jiying nodded again, thinking that regardless of her alchemy aptitude, this performance alone was commendable. But in the next moment, his brow furrowed because Xianxia had actually pushed her Saint Qi to wrap around the herb in her hand. Her Saint Qi was not static, but instead fluctuated between strong and weak, creating a strange fluctuation. Under this fluctuation, a trace of green aura quickly overflowed from the herb, which was obviously the medicinal liquid it contained. Not using a pill furnace? A strange light flashed across Jiying's eyes. An outstanding alchemist may be able to refine a spirit pill without the aid of a pill furnace, but this required an extremely high level of skill, and the grade of the spirit pill refined definitely couldn't be too high. For example, Jiying himself, as an emperor alchemist, could refine a Dao source grade spirit pill without the aid of a pill furnace, but as a result, even if he could refine it, the quality and quantity of the spirit pills would be affected. A pill furnace was an alchemist's second life, and this was not just a saying. Whether a pill furnace was good or bad, it was essential to assist an alchemist in alchemy. Xianxia was just an Origin King, so refining an Origin King grade spirit pill was already her limit. Now, she actually wanted to refine without the aid of a pill furnace, which made Ji Ying a little unhappy. She felt that even if Xianning Chang intended to show off in front of her, she shouldn't act so arrogantly. This wasn't a good thing for an alchemist. With such a mindset, it was likely she wouldn't be able to go far. If someone else had done this in front of him, he would have reprimanded them, but considering that Xianning Chang was Yang Kai's wife, he endured it, but his original expectations had disappeared. The next moment, he was stunned again. Because he felt that Xianning Chang's Saint Qi was not of the fire attribute. What? Not only did he not use an alchemy furnace to refine in the air, he didn't even have an alchemy fire? How was she going to refine alchemy like this? Did he really think that alchemy was child's play, something that could be done casually? He could not help turning to look at Yang Kai's wife. However, he saw Yang Kai smile and say meaningfully, "Brother Ji will understand soon enough." Ji Ying frowned but could only let nature take its course. In his mind, he was thinking about how to politely refuse Yang Kai's previous proposal without hurting his face or the friendship between them. However, this matter was difficult to handle. If Yang Kai had brought someone else here, he could have refused, but the woman in front of him was his wife. If things went wrong, it was very likely it would cause a rift between them. Saint Qi surged and the spirit grass tumbled as the Origin King Realm spirit pill overflowed with green fluorescence at a speed visible to the naked eye and gradually condensed into a pearl-sized drop of green liquid. Ji Ying's eyes bulged as he cried out involuntarily, "How is this possible?" The first step in refining a spirit pill was to condense the medicinal liquid. Generally, alchemists would use a pill furnace and pill fire to do so, but Yang Kai's wife not only did not use a pill furnace, but she also did not have a pill fire, yet she had somehow managed to condense the medicinal liquid from this herb. Ji Ying turned his head to look at Yang Kai in shock, but saw that Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, as if he had already expected this. What was going on? Without the help of a pill furnace or pill fire, how did this Xia girl condense this medicinal liquid? Unable to believe this, Ji Ying released his divine sense slightly and his eyes bulged even more. It was indeed a medicinal liquid, and it was extremely pure. This pearl-sized drop of green liquid was not mixed with the slightest impurities and its medicinal properties were perfectly preserved, without the slightest trace of damage. The shock in Ji Ying's heart could not be any greater as he felt that what he was seeing in front of him was beyond anything he had ever seen in his life. With his ability, if he took out an Origin King Great Herb, he could naturally achieve the same level of refinement as Xianning Chang, but he would need to use a pill furnace and pill fire to do so. Moreover, he was an Emperor Realm alchemist while Xianning Chang was just an Origin King Great alchemist. The gap between the two was like heaven and earth, so naturally they could not be compared. Ji Ying had never thought that an Origin King Great alchemist could condense a medicinal liquid to such an extent beyond his own limits. At the very least, when he was an Origin King Great alchemist, he could not achieve this. The purity of the medicinal liquid was directly related to the quality of the final pill. The higher the purity of the medicinal liquid, the less impurities it would have, and the greater the assistance it would provide in the subsequent refinement process. In this regard, Xianning Chang had undoubtedly achieved perfection. Looking at the Origin King Great Herb in Xianning Chang's hand, Ji Ying saw that it had completely withered and the medicinal efficacies it contained had been completely condensed. Xianning Chang simply threw it aside. This caused Ji Ying to be taken aback again. Condensing such a pure medicinal liquid without the help of a pill furnace and pill fire was already amazing, but she was actually able to squeeze out the medicinal efficacies of a single herb to the limit. It could be said that Ji Ying had never seen such an alchemist before. Even the few disciples he had placed high hopes on were inferior to her. If the step of condensing the medicinal liquid was given a full score of 10, then Ji Ying would definitely give Xianning Chang a 9 out of 10. He was afraid that she would become arrogant. Ji Ying could not understand how she had done it, because it was contrary to what he knew. Calming down, he continued to watch as Xianning Chang skillfully condensed medicinal liquids into medicinal liquids. After a short while, all the medicinal liquids of the herbs had been condensed. Ji Ying gasped in amazement. He discovered that the perfect medicinal liquid she had concocted at the beginning was not just a fluke, because the medicinal herbs she had concocted later were just like the beginning. She had completely concocted their medicinal effects without wasting a single bit. Putting away the dissatisfaction and contempt in his heart, Ji Ying's expression became extremely focused as he stared at Xianning Cheng's movements without blinking, lest he miss the slightest detail. Although Ji Ying still did not understand how she had done it, this visual and sensory impact was undoubtedly a kind of shock and enjoyment for a veteran alchemist. After condensing the medicinal liquids, it was naturally time to inscribe a spirit array and let the medicinal liquids fuse with each other. Ji Ying thought to himself, at this point, you should use your pill furnace, right? What you did just now was enough to prove your ability. But unexpectedly, Xianning Cheng still had no intention of taking out his pill furnace. Instead, he simply opened his hands and held them vertically in front of him, releasing pearl-sized medicinal liquids wrapped in Saint Qi and suspended between his palms. As her Saint Qi surged, a mass of medicinal liquid began to dance rapidly, revolving around Xianning Cheng's palms as its center. During the process of revolving, these medicinal liquids fused and intersected with each other, undergoing some magical changes. Ji Ying was completely speechless. He only felt that the spirit pill this Mistress Yang was refining was completely different from the alchemy he knew, far beyond his imagination. Paying close attention to the changes in the medicinal liquids with his divine sense, Ji Ying's expression was a mixture of surprise, shock, admiration, and many other kinds of expressions. The time it takes for an incense stick to burn quickly passed by, and the medicinal liquid that had been revolving between Xianning Cheng's palms suddenly slowed down. However, under Ji Ying's perception, he could clearly feel that the medicinal liquid had completely fused together, and the amount of liquid had reached the pinnacle. Xianning Cheng held the semi-finished medicinal liquid in one hand, then tilted his head and thought for a moment before forming a series of hand seals with his other hand and sending out a burst of Saint Qi. This is... Ji Ying suddenly stood up. The hand seals Xianning Cheng was using at this moment turned out to be his newly developed pill condensing technique. During his 5 days of discussion with Yang Kai, he had used this technique to condense no less than 20 furnaces of spirit pills, but that was it. Ji Ying had never imagined that Xianning Cheng would actually be able to learn it completely after just 5 days. Not only had he learned it, but he had also put it to use. Ji Ying was inexplicably excited as he instinctively felt that he had picked up a treasure. Possessing such outstanding and special alchemy skills could be explained by Xianning Cheng's proficiency in alchemy and the fact that she had been immersed in the Tao of alchemy for a long time, but to be able to learn and use his pill condensing technique in just 5 days was enough to demonstrate her perception and aptitude. Of course, in Ji Ying's opinion, Xianning Cheng's pill condensing technique was not perfect. Some of the transitions in the middle were a bit stiff, and it did not give off the kind of natural feeling Ji Ying had. But the flaws could not obscure the beauty. In just 5 days, Ji Ying had not taught her anything. She had only watched from the side, yet she was already able to reach this point. If Ji Ying could teach her, wouldn't there be even greater room for improvement? Compared to her, the disciples he had high hopes for were simply rotten wood that could not be carved, walls of dung that could not be tarnished. After the last hand seal, the medicinal liquid in Xianning Cheng's hand suddenly split into 7, but it was still under his control. The 7 medicinal liquids continued to rotate, gradually solidifying and drying up. After everything was settled, Xianning Cheng had 7 rolling, snow-white spirit pills in his hand. "Grandmaster, please take a look," Xianning Cheng said softly, then put the 7 spirit pills in his hand on the table and retreated behind Yang Kai. Ji Ying immediately opened his eyes wide and grabbed the 7 spirit pills in his hand, carefully inspecting them. Yang Kai had been observing the situation, so how could he not see the change in Ji Ying's attitude? He looked up at Xianning Cheng, smiled, and signaled with his eyes that everything was done. "Pill veins," Ji Ying exclaimed. Of the 7 spirit pills, 1 had actually formed pill veins, and it was not 1, but 2. This was such an astonishing ratio that even Ji Ying was stunned. Pill veins were the best form of identification for an alchemist's skills, but they were something that could only be encountered by chance. If a pill formed pill veins during the refining process, both its medicinal efficacies and value would double because no matter how long it was stored, there was no need to worry about its medicinal efficacies dissipating. The veins on the surface of the pill, like the meridians of a human body, would lock in the pill's medicinal efficacies and prevent them from dissipating. If a pill formed pill clouds, it would be even more incredible. Pill clouds not only had the effect of pill veins, but they could also actively absorb world energy to nourish the pill. The longer it was stored, the more powerful its medicinal efficacies would be. If it was stored for thousands of years, the medicinal efficacies it contained would be terrifying. Pill veins could only be encountered by chance, not sought. Pill clouds were even more out of the question, as those were absolutely rare items. When Jiying was refining spirit pills, she would occasionally refine a spirit pill with pill veins, but as for pill clouds, she had never encountered one. On the other hand, her fourth senior sister had once refined a pill that formed pill clouds, but it was only an origin king-grade pill. At that time, her senior sister was already an Emperor realm alchemist, so refining an origin king-grade pill was naturally a piece of cake for her. Because of this, her fourth senior sister was praised by her honored master, and the special pill she refined was treated as a treasure by her senior sister. It was likely she would treat it as a family heirloom and pass it down from generation to generation. Xianxia refining a furnace of origin king-grade pills was her own limit. After all, she was only an origin king-grade alchemist. Refining 7 pills was already an excellent result, and 2 of them had even formed pill veins. Jiying was quite shocked. 1 pill could be said to be luck, but 2. His luck was a little too good. After careful confirmation, there was no doubt these 2 pills were indeed pill veins. The medicinal efficacies of these 2 spirit pills were more than double that of the other 5. Such a result could be said to be even rarer than refining 9 pills at once. Jiying also saw that the reason why Xianxia had only managed to refine 7 pills was because her understanding of the final pill condensing technique was still incomplete. After all, this was her first time applying what she had learned. Once she fully grasped the pill condensing technique, what was the point of refining 9 pills? What was truly hard to come by were the pill veins. He took a deep breath and put down the 2 spirit pills with pill veins. When he looked at the remaining 5 spirit pills, his face was filled with amazement. Although when Xianxia had concocted the perfect medicinal liquid, he had already expected that the quality of this batch of spirit pills would not be too bad. Even without the 2 pill vein spirit pills, the remaining 5 were all of the highest quality. It seemed that they were only one step away from forming pill veins. Not only was this Madame Yang's aptitude not bad, she was simply a genius among alchemy geniuses. He was probably much better than Yang Kai. Recalling Xianxia's various performances during alchemy, Jiying suddenly raised her head and stared at her in a daze. An inconceivable thought flashed through her mind. Madame Yang, is the sacred spirit medicine body? After being exposed by Jiying, Xianxia nodded slightly. Yang Kai also laughed and said, Brother Ji's vision is really sharp. No wonder, no wonder. Jiying smiled bitterly. No wonder alchemy didn't require a pill furnace or even a pill fire and could be so outstanding. It turned out that she was the sacred spirit medicine body. It was ridiculous that he had thought Xianxia was deliberately showing off, but now he knew the whole story. The sacred spirit medicine body didn't need a pill furnace or a pill fire to refine spirit pills. She herself was the best pill furnace and her Saint Qi was better than any pill fire. Turning to look at Yang Kai, Jiying said indignantly, Brother Yang, you've been hiding things from me for a long time. Yang Kai blinked and said, Seeing is believing. What does Brother Ji think of my wife? Jiying sternly said, This Ji is inferior. This was not flattery, but the truth. Jiying suddenly remembered the records he had read in the ancient books he had read before. In this world, there were countless kinds of strange physiques, each of which had its own uniqueness. For alchemists, the sacred spirit medicine body was an existence they could only dream of because this kind of physique was specially created for alchemy. For those with the sacred spirit medicine body, alchemy was as simple as eating and drinking, it was their innate talent. Although Jiying's current alchemy skills and alchemy rank were higher than Xianxia's, if Xianxia was allowed to grow, not only would Jiying be inferior, but none of the 4 great disciples of the wondrous pill-grade emperors would be able to compare with her. In time, it was not impossible for Jiying to reach the height of the wondrous pill-grade emperors and truly enter the Tao of alchemy. Yang Kai gawked for a moment, not having expected to receive such a high evaluation from Jiying, a light of pride suddenly appearing on his face as he laughed and said, Brother Ji is too kind, I still need to learn from Brother Ji. After a pause, he asked, "Can I understand that Brother Ji is willing to accept my wife as a disciple?" Since he had such a high evaluation, it would not be difficult for Jiying to accept Xianning as a disciple. Great masters also wanted outstanding disciples, and Jiying was one of the most renowned alchemy masters in the entire star boundary. Just as the wondrous Pill great emperors also wanted to pass on their legacy, Jiying must have had similar thoughts. However, great masters were common, but outstanding disciples were rare, so Xianning was undoubtedly a very good choice. Yang Kai thought that Jiying would happily agree, but he didn't expect him to furrow his brow and put on an awkward look. Yang Kai suspiciously asked, "Is Brother Ji still worried about Medicine Pill Valley's rules?" "No, no." Jiying waved his hand, "With such aptitude and the sacred spirit medicine body, I believe eldest brother will also welcome Madame Yang to join Medicine Pill Valley and will definitely not reject her." "Since that's the case, why does Brother Ji have such an expression?" Yang Kai was puzzled. For the sake of Xianning future, he was willing to send her to Medicine Pill Valley to study the alchemic way and suffer the pain of lovesickness, so why was he still hesitating? Shouldn't he be happy to accept it? Jiying did not answer, but his expression changed and he hesitated for a long time before suddenly making up his mind. "Brother Yang, I want to introduce sister-in-law to honored master." "Wondrous Pill Great Emperors?" Yang Kai was stunned and immediately shocked. "Brother Ji means." "I'm afraid only honored master can teach sister-in-law," Jiying said solemnly. To be honest, he also wanted to take Xianning in as his disciple and teach her with all his heart. Having such a disciple would give him face in the future. However, the sacred spirit medicine body was extremely rare, and he was afraid that it would not be long before she surpassed him. If a master was inferior to a disciple, then as her master, he would be in an awkward position. Coupled with Yang Kai's relationship, if he really took Xianning as his disciple, the seniority would be a bit messy. That was why he said this. If Xianning could become a disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors, then they would have a brother and sister relationship, and it would not be awkward for her to meet Yang Kai in the future. Yang Kai was excited and said, "Brother Ji is so kind, this Yang is really..." To be honest, it was not that he had never thought of having Xianning become a disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors, but what kind of people were the Great Emperors? How could they be so easily met, let alone become a disciple? It just so happened that Jiying was in the High Heaven Palace, so he simply came to find him. He did not expect that Jiying would actually take the initiative to mention this, which made him overjoyed. He hurriedly said to Xianning, "Little senior sister, quickly thank brother Ji." It was Xianning first time in the star boundary, so she did not know who the wondrous Pill Great Emperors were, but seeing Yang Kai's expression, she knew that this was definitely an extraordinary existence, so she hurriedly thanked him. Jiying raised his hand and said, "Don't worry, don't worry." Yang Kai said seriously, "Brother Ji is very kind, how can a simple thank you be enough to express the gratitude of us husband and wife? Brother Ji, please do not refuse." Jiying smiled bitterly and said, "It's not that I refuse, it's just that I don't have much confidence in this matter, so if it doesn't work out, I hope Brother Yang won't blame me." "You don't have confidence?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Why do you say that?" Jiying said, "It's like this, honored master has accepted a total of 5 disciples in his life, and this Ji is his youngest disciple, as well as his last disciple. When honored master accepted me as his disciple, he said that he would never accept another disciple in the future." As soon as Yang Kai heard this, he understood why Jiying seemed to be in a difficult position. He wanted to recommend Xianning to the wondrous Pill Great Emperors, but the key point was that the Great Emperors had said that they would never accept a disciple. The words of the Great Emperors carried enormous weight, so how could they go back on their words so easily? Unless Xianning had the talent to make the wondrous Pill Great Emperors go back on their words, and the sacred spirit medicine body was undoubtedly his greatest asset. Otherwise, Jiying wouldn't have taken the initiative to mention this matter. As the disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors, he couldn't bring himself to discredit his honored master, and he really couldn't bear to see such a bright pearl covered in dust. So that's how it is. Yang Kai suddenly understood. Jiying said, "This Ji can only promise to give it a try, as for whether it works or not." Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Brother Ji's kind intentions, we husband and wife thank you in advance." whether it works or not, we will remember this kindness. Jiying smiled and said, since Brother Yang has no objections, this Ji will return to Medicine Pill Valley. This matter isn't urgent, Yang Kai said, but he didn't mean it. Jiying said, even if you aren't in a hurry, I am. Saying this, he stood up and strode out. Do you need my humble wife to go back with you? Yang Kai asked. There's no hurry. I'll go and ask Honored Master first. If possible, it won't be too late to pick up sister-in-law. The main reason was that he didn't have the confidence. If Honored Master didn't even want to meet Xianing Chang, how awkward would that be? Yang Kai and Xianing Chang saw him off all the way to the outside of the hall. I hope this trip goes smoothly. Jiying turned around and said this. His figure flickered and shot into the air, disappearing from their sight in the blink of an eye. He was in a hurry and didn't want to waste a single moment. Looking in the direction he left, Yang Kai clenched his fists and said excitedly, if this matter succeeds, little senior sister will have a great backer in the future. If she could really become a disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors, then no one would dare to provoke her in the star boundary in the future. The wondrous Pill Great Emperor's sixth disciple had a terrifying reputation, so who would dare not give her face? Junior brother, the wondrous Pill Great Emperors, who are they? Xianing Chang asked softly. Yang Kai smiled slightly, I haven't had time to tell you all the details yet. And, let's go back and find Su Yan and Aluo. I'll tell you all about the current situation in the star boundary. Reaching out and grabbing Xianing Chang's waist, Yang Kai flew back to the main peak where he lived. In a good mood, Yang Kai's hands were naturally a little naughty, causing Xianing Chang's cheeks to flush red and she bit her thin lips in embarrassment. Jiying's efficiency was very high. Yang Kai waited in High Heaven Palace for less than 5 days before he rushed back to the main peak, High Heaven Peak. Brother Ji, how did things go? Yang Kai couldn't see anything from Jiying's face and asked somewhat nervously. Jiying replied, Honored Master. Agreed to see sister-in-law. This answer inevitably disappointed Yang Kai, but he also knew that the wondrous Pill Great Emperors would not accept a disciple so casually. Since Jiying had agreed to see her, it meant there was a chance. If the wondrous Pill Great Emperors had not even agreed to see her, he could only give up on this idea. Fortunately, there was still a glimmer of hope. If sister-in-law has nothing else to do, please set out with me. We can't keep Honored Master waiting. Jiying did not want to delay and immediately returned to Medicine Pill Valley. Many thanks for your trouble, Brother Ji. Yang Kai cupped his fists and Xianing Chang walked out from behind him, the two of them reluctantly saying their goodbyes. Although they had only just reunited and would have to part again, and once they really entered Medicine Pill Valley, it would not be easy for them to meet again in the future. But for the long term, Medicine Pill Valley was definitely the best place for Xianing Chang to go. When he returned from his studies, he would be able to spend time with her, so why would he spend all his time here? Jiying released his ship artifact, and with Xianing Chang on board, it turned into a streak of light and soared into the sky. Yang Kai stood in front of the hall and watched for a long time before withdrawing his gaze. Su Yan, Shanqing Luo, and Shuiyu stood behind him. Yang Kai calmed his mood and turned to ask, Luo, are you really not going to the ancient savage wilderness? Over the past few days, Yang Kai had roughly explained the situation in the star boundary to the 4 girls. He could arrange for Xianing Chang to enter Medicine Pill Valley. As for Shanqing Luo, the best place for her to go was naturally the savage desolation ancient land. Although she was born a human, she had the bloodline of the monster race and the heavenly moon demon spider's origin energy. In the entire star boundary, the most suitable place for her to grow was undoubtedly the savage desolation ancient land. Yang Kai believed that if he were to send the Shanqing Luo to the ancient ground, the Luan Feng and the others wouldn't have any objections. Of course, even if they did, it would be useless. However, Shanqing Luo didn't seem to have this intention. Instead, she was willing to stay in the High Heaven Palace and cultivate. As for the reason, Yang Kai could guess a thing or two. She was probably worried that Shuiyu would be lonely, so she stayed to accompany him. No. Shanqing Luo pursed her lips and smiled. As long as you have the heart, where can't you cultivate? Yang Kai gently nodded, that's true. Now that the High Heaven Palace didn't lack cultivation resources, even if Shanqing Luo didn't go to the ancient ground, it wouldn't affect her cultivation. Since she didn't want to go, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't force her. Turning his head to Su Yan, he said, "Let's go to Ice Heart Valley." Saying so, his figure flickered and he flew towards the space array. Su Yan followed closely behind. A moment later, in Ice Heart Valley's Ice Island restricted area, the space array lit up. The Ice Heart Valley disciples guarding this place noticed it and immediately came to investigate. After investigating the situation, they reported it one by one. Yang Kai hadn't come to Ice Heart Valley many times, but almost every elder in Ice Heart Valley recognized him. After all, when Ice Heart Valley was facing a great calamity, it was Yang Kai who turned the tide and saved Ice Heart Valley. In the hearts of Ice Heart Valley's disciples, Yang Kai's status was very high. Otherwise, how could a man casually enter this place where women gathered? As long as he showed his face, he would be killed. After an incense stick worth of time, Yang Kai saw Bing Yun in a large hall. There was no one around, only Ji Yao waiting on him. When Yang Kai saw her, he felt a headache. He couldn't help but recall the embarrassing moments he had with her in the ancient ground. Ji Yao's expression was a little strange as she looked at Yang Kai with a faint smile, making him feel more and more uncomfortable. He always felt that there was something hidden in her eyes. Without looking sideways, he stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Yang Kai greets Senior." Bing Yun smiled slightly and said softly, "Why are you acting like an outsider? Boy, you haven't been here for more than 10 years, right?" Before Yang Kai could speak, Ji Yao said in a sarcastic tone, "Palace Master Yang is a noble man with many things to do. How could he still remember this cold and desolate Ice Heart Valley?" Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked at her, thinking, "I didn't provoke you, so why are you speaking so sarcastically?" Even Bing Yin glanced at her third disciple. Yang Kai pursed his lips, "Junior Sister Yao, I trust you have been well since we last met." Ji Yao reached out and brushed her hair behind her ear, saying lightly, "You used to call me Yao but now you have changed to Junior Sister." Yang Kai's eyes twitched, and even Bing Xian's eyes flashed with a trace of helplessness. She raised her hand and said, "We are not outsiders, let's sit down first." Ji Yao said, "Palace Master Yang, please don't blame me for not having tea to serve you." Haha. Yang Kai could only laugh awkwardly, not knowing how to react. Bing Yin finally couldn't bear it anymore and glared at Ji Yao. Only then did the latter lower her eyes and put on a docile appearance. "This is..." Bing Yin looked at Su Yan who was standing behind Kai Yang strangely. Secretly thinking that the reason why Ji Yao was being so cold and sarcastic was because this little brat had brought a woman with him, she naturally asked out of curiosity. Su Yan stepped forward and cupped her hands. "Su Yan greets Ancestral Founder." "Ancestral Founder?" Bing Yin was stunned, and Ji Yao also raised her head to look at Su Yan. "This is..." Bing Yan's eyes suddenly lit up as she stared blankly at the sword hanging at Su Yan's waist. With a wave of her hand, the sword flew into her hand. Bing Yin gripped the hilt of the sword with one hand and pulled it out of its sheath with a rustling sound. A cold light suddenly filled the hall as a cold aura filled the air. "Profound Frost Divine Sword!" Bing Yin exclaimed in a low voice. This sword was originally her sword. She had owned it when she was the Valley Master of Ice Heart Valley on Scarlet Wave Star in the Star Territory. Later, she left the Star Territory for the Star Boundary and left this sword in Ice Heart Valley. Even though tens of thousands of years had passed and Profound Frost Divine Sword had undergone great changes, she could recognize it at a glance. It was her sword from back then. Reporting to Ancestral Founder, it is indeed Profound Frost Divine Sword. Su Yan replied respectfully. Bing Yin raised her head and looked at her. "You came from the Star Territory?" With Profound Frost Divine Sword here, it was not difficult to guess Su Yan's origin. Yang Kai smiled and said, "My humble wife studied in Ice Heart Valley on Scarlet Wave Star for a period of time. Profound Frost Divine Sword was obtained from Ice Heart Valley." "My humble wife." Bing Yin keenly grasped this intimate word, and a strange light flashed in Ji Yao's eyes. Stroking the sword and recalling the past, Bing Yin could not help but sigh. After a long time, she said, "Profound Frost Divine Sword is only an Origin King grade artifact, but I can see that it is now a Dao Source grade artifact. Moreover, it seems to be extremely sentient. It seems that this sword is not a disgrace to you." Returning the sword to its sheath, Bing Yin raised her hand and returned Profound Frost Divine Sword to Su Yan. Although it was an artifact from back then, Bingyan no longer had any use for Profound Frost Divine Sword. Since Su Yan obtained it and brought it here, she naturally would not snatch it away. She turned to Yang Kai and said, Yang Kai, you brought her to see me because… Yang Kai grinned. Su Yan is also a disciple of Scarlet Wave Star's Ice Heart Valley. Naturally, she is also Senior's disciple. Isn't she here to acknowledge her ancestors? Bingyan nodded slightly, guessing Yang Kai's intentions. Very well, this queen will accept her as a disciple. I won't bury her. Bingyan is so straightforward. Although Yang Kai knew that there would definitely be no accidents on this trip, he did not expect Bingyan to agree so readily. Compared with the wondrous Pill Great Emperors, Bingyan was much more amiable. However, although Bingyan was a third-stage Emperor Realm Master, she was still far from the wondrous Pill Great Emperors. Great Emperors should be extremely cautious when accepting disciples, not to mention that the wondrous Pill Great Emperors had previously said that they would no longer accept disciples. Yang Kai winked at Su Yan, and Su Yan immediately said, Disciple greets. Honored Master. Ji Yao said, Honored Master, you are usually in retreat, so why don't you leave little junior sister to me? Yang Kai was shocked and raised his head to look at Ji Yao, only to see her give him a meaningful smile, which made Yang Kai feel uncomfortable. Before Yang Kai could say anything, Bingyan nodded and said, Very well, if I don't have time, I will leave Su Yan to you. You must teach her well. Yes, honored master, Ji Yao nodded respectfully. She turned to look at Su Yan and said, Little junior sister, this is the first time we are meeting. You can call me third senior sister in the future, or you can call me by my name. My name is Ji Yao. Greetings, third senior sister. Ji Yao pursed her lips and smiled, Let's talk about it later. Honored master hasn't accepted you yet. After the disciple acceptance ceremony is over, we will be family. There is no need to be so formal. Yes. Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat, feeling like he had sent Su Yan into a tiger's den. But this was not the time to go back on his word. Bingyan had already agreed to accept Su Yan as a disciple, and Su Yan was very suitable to stay in Ice Heart Valley to cultivate. How could he go back on his word now? Ji Yao wouldn't make things difficult for Su Yan, right? According to his understanding of Ji Yao, such a thing should not happen. Thinking so, Yang Kai calmed down and said, Senior, I returned to Star Territory a few days ago and brought some disciples from Scarlet Wave Star and Ice Heart Valley. If Senior is willing to accept them, Junior will arrange for them to be sent here. When Yang Kai left Star Territory, he had not only brought people from Shadowed Star, but also from all the major cultivation stars. Scarlet Wave Star and Ice Heart Valley were naturally the focus of attention, almost emptying the entire Ice Heart Valley. You returned to Star Territory? Bingyan was shocked. Yes, it was a coincidence. How many people did you bring? Senior is asking about Scarlet Wave Star and Ice Heart Valley, or everyone? Naturally, Ice Heart Valley. Several thousand. Bingyan was stunned. He thought that even if he had the ability to return to Star Territory and bring some people here, he would only bring a few dozen at most. The number of several thousand really shocked him. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. You became the master of Star Territory? Yang Kai smiled and said, Senior's eyes are sharp. Bingyan was relieved. No wonder he could bring several thousand people here. It turned out that he had become the master of Star Territory and the guardian of Star Territory. Other than that, there was no other explanation for why he could bring so many people here. Frowning, he said, Star Territory has its own rules, and the Star Boundary has its own rules. Only Third-Order Origin Kings can pass through the Starlight Avenue and enter the Star Boundary. Although I don't know what method you used to bring them here, I'm afraid you will have some trouble. Yang Kai said, Senior, don't worry. Since I dared to do this, there will naturally be no problems. If not for the fact that Yang Inflammation was his immediate superior, he definitely would not have done this. Otherwise, if he was found out in the future, he would definitely be punished and stripped of his status as the master of Star Territory. However, with Yang Inflammation's protection, it was not a big deal for him to secretly bring some people over. What about everyone? Bingyan suddenly realized a problem. Scarlet Wave Star and Ice Heart Valley had brought thousands of people over, so the others would probably bring even more. After all, Yang Kai himself originated from Star Territory, so it was impossible for him to not take care of his friends and family in star territory. 100,000. Yang Kai scratched his cheek. Bingyun was stunned, and Ji Yao also looked at him in a daze. What did 100,000 mean? Ice Heart Valley only had a few thousand disciples now, less than 10,000, and this was the result of years of continuous recruitment. 100,000 was almost equivalent to a dozen Ice Heart Valleys. Why did you bring so many people over? Bingyun did not know whether to laugh or cry. Can you afford to raise them? 100,000 people. The cultivation materials each person needed was an extremely terrifying number. High Heaven Palace had only been established recently, so how could it have such a huge heritage too? Squander? She could not help but worry about Yang Kai's future. Yang Kai smiled and said, "There's no problem for the time being." Bingyun was stunned. "It seems that I have underestimated you. Since you have enough people, then arrange for someone to send the people from Scarlet Wave Star and Ice Heart Valley here as soon as possible. I can help share some of your pressure." Scarlet Wave Star and Ice Heart Valley were the sect founded by Bingyun, so naturally, she could not ignore the thousands of disciples. Bringing them to Ice Heart Valley would make it easier for them to cultivate in the future. "Thank you, Senior." Bingyun smiled and said, "I should be thanking you, but since you are so rich, my Ice Heart Valley has nothing to thank you for. In the future, I can only teach Su Yan carefully and return this favor." Obviously, she was telling Yang Kai not to worry and that she would not treat Su Yan badly. Yang Kai seized the opportunity and said with a smile, "Senior, I do have a request." Bingyun said, "What is it?" "As long as it's not too much, tell me about it." Yang Kai said with a bitter face, "Senior, my High Heaven Palace has only been established for a short period of time, so we can't compare to the other sects in the star boundary. Putting aside the materials used for cultivation for the time being, we can still survive if we live on a shoestring, but the disciples can't only rely on source crystals for cultivation. They must also have suitable secret arts and secret techniques. Otherwise, if we cultivate behind closed doors, even if our cultivation improves, we won't be a match for others when we go out to fight. If we were to be killed by others, how embarrassing would that be?" Bingyun looked at him angrily. "If you have something to say, just say it. Why are you beating around the bush?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and said, "Junior wants to see if he can borrow some secret arts and secret techniques from Ice Heart Valley. You know, there are all kinds of people, and many of them cultivate ice attribute secret arts. We are currently lacking these things." Bingyun smiled and said, "You destroyed Seeking Passion sect and took their things. Isn't the heritage of such a huge sect over tens of thousands of years not enough for you? Speaking of which, Seeking Passion sect's heritage was even stronger than Ice Heart Valley's. After all, it was a sect founded by the great emperors. Back then, Seeking Passion sect was also famous, but after passing down generations, its reputation gradually declined. In the end, it was destroyed by Yang Kai. Although Bingyun didn't know how many benefits Yang Kai obtained from exterminating Seeking Passion sect, she could infer a thing or two from the fact that he could support more than 100,000 people. Not to mention the cultivation materials, the number of secret arts and secret techniques he obtained was definitely not small. She remembered that Seeking Passion sect's book collection pavilion was even larger than Ice Heart Valley's. Yang Kai rubbed his hands and said, "Naturally, the more secret arts and secret techniques there are, the better. Disciples will have more choices, right? Of course, if Senior is interested, we can also exchange them. My High Heaven Palace also has a book collection pavilion. Senior can take whatever secret arts and secret techniques you want." Bingyun said, "My Ice Heart Valley's disciples cultivate ice attribute secret arts and secret techniques. Why would we need other secret techniques? Then, Senior means." Bingyun said, "If I refuse, wouldn't I be too stingy?" "Thank you, Senior." Yang Kai smiled. Bingyun waved her hand and said, "Yaoer, take him to the secret arts and secret techniques in the book collection pavilion. Except for the top-level secret techniques, let him take the rest." Giving such an order in front of Yang Kai naturally showed that she didn't treat Yang Kai as an outsider. As for the secret arts and secret techniques, they were the foundation of Ice Heart Valley. Even the disciples of Ice Heart Valley couldn't cultivate them easily. Only the future pillars of Ice Heart Valley were qualified to study them. Naturally, they couldn't be taken away by Yang Kai. Junior can do as he pleases, there's no need to trouble Junior's sister Yao. Ji Yao chuckled, since honored master has given the order, then it's not up to you. Brother Yang, come with me. Ji Yao pursed her lips and smiled. She walked down and brushed past him as she walked out. A wisp of serene fragrance swept past him. Go, I want to talk to Su Yan. Bing Yan waved her hand and asked him to leave. Yang Kai had no choice but to leave. Before leaving, he quietly sent a message to Su Yan, cultivate well, I will come to see you often. Su Yan nodded gently. Closing the door of the main hall behind him, Yang Kai followed Ji Yao towards the secret art pavilion. Along the way, many Ice Heart Valley disciples stepped aside and respectfully bowed to the two of them. However, from time to time, they would steal glances at Yang Kai in amazement. The air was filled with all kinds of fragrances, giving one the illusion that they had entered a country of women. Nothing was said along the way as Ji Yao led the way, not bothering to chat with Yang Kai. A moment later, a 9-story tower appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes. Above the tower was a plaque with the words Secret Art Pavilion written on it. Many Ice Heart Valley disciples were walking in and out of the tower, obviously choosing secret arts and secret techniques. After entering with Ji Yao, Yang Kai was immediately greeted by a beautiful woman in palace attire who bowed, Martial Aunt Ji. This beautiful woman had a Dao Source Realm cultivation and was not weak. If Ji Yao was a first-generation disciple of Ice Heart Valley, then she was definitely a second-generation disciple. After greeting her, she looked up at Yang Kai and suddenly said, Martial Uncle Yang. She had seen Yang Kai before, and although she had only seen him briefly, being able to follow Ji Yao into the secret art pavilion meant that besides the palace master of High Heaven Palace, there was no one else in this world who could do such a thing. Yang Kai smiled and returned the greeting. He was well aware of how famous he was in Ice Heart Valley, so he was not surprised. Call all the disciples out, I have some matters to discuss with Brother Yang, Ji Yao ordered lightly. A look of surprise flashed across the beautiful woman's eyes as she wondered if the rumors were true. Otherwise, why would they clear the secret art pavilion after entering? One had to know that a man and a woman alone in a room would be bad for Martial Aunt Ji's reputation if word of this spread. However, Martial Aunt Ji obviously did not care about this. Although she had some doubts in her heart, she replied, yes. Turning around, she entered. A moment later, Ice Heart Valley's disciples came out one by one, saluted, and left. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, the beautiful woman in the palace robes came back to report, Martial Aunt Ji, the disciples have all left. Ji Yao nodded lightly before turning back to look at Yang Kai and saying, come in. Yang Kai looked uncomfortable. When Ji Yao wanted to clear the secret art pavilion just now, he had wanted to stop her, but he was afraid that others would think too much, so he had remained silent. Now that what was done could not be undone, he could only let nature take its course. If Ji Yao was not afraid, what was there to be afraid of? The secret art pavilion was divided into 9 floors, and the higher the floor, the higher the grade of the secret arts and secret techniques stored. Correspondingly, the requirements for the disciples who entered would be higher. Moreover, Ice Heart Valley's secret art pavilion did not only store ice attribute secret techniques, but also other secret arts and secret techniques. After all, Ice Heart Valley had existed for tens of thousands of years, so when the disciples traveled outside, they would inevitably obtain some gains. These secret arts and secret techniques would naturally be turned over to the secret art pavilion in exchange for contribution points. A sect's heritage was basically built this way. It was not something that could be built overnight, but rather required many years of accumulation. While leading Yang Kai forward, Ji Yao introduced the situation inside the secret art pavilion to him. After a brief understanding, Yang Kai said, let's go directly to the 4th floor. Secret arts and secret techniques below the 4th floor were not of much use. Only those above the 4th floor were suitable for a Saint King Realm cultivator to cultivate. Ji Yao nodded and walked up the spiral wooden ladder to the 4th floor before saying, Brother Yang, please. Feel free to take a look around and see if there is anything you need. Yang Kai nodded and looked around. In the large space of the 4th floor, there were at least 20 wooden cabinets, each of which was a few dozen meters tall. Each of these cabinets had a small grid on which were placed a number of jade slips with the names of secret arts and secret techniques written on them. These jade slips were very neatly organized and easy to read. Yang Kai grabbed a jade slip at random and poured his divine sense into it to investigate, quickly discovering that this was a secret technique that could allow a cultivator to cultivate to the Origin King realm. It was not too precious, but it was a step-by-step process that would prevent a cultivator from becoming the demon race. Without any hesitation, Yang Kai took out a blank jade slip and began copying it. For this trip, Yang Kai had prepared over 10,000 blank jade slips in his space ring. Moreover, it was not just Ice Heart Valley, but also the Fire Dragon Palace. Yang Kai had asked Li Jiao to go back and deliver some secret arts and secret techniques to him. If it were before, Li Jiao would definitely refuse or bargain with Yang Kai. After all, this was the heritage of the Fire Dragon Palace, so how could he allow others to take advantage of it so casually? However, after going through life and death with Yang Kai on Dragon Island, learning that Yang Kai had saved Lu Sanyang's life, and learning that Yang Kai had fought many battles in the Star Territory, Li Jiao did not refuse this matter and immediately agreed, leading Lu Sanyang and Lu Yuqing back to the Fire Dragon Palace. Counting the days, it was almost time to deliver the secret arts and secret techniques. Yang Kai was also preparing to go to the Southern Territory to find some secret arts and secret techniques from Azure Sun Temple. When the time came, the High Heaven Palace would gather the strength of the 4 top forces, so the disciples would have a lot of choice when choosing secret arts and secret techniques. Just this starting point alone would allow them to have a higher starting point than others, so it would be difficult for them not to become strong in the future. "Can I help you?" Ji Yao walked over and asked softly. Yang Kai nodded, took out a jade slip, and handed it to her. Although he did not know how many secret arts and secret techniques there were in Ice Heart Valley's secret technique pavilion, one more person would be more efficient. On the left and right sides of each wooden cabinet were jade slips. Kai Yang took a jade slip from the left while Ji Yao took a jade slip from the right. The two of them maintained the same pace and frequency as they walked forward. There was only a single wooden cabinet between them, so when they raised their heads, they could clearly see each other. There was no choice when it came to copying these jade slips. Yang Kai was completely stuffing himself with them, preparing to copy all the jade slips from the 4th floor to the 8th floor of Ice Heart Valley's Secret Art Pavilion. For a time, the Secret Art Pavilion was silent. Only the jade slips in their hands kept changing. There were thousands of jade slips on the 4th floor, but it only took the two half a day to copy all of them. "Let's go to the next floor," Ji Yao said and took the lead. The 5th floor was slightly smaller than the 4th floor. There were fewer wooden cabinets, only about 10 of them. The jade slips were also only half as many as the 4th floor. With their previous experience, the two were even more efficient. It only took them a little more than an hour to finish copying all the jade slips. Then the 6th floor, the 7th floor. At first, Yang Kai was still a bit uneasy. He had always felt that Ji Yao following him was not a good thing, but seeing her calm demeanor, even if they occasionally exchanged a few words, it was just casual chatter, so he slowly relaxed. He was afraid that Ji Yao would mention what happened in the ancient lands to him. Although Ji Yao's mind was a little unclear at that time and she mistook him for Bing Yun, Yang Kai had no choice but to pretend to be her for a while. However, he always saw something he shouldn't have seen. If word got out, it would damage Ji Yao's reputation. Now that he saw her calm and collected, he gradually felt relieved. What happened back then was really an accident. He understood this, and Ji Yao also understood this. Naturally, there was no reason for her to keep harping on it. After entering the 8th floor, there were only a few wooden cabinets. Roughly counting, there were probably no more than 100 jade slips. However, the secret arts and secret techniques stored in these jade slips were the most advanced in Ice Heart Valley, and they were suitable for cultivation in the Emperor realm. Bing Yun sharing these things with Yang Kai showed how generous she was to Yang Kai. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't even be able to enter the secret art pavilion. There weren't many jade slips, so Ji Yao didn't get involved in the matter of copying. Instead, she walked to the window and leaned against it to look into the distance. The sight of her face revealed a slightly lonely expression. Yang Kai continued to make skill rubbing. "I heard that you brought 4 madams from the Star Territory?" Ji Yao suddenly spoke. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at her. He saw that she was still showing him the side of her face. If he didn't pay attention, he would have thought that he was hallucinating. He immediately broke out in cold sweat. Who did you hear that from? Ji Yao turned her head to look at him, a teasing smile hanging from the corner of her mouth. I've already met little junior sister, when can I meet the other three? Why would you want to meet them? Yang Kai cursed in his heart. What puzzled him even more was, how did Ji Yao know about this? Although it had already been over a month since he returned from the Star Territory, and it wasn't a secret that he had brought 4 madams, who would be so bored as to tell Ji Yao about this. You planted a spy in my high heaven palace? Yang Kai looked at her in disbelief. If not for this, Ji Yao definitely wouldn't know about this. You still haven't answered my question. Ji Yao evaded the question. Yang Kai bitterly smiled and said, if junior sister Yao wants to meet them, you can go to the high heaven palace at any time. Ji Yao lightly snorted and flicked her sleeve. I want to go, but I'm afraid that some people won't welcome me. Who dares? Yang Kai glared. Ji Yao's eyes stared at him without blinking. Yang Kai pointed at his own nose and said, it can't be me, right? What kind of joke is this? If junior sister Yao wants to go to the high heaven palace, you can go at any time, there won't be anyone who won't welcome you. You said it yourself. Ji Yao pursed her lips into a smile, then I'll have to go to the high heaven palace more often in the future. She had often gone to the high heaven palace before, but 9 times out of 10, she wouldn't see Yang Kai. The news she received was that Yang Kai had gone out and hadn't returned. Even if this was true, it still gave her the illusion that Yang Kai was avoiding her, causing her to feel somewhat disappointed. Now that she heard Yang Kai say this, her uneasiness immediately disappeared. That's right, I also heard that Miss Xu also fell into your demonic hands? Yang Kai's eyes twitched. Who has such a big mouth? Several possible candidates flashed through his mind. The 3 great monster king? It shouldn't be, they had no reason to gossip behind his back. Could it be Hua Qingxi? Could it be the Southern Gate Army or Hou Yu? Perhaps it was Hou Yu. Yang Kai swore in his heart. If it really was her, he would definitely lock her up for 100 years and force her to constantly refine artifacts. He definitely wouldn't let her out until 100 years had passed. Big Brother is truly amazing, having 2 beauties in each hand and enjoying the blessings of 2, making others envious. Yang Kai said with an awkward expression, Junior sister Yao, if you have nothing else to do, why don't you help me copy a jade slip? There isn't much left. The main reason was that it felt strange to talk about this with a woman like Ji Yao. If it were a man talking about this, perhaps Yang Kai would have some interest. Ji Yao looked at him with ridicule. Big Brother, are you feeling embarrassed? What's there to be embarrassed about? Aren't you men all like this? You can't wait to take all the beautiful women in the world. That's not right. Yang Kai shook his head. It's undeniable that a beautiful woman can always make a man take a few more glances and perhaps even have some fanciful thoughts, but taking all the beautiful women in the world is just too unrealistic. Is that so? Ji Yao was expressionless. So Big Brother is already satisfied with having 5 beauties? Yang Kai sternly said, how would I dare not be satisfied? Ji Yao slowly walked towards him and said solemnly, Big Brother, can you guarantee that you won't fool around in the future? Yang Kai reached out and rubbed his forehead. Junior sister Yao, we really should change the topic. Big Brother, are you avoiding my question? Or do you have other thoughts in your heart? If another woman throws herself at you, you won't refuse? Stopping in front of Yang Kai, she raised her head and stubbornly stared at him, her delicate fragrance wafting towards him. Yang Kai took a step back and pressed his back against the wooden cabinet. The corner of his mouth twitched as he said, Junior sister Yao, you're meddling too much. Ji Yao said, if it was before, I could just sit back and ignore it, but since Master has agreed to accept Junior sister into the sect, then Junior sister and I are family. Although this is the first time we've met, I can see that our junior sister has a cold temperament and probably won't restrict you in the matters of men and women. As a senior sister, I naturally have to think for her. You're being unreasonable. Yang Kai frowned. Ji Yao sneered, you don't mean what you say. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, how do I mean what I say? You obviously do. Don't say it like you understand men very well. Yang Kai sized her up and sneered, if Big Brother isn't wrong, junior sister, right now you're probably still a virgin. Ji Yao's white cheeks flushed red as she angrily shouted, "Rogue." Yang Kai spread his hands. "You were the one who insisted on discussing this topic with me. I'm just stating facts. You haven't even met a suitable man and have been bitterly cultivating in Ice Heart Valley all this time. How could you possibly understand the thoughts of men? Who said I haven't met one?" Ji Yao angrily shouted, her chest heaving up and down as she glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai felt inexplicably guilty under her stare and couldn't help looking away as he shrugged. "That's why, let's change the subject, continuing to discuss it is meaningless." "No." Ji Yao stretched out her hand and grabbed Yang Kai's collar. "I used to think you were a good person, that even though you were a man you knew how to keep yourself clean, but I didn't expect you to be such a worthless man. If you don't make things clear today, I'm afraid Junior's sister will still suffer in the future." Yang Kai flew into a rage. "Who's a worthless man? This is too much. How could I be a worthless man? This is simply a personal attack, how can I tolerate it?" Ji Yao's grip tightened, causing Yang Kai's body to suddenly lean towards her as she spat. "I'm talking about you." "Ji Yao." Yang Kai shouted, "Don't go too far." "I'm going too far, what can you do about it?" Ji Yao raised her head, her face filled with anger, not showing any intention of backing down. She was half a head shorter than Yang Kai, but at this moment, she seemed to be superior. Yang Kai stared at her fiercely, his nostrils puffing hot air. Her beautiful face was so close that her two full breasts gave off an amazing amount of elasticity and heat. Yang Kai was slightly absent-minded as his fierce expression suddenly changed. Just now, he had been so focused on quarreling with her that he hadn't realized the two of them were so close together. Now that he had woken up, his heart began to pound. The corners of his eyes twitched and his tone softened. "If you have something to say, then say it. Let go first." He reached out to grab her little hand, wanting to pry it open, but unexpectedly, Ji Yao didn't have any intention of letting go. However, the moment their skin touched, that white and tender little hand trembled slightly and her cheeks slowly turned red. Their eyes were still facing each other, but there wasn't a feeling of hostility. Instead, there was a hint of charm and ambiguity. Yang Kai took a deep breath and earnestly said, "Great aunt, I was wrong, okay? Let go first and we can talk." "I won't let go." Ji Yao lost the courage to look at him, but her face was stubborn. Yang Kai said in a deep voice, "Something will happen." Ji Yao didn't say anything, but that silent resistance showed her attitude. "I'm warning you one last time, something will really happen," Yang Kai said with a serious face. Ji Yao remained unmoved. She couldn't bear it anymore, there was no need to bear it anymore. Yang Kai let out a light breath and slowly lowered his head. Tilting his head, he pressed his lips against hers. Ji Yao's body suddenly began to violently tremble. The little hand that had been grabbing onto Yang Kai's collar suddenly tightened. A vigorous aura rushed over and the distance between the two of them quickly closed. Ji Yao's eyes suddenly closed and only her long eyelashes continued to tremble, showing the nervousness in her heart. A soft and cold feeling came from her lips and there seemed to be a hint of sweetness, making her enjoy it so much that she didn't want to leave. Ji Yao's trembling body instantly stiffened, as if someone had cast a spell on her. Yang Kai's movements were incomparably gentle, as if he was afraid of scaring her. Every time he touched her, he would quickly withdraw, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. That stiff delicate body gradually relaxed and the little hand that had been grabbing onto Yang Kai's collar had unknowingly let go. It was held in the palm of Yang Kai's hand and turned behind her back. Her waist tightened and her entire body leaned forward. On the lowest floor of the Cultivation Method Pavilion, the woman who had called Ji Yao martial aunt before raised her head worriedly. Just now, she seemed to have vaguely heard the sound of quarreling. The Cultivation Method Pavilion had been cleared out, so now, besides her guarding the door, only Ji Yao and Yang Kai remained. The quarrel must have been caused by the two of them, but she couldn't figure out what had caused the two of them to quarrel so loudly that even she could hear them. Could something have happened? Palace Master Yang had shown great kindness to Ice Heart Valley, and she had heard that the relationship between her martial aunt Ji and Palace Master Yang was quite good. Her martial aunt Ji had been missing for so many years, and it was Palace Master Yang who had brought her back safely. Since that was the case, how could there be a quarrel? She wanted to investigate this matter, but she was also afraid of encountering something she shouldn't see, so she hesitated. Fortunately, the quarrel came and went quickly. Soon, there was no more activity, which made her feel a lot more at ease. She listened carefully, but couldn't hear any clues. She could only shake her head and sigh. She continued to guard the door, secretly praying that nothing bad would happen. What she didn't know was that something had really happened in the 8th floor of the Cultivation Method Pavilion. Ji Yao was an inexperienced woman, so how could she be the opponent of Yang Kai, a veteran in the field of love? He hadn't even done anything yet, just holding her waist with one hand and kissing her red lips for a while. Ji Yao's entire body went limp like mud, without the slightest bit of strength left in her body. If it weren't for Kai Yang's hand supporting her waist, she would have immediately collapsed. Her breathing was rapid, her chest heaving up and down as her cheeks burned. Yang Kai was no longer satisfied with just a light kiss, so he opened Ji Yao's mouth, grabbed her soft tongue, and tasted it wantonly. Ji Yao let out a moan as she was startled. She had never thought she could make such a strange sound. This sound also woke her up from her daze, her eyes widening. She didn't know where her strength came from, but she forcefully pushed Yang Kai away. Turning her body, she escaped from Yang Kai's embrace and leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, like a fish that had jumped ashore. Yang Kai smacked his lips, savoring the taste just now, and then grinned at her. "I told you something would happen." Ji Yao covered her chest with one hand, as if her heart would jump out of her chest if she didn't do so. Her face was still red, and her beautiful eyes were misty, but she sneered, "Now, what else do you have to say?" "What did you say?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Beautiful on the outside, but rotten on the inside. You can't control yourself when a woman throws herself at you," Ji Yao said hatefully. "You're blaming me?" Yang Kai was speechless. He thought to himself, "Isn't this your fault? If you weren't like that, how could I be like this? I'm a man, after all." Ji Yao said coldly, "The truth is right in front of you, and you still want to quibble." Yang Kai lowered his eyes. A few strands of black hair fell on his forehead, covering his expression. He said indifferently, "Junior Marshal Sister Yao, you fed yourself to the tiger just to prove that your point of view was correct?" Ji Yao said, "Yes." Yang Kai raised his head and grinned. "Junior Marshal Sister Yao, you're quite brave. Aren't you afraid of being eaten until not even your bones are left?" As he spoke, he approached her step by step. She was already powerless and was leaning against the wall, so with Kai Yang's approach, she couldn't escape. Her long eyelashes trembled violently as she cried out in alarm, "What do you want to do?" Yang Kai supported himself against the wall with one hand and lifted her jade-like chin with the other. He was like a demon that had been completely released. He looked at her with a smile that wasn't a smile. "What do you think I want to do?" Without waiting for her to respond, he leaned over and kissed her again. This time, he didn't show any tenderness, but directly broke through all the barriers and wantonly took. Ji Yao was suddenly out of breath, almost suffocating. Only now did she understand that men weren't people she could casually provoke. This was the second time she experienced this kind of thing. In any case, her performance was a bit better than before. She was able to feel something, but it was also because of this that she felt even more unbearable. Something seemed to be stirring in her body, and the blood in her body flowed several times faster than usual. Her whole body emitted an astonishing heat, as if it wanted to burn her close to ashes. When a large hand climbed from her waist to her chest, Ji Yao finally grabbed Yang Kai's wrist. She opened her eyes and shook her head pleadingly. Yang Kai had been paying attention to her reaction. Seeing this, he smiled faintly and didn't force her again. After a long time, their lips parted. Ji Yao absent-mindedly looked at the sparkling silk thread connecting them. Her already red cheeks became even more ashamed. A short figure slipped out from under Kai Yang's arm. His footsteps floated to the top of the stairs. Stopping, he turned around and fiercely glared at Kai Yang. "Absolutely. Absolutely. Don't tell Junior Marshal Sister." She then hurried downstairs as if she was fleeing. She still dares to be so fierce. Yang Kai looked in the direction she disappeared and sneered. Bringing his hand to the tip of his nose, he smelled the lingering fragrance, a look of fascination appearing on his face. But then again, he had only come here today to obtain some secret arts and secret techniques from Ice Heart Valley. How had things developed to this point with Ji Yao? Thinking back to what had just happened, Yang Kai felt like he was dreaming. But what was done, so there was no point in thinking about it now. He just didn't know if it would be awkward if he met Ji Yao again. What made Yang Kai even more concerned was that she actually didn't want him to tell Su Yan. He had thought that Ji Yao had sacrificed herself to feed a tiger and would definitely use it against him, but she was actually more afraid of this matter being exposed than he was. Rubbing his chin and thinking for a while, Yang Kai shook his head. He really didn't know what Ji Yao was up to today. On the first floor of the secret art pavilion, the middle-aged woman in the palace dress heard the noise and quickly greeted, "Martial Aunt Ji." Ji Yao didn't look around, as if she hadn't heard anything. Her mind was still immersed in the sudden change just now. The impact of what had just happened on her was unimaginable. She definitely wasn't as calm as she appeared on the surface. The middle-aged woman asked, "Disciple heard some noise upstairs just now. Did Martial Aunt quarrel with Palace Master Yang?" Ji Yao glanced at her and frowned, "Did you hear it?" The middle-aged woman hurriedly said, "Disciple didn't mean to, it was just a bit loud." Ji Yao's eyes flashed, "What did you hear?" The middle-aged woman lowered her head and said, "I didn't hear it clearly." Ji Yao didn't know whether what she said was true or false, so she could only say, "Don't spread it, just now I just had some disagreements with Big Brother." The middle-aged woman nodded before asking curiously, "Martial Aunt, why is your face so red?" Ji Yao said with an unnatural expression, "I was angered by him." The middle-aged woman didn't doubt her, but those who cultivated ice attribute secret arts generally had relatively stable mental states. She was really curious about what Martial Aunt Ji and Palace Master Yang were arguing about that had angered her. That Palace Master Yang was really too much. Her Martial Aunt Ji was such a good person, yet she was angered by him. It was definitely his fault. There weren't many jade slips on the 8th floor, so Yang Kai only needed a moment to organize them. Looking up at the 9th floor, he guessed that it should contain Ice Heart Valley's secret arts. The 9th floor was completely unguarded for him, so if he wanted to enter, he could easily do so. But since Bingyun didn't allow him to do so, he naturally wouldn't trespass. In the end, he came here to collect secret arts and secret techniques just to give the disciples more choice. He didn't need anything too profound. His harvest was quite bountiful, but he didn't know how Li Jiao was doing. Yang Kai went downstairs, and the middle-aged woman immediately stepped forward and bowed. "You haven't left yet?" Yang Kai looked at Ji Yao, who had her back to him, in amazement. He thought that after what happened just now, she would avoid him, but she was actually still waiting here. Ji Yao turned around and said, "Why should I leave? I didn't do anything shameful." "How can you say something like that?" Yang Kai's eyes widened. She had betrayed her little junior sister and her man, wasn't this shameful? But since it happened to him, Yang Kai naturally couldn't say anything, so he nodded and said, "This matter is over, so I should go back. I'll send you off." Yang Kai didn't refuse. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but along the way, Yang Kai felt that she seemed to be deliberately keeping a little distance from him. He said a few words to her but didn't get any response, which made Yang Kai feel bored. He really wanted to ask Ji Yao what was going on just now. "We're already like that, so why are you still showing me such a cold face? It's like you have some kind of deep grudge against me. Could it be that you're angry?" Thinking so, Yang Kai's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. It really was possible. He had been a little too complacent just now, so it was inevitable that Ji Yao would be angry. It's just that it takes two hands to clap. If you weren't willing, why didn't you refuse from the start? Why was her resistance so weak? Yang Kai thought that she had acquiesced, so he took a mile after giving her an inch. This is so King awkward. I don't know how to interact with her in the future. Soon, they arrived at the Ice Island Forbidden Area. Yang Kai stepped onto the space array and glanced at Ji Yao, but saw that her expression was the same as usual as she quietly stood there. Yang Kai sighed and cupped his fists. "I'll have to trouble junior sister Yao to take care of Su Yan." Ji Yao lightly replied, "Don't worry, she won't suffer the slightest grievance here." Yang Kai nodded and activated the space array. With a flash of light, they disappeared. After returning to the High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai found Hua Qingxi and handed over the things he had obtained on this trip to her, letting her place them in the Cultivation Technique Pavilion for the disciples to choose from. After Hua Qingxi received them, she reported, Palace Master Li came over earlier and also sent over many cultivation techniques. I already thanked him, but he seems to have something to say to you. Where is he? He's in the discussion hall. I'll go take a look. After saying this, Yang Kai flew into the air and left. In the discussion hall, Li Jiao sat upright with Lu Sanyang accompanying him. The two whispered to each other and laughed heartily. Suddenly, they felt someone flash by the door. When they looked up, their expressions shook as they stood up and bowed. Brother Li, are you looking for me for something? They were no longer outsiders. After going through life and death together, Yang Kai had gradually changed his opinion of Li Jiao, so there was no need for formalities. Li Jiao smiled and said, This Li wants my Fire Dragon Palace and Brother Yang's High Heaven Palace to form an alliance and help each other from now on. What does Brother Yang think? Alliance? Helping each other? This was a good thing. Although the High Heaven Palace's foundation wasn't bad, and they even had more than 100,000 disciples, they were still a new force in the Northern Territory. If they could form an alliance with the Fire Dragon Palace, it would definitely be beneficial to their future development. Li Jiao was no longer an outsider, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't refuse this kind of thing and immediately agreed. Li Jiao chuckled and cupped his hands, then in the future, my Fire Dragon Palace will have to look up to Brother Yang and follow the lead of the High Heaven Palace. He knew Yang Kai's abilities better than anyone else, so he knew that there was a hierarchy in this alliance. The Fire Dragon Palace couldn't compare to the High Heaven Palace, so there was nothing to be embarrassed about. The alliance between the two top forces was a big deal, but it was decided by the two of them in just a few words. They didn't even need to sign a document because no matter who it was, there was no need to sign a document. Brother Yang, since we have formed an alliance, we are family, Li Jiao grinned meaningfully, look at those debts, can they be waived for us? Back then, Li Jiao followed Jiying to the High Heaven Palace to cause trouble and took advantage of the fact that the two were competing in alchemy to set up a bet. As a result, he lost miserably and owed the High Heaven Palace several decades of debt. Every year, he had to pay tens of millions of high-rank source crystals, causing the Fire Dragon Palace to live frugally. The elders and deacons under him complained that sometimes they couldn't even gather enough source crystals for their disciples to cultivate. Only a dozen years had passed, but the Fire Dragon Palace couldn't hold on any longer. Thinking about the 20 to 30-year repayment period, Li Jiao felt a headache coming on. You tricked me. Yang Kai glared at Li Jiao. Those debts weren't a small number. Li Jiao grinned meaningfully and said with a thick face, in any case, you're not an outsider, not an outsider. Yang Kai snorted twice, it's not impossible to waive them. Li Jiao hurriedly took advantage of the situation and cupped his hands, thank you, Brother Yang. Yang Kai raised his hand. But I have a condition. Li Jiao said, Brother Yang, please speak. Yang Kai said, you also know the current situation of my High Heaven Palace. More than 100,000 disciples have just arrived. For the time being, we don't have to worry about cultivation resources, secret arts, and secret techniques. However, cultivation experience is indispensable. They need someone to teach them. My High Heaven Palace has too many gaps, and we can't spare so many people to teach them. Therefore, I would like to ask Li Jiao for help. On the path of cultivation, having someone to guide you and fumbling around on your own were two different concepts. Yang Kai had a deep understanding of this throughout his journey. He already had this plan before, and now that Li Jiao had come up to him, how could he let him go? If not for the fact that Ice Heart Valley's disciples only cultivated ice attribute secret arts and secret techniques, which were not suitable for the general public, Yang Kai would have asked Bing Yun to send some people to support him when he went to Ice Heart Valley. However, the secret arts and secret techniques cultivated by Ice Heart Valley's disciples were too monotonous and might not be suitable for other cultivators. What kind of support? Li Jiao was puzzled. I'll have to trouble you to send a group of experienced instructors from the Fire Dragon Palace to teach my disciples how to cultivate. So that's what it is. I thought it would be a big deal. Li Jiao immediately patted his chest and promised, no problem. After a pause, he continued, however, there are too many disciples in High Heaven Palace. Even if my fire dragon palace supports them, I'm afraid it won't be enough. With more than 100,000 disciples, even if one instructor taught 500, they would need 200 to 300 people. How could the fire dragon palace send so many people? After all, if one wanted to be an instructor, their cultivation had to be at least at the Tao Source realm. Cultivators below the Tao Source realm were useless. The cultivator from the star territory could already cultivate to the Origin King realm. All they lacked was the cultivation experience to reach the Origin King realm. Even if the Fire Dragon Palace had so many Tao Source realm masters, it was impossible to send all of them. Just respond to this urgent request first. I'll think of other ways to deal with the rest. Xianxia sighed. With so many people, there were also many trivial matters. It was impossible for him to take care of everything. He could only lay a foundation for the entire High Heaven Palace. As for how it would develop in the future, it would depend on the management of his subordinates and the progress of the disciples. How many people does Xianxia need? Li Jiao asked. 100. Li Jiao pondered for a moment before nodding, all right. Although 100 people wasn't a small number, the Fire Dragon Palace could still transfer them. If there were more, it wouldn't be possible. Since they were instructors, they had to be able to teach others how to cultivate. Not everyone could take on this position. Cultivating and teaching others to cultivate were two different things. The Fire Dragon Palace was a big sect, so even if it was a little difficult to gather 100 instructors, it should be enough. The debt will be the monthly salary of these 100 instructors. Brotherly doesn't have any objections, right? No objections, no objections. Li Jiao replied with a smile. It had to be known that the debt was a huge amount of wealth. Sending out 100 instructors was a huge profit, so how could he have any objections? What's more, these 500 instructors were definitely going to be returned, so it wasn't a loss at all. Standing up, he said, there's no time to lose. This Li will rush back and send the people Brother Yang needs over as soon as possible. I'll go with you. Xianxia said. Li Jiao was startled for a moment before he suddenly understood, Brother Yang wants to connect our two palaces? This will also make it easier to communicate. Alright, Li Jiao didn't refuse and immediately set off with Xianxia and Lu Sanyang towards the Fire Dragon Palace. The three of them were all from the Emperor realm and had the help of flight artifacts, so their speed was naturally very fast. In just half a day, they arrived at the Fire Dragon Palace. Li Jiao led the way, leading Xianxia to a quiet and secluded place in the Fire Dragon Palace. Xianxia immediately began to arrange a space array. When night fell and the stars twinkled, the array was completed. With this array connecting the High Heaven Palace and the Fire Dragon Palace, the distance of millions of kilometers could be crossed in an instant, and they could truly help each other. Xianxia originally wanted to rush back immediately. After all, there were many trivial matters in the High Heaven Palace that required him to deal with personally, but Li Jiao forced him to stay, saying that he wanted to set up a banquet to entertain him. It wouldn't be good to reject him, so he could only agree. In the main hall, the lights flickered, illuminating the entire hall in detail. Every reputable person in Mythical Dragon Palace came over to sit with him, from Palace Master Li Jiao to the Elder of Law Protectors, filling up the entire table. Perhaps because they had received news from Li Jiao that the Fire Dragon Palace would no longer have to hand over source crystals to the High Heaven Palace every year in the future, everyone was in a good mood and their attitude towards Xianxia naturally changed. Everyone flattered him, and Li Jiao even boasted about his friendship with Xianxia. When they were drunk, he even put his arm around Xianxia's shoulder, completely forgetting how much he hated and feared Xianxia in the past. The atmosphere was lively, with dancers adding to the fun. Xianxia sat next to Li Jiao, not putting on any high and mighty airs. In the end, he was just a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and after seeing more powerful strength, how could he put on airs? This made the higher-ups of the Fire Dragon Palace feel that Xianxia was a good person. There was wine, and they drank heartily, making their eyes hazy. The banquet lasted until the middle of the night before everyone dispersed. Li Jiao ordered a young and beautiful maid to help Xianxia rest, but Xianxia refused and returned to the High Heaven Palace that night. Li Jiao personally sent him off. In front of the space array, Yang Kai suddenly turned to look at Li Jiao. Brother Li, I want to unify the Northern Territory, what do you think? The night wind blew, and Li Jiao suddenly sobered up. He said in surprise, unify the Northern Territory? Yes. Yang Kai also had a sudden idea. More than 100,000 disciples were crying piteously for food in the High Heaven Palace. Although they didn't have to worry about cultivation materials in the short term, and they even had a trade route with the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce in the Southern Territory and a trade route with the Wild Ancient Land in the Eastern Territory, it was definitely not a good thing in the long run. If the High Heaven Palace wanted to continue to develop, it needed to have its own harvest and industries. In the past, the Seeking Passion sect had many properties of its own. There were more than 20 cities, both large and small. Every year, the Seeking Passion sect would receive a large amount of offerings from those cities. Correspondingly, the Seeking Passion sect protected those cities. However, after Yang Kai destroyed the Seeking Passion sect, he only plundered its wealth and didn't pay any attention to the industries left behind by the Seeking Passion sect. In other words, the 20 or so cities weren't under the control of the High Heaven Palace at all. However, it was easy to take them back. With the current strength of the High Heaven Palace, they could just send a monster king to deter them, and they wouldn't be afraid that they wouldn't compromise. However, this kind of income obviously couldn't satisfy the cultivation needs of more than 100,000 disciples. If they could unify the Northern Territory, then they wouldn't have to worry. The entire Northern Territory had enough resources. Not to mention 100,000 people, they could even feed 1 million people. However, he also knew that there would be some resistance. Even if the High Heaven Palace was powerful, the hundreds of millions of cultivators in the Northern Territory weren't to be trifled with. The Monster King was indeed powerful, but there were only 3 of them. Moreover, the Monster King's identity was too sensitive, and it wasn't suitable for them to appear in public for a long time. Otherwise, if they provoked some almighty expert to come out and slay demons, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. He didn't believe that there weren't any masters in the Northern Territory. The masters he could see were only on the surface. There were always some capable people hiding under the surface. Yang Kai didn't know about them now because he hadn't touched their interests. Once he really provoked them, those people definitely wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Currently, there were several top forces in the Northern Territory. The High Heaven Palace, Ice Heart Valley, and Fire Dragon Palace could be said to be advancing and retreating together. If Yang Kai really wanted to unify the Northern Territory, these 2 forces definitely wouldn't have any objections. Yang Kai also wouldn't touch the interests of these 2 forces, but the other forces would have to stand aside. Li Jiao understood Yang Kai's nature. He knew that this guy was skilled and bold. He even dared to kill his way out of Dragon Island, so there was probably nothing in this world that he didn't dare to do. If it was someone else who asked this question, Li Jiao would probably laugh it off because it wasn't very realistic. However, since Yang Kai asked this, it was likely that he really wanted to do this and had the confidence to do so. Looking up, Li Jiao saw that Yang Kai's eyes were clear, without the slightest hint of drunkenness, so Li Jiao knew that he wasn't talking about drunkenness. After pondering for a moment, Li Jiao said, if Brother Yang really has such intentions, this Li will definitely do his best to help. He had just reached an agreement with Yang Kai to help each other, so Li Jiao naturally wouldn't slap his own face, but... Brother Yang, are you mentally prepared to be condemned by thousands and cursed by hundreds of millions of cultivators in the Northern Territory? Yang Kai laughed heartily, what does the life or death of others have to do with me? I only care about my High Heaven Palace. Li Jiao nodded. It was every man for himself. Since he had embarked on the journey of the martial Tao, he had to be mentally prepared to fall at any time. Killing and being killed was normal. There's only one thing, Medicine Pill Valley. Li Jiao looked at Yang Kai with some worry. Although there were no great emperor sects in the Northern Territory, and Medicine Pill Valley was only a place for the great emperors to cultivate, not a sect. If Yang Kai really stirred up trouble in the Northern Territory, he might provoke Medicine Pill Valley's people. Once Medicine Pill Valley intervened, there would be no end to this matter. Yang Kai sneered, I don't want to exterminate the hundreds of millions of cultivators in the Northern Territory, I just want to occupy some cities and make them pay tribute every year, why would Medicine Pill Valley care? Tilting his head, he looked at Li Jiao and said, Brother Li doesn't think I want to exterminate the Northern Territory's great sects, does he? Li Jiao broke out in cold sweat. I misunderstood. When he heard Yang Kai say that he wanted to unify the Northern Territory, he really thought he was going to start a massacre, but now he realized that he had been overthinking things. If he only wanted to occupy some cities and make them pay tribute every year, it wouldn't be too excessive. After all, there was still a lot of room for negotiation. Yang Kai reached out and patted his shoulder. Since you want to do this, you need to establish your prestige first. The High Sky Sect is a good target, so I'll have to trouble Brother Li to send a message to Mi Qi and tell him to come see me at the High Heaven Palace as soon as possible. Li Jiao smiled bitterly. Brother Yang wants me to be the bad guy. Yang Kai blinked. Who asked Brother Li to be so familiar with Mi Qi? Alright, I will inform him as soon as possible, but I don't know what he will do. As long as you inform him, Yang Kai smiled slightly before turning around and stepping into the space array. With a flash of light, he disappeared. The High Sky Sect was also one of the top sects in the Northern Territory, not inferior to Fire Dragon Palace or Ice Heart Valley in terms of strength, both of them having third-stage Emperor Realm Masters. Since Yang Kai wanted to establish his might and spread the name of the High Heaven Palace, he naturally had to choose a suitable target. If Ice Heart Valley and Fire Dragon Palace didn't work, then he could only start with the High Sky Sect. Having said that, the High Sky Sect, like the Fire Dragon Palace, also owed Yang Kai a large amount of source crystals. Over the years, they had paid back a lot of source crystals, but who knew how long it would take for them to pay it all back. The days passed quickly, and Yang Kai was also busy every day. He didn't even have time to talk to Shanqing Luo and Shuiyu. The food, accommodation, and cultivation of the hundreds of thousands of disciples was a big problem. If they didn't solve it properly, they couldn't do anything else. Under his instructions, Xianxia returned to the Southern Territory and bought a large number of source condensing pills from Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, distributing them to the Peak Origin King Realm cultivator who was preparing to break through to the Dao Source Realm. A few days later, 100 instructors also came over from the Fire Dragon Palace. Yang Kai and Xianxia discussed and arranged for the 100 instructors to be distributed to the various peaks. These 100 instructors were all Dao Source Realm cultivators, so it would be no problem for them to teach the disciples who came from the Star Territory. When new Dao Source Realm masters were born in each peak, the gap in the High Heaven Palace would be filled. At that time, the old would teach the new, so there was no need to worry too much. The various peaks were of different sizes, and the number of people living in them also varied. The smallest had 200 to 300 people, while the largest had 2,000 to 3,000 people. The instructors who were assigned fewer people were naturally happy, but the instructors who were assigned 2,000 to 3,000 people were miserable. Just think about it, if a person had to teach 2,000 to 3,000 people, even if only 1% of them came to ask him about cultivation every day, he definitely wouldn't have time to rest. A month later, in the High Heaven Palace's conference hall, Yang Kai sat on the throne. The three Monster King and Xianxia, the chief steward, stood on both sides of the steps, forming an 8-character formation. Below him, to his left and right, there were more than 100 people. Today was the first time the entire High Heaven Palace was holding a conference. These 100 people were the peak masters of the various peaks of the High Heaven Palace, and their cultivations varied. Yang Kai didn't know half of them. Yang Kai's gaze swept across the crowd, and everyone saluted in unison, "Greetings, Palace Master." Regardless of whether the people standing below were his elders or fellow disciples, since they came to the star boundary and entered the High Heaven Palace, they were now people of the High Heaven Palace. He was the Palace Master, so he naturally had to accept everyone's worship. Yang Kai raised his hand, and secretly laughed in his heart. He didn't expect that when he first established the High Heaven Palace, there would be such a big scene. He was afraid that in the entire star boundary, there wouldn't be any sect that would gather so many people for a conference. It was just like an emperor in the mortal world. But then again, there really wasn't any sect that could have as many people as the High Heaven Palace, so it was inevitable that such a scene would occur. Although it was a conference, it was just setting up some rules. A sect couldn't be complete without rules. There were hundreds of thousands of disciples and hundreds of spirit peaks. Even if the High Heaven Palace was now a big sect and didn't lack cultivation resources, they couldn't just give them out casually. The amount of cultivation resources that each peak could receive every month, and how much would be distributed to each person, were all carefully calculated and worked out. In addition, there were many rules for rewards and punishments. These were all discussed by Hua Qingxi and Bian Yuqing long ago. At this moment, they were standing in the main hall and reading it out, mainly for the peak masters to remember it and then pass it on to their disciples. This way, they wouldn't be punished when they made a mistake. There would naturally be rewards when there were punishments. Those who improved their cultivation by leaps and bounds would be rewarded for their contributions to the sect. After a busy day, half a day passed. In the following time, the peak masters of each peak reported the situation of each peak. Fortunately, there weren't any troublesome matters. The hundreds of thousands of disciples had just arrived, so they were relatively stable. Most of them had received some cultivation resources and were cultivating in seclusion. It wasn't until evening that the crowd gradually dispersed. Someone hurriedly reported from outside the hall, "Greetings, Palace Master, Master invites you over." Yang Kai looked over and found that this person was Ji Ying's eldest disciple. He immediately became spirited. "Brother Ji, you're back?" The disciple said, "Master only returned at noon." He heard that Palace Master was in a conference with the peak masters, so he didn't disturb you. "I'll go take a look." Yang Kai immediately rushed to Spirit Dam Peak. When he reached Spirit Dam Peak and entered the main hall, he looked around and saw that Ji Ying was alone. Yang Kai's face lit up and he cupped his fists. "Brother Ji." Ji Ying returned the greeting. "Brother Yang, fortunately I didn't disappoint you." Although he had guessed before seeing Xianxia, Yang Kai was still overjoyed when he heard him say this. He grabbed Ji Ying's arm and pulled him to sit down. "The great emperors agreed to accept Ning Chang as a disciple?" Ji Ying smiled. "No." Yang Kai's face stiffened. How could that be? Ji Ying had been gone for more than a month, and Yang Kai hadn't seen Xianxia just now, so he thought that the great emperors had already accepted his little senior sister as a disciple. Who knew that Ji Ying would pour a bucket of cold water on him? "Brother Yang, listen to me." Ji Ying smiled faintly. Master said that he would no longer accept a disciple. Since he had said that, he naturally couldn't go back on his word. Yang Kai glared. Ning Chang has the sacred spirit medicine body, how could the great emperors not be tempted? Ji Ying said, "It is precisely because sister-in-law has the sacred spirit medicine body that Master felt that if he left her alone, he would waste such a good physique, so he left sister-in-law in Medicine Pill Valley." What does that mean? Yang Kai was puzzled. If he didn't accept Xianxia as a disciple, why did he leave her in Medicine Pill Valley? Ji Ying said, "Master's meaning is that eldest brother, second brother, and fourth senior sister will work together to teach sister-in-law. Master even said that if there is anything she doesn't understand, sister-in-law can ask him for advice, but this master-disciple relationship is waived." Yang Kai was stunned. Is there any difference between this and taking her as a disciple? Xianxia stayed in Medicine Pill Valley and was taught by several disciples of the great emperors. She could even ask the great emperors some questions about alchemy. No matter how he looked at it, she was no different from a disciple. Ji Ying smiled faintly. Master seems to be a little annoyed that he said he wouldn't take any more disciples back then, and he is even more annoyed that word has spread. Yang Kai was stunned for a long time before he laughed loudly. Only now did he realize that it wasn't that the great emperors didn't want to take Xianxia as a disciple, but that he didn't want to slap his own face. If those words hadn't spread, the great emperors definitely wouldn't have refused. So Brother Yang can rest assured. With brother and the others teaching little junior sister, she will definitely be able to carry forward Master's legacy. Yang Kai looked at him mockingly. The great emperors didn't accept my humble wife, but Brother Ji called her little junior sister. If the great emperors heard this. That's the truth, Ji Ying didn't care. As the fifth disciple of the great emperors, how could he not see through the great emperor's thoughts? The great emperors were also people who cherished talents. Although they couldn't accept Xianxia as a disciple because of a single sentence, they would definitely guide her carefully. Calling her little junior sister was just a matter of not having a proper status, but Ji Ying's other brothers all agreed. Good, good, good. Yang Kai clapped his hands excitedly. Su Yan went to Ice Heart Valley to become a little junior sister, and Xianxia went to Medicine Pill Valley to become a little junior sister. It could be said that they shared the same fate, but this was inevitable. Compared to others, they couldn't compare in age and cultivation. Little junior sister was just a little junior sister. It was cool under a big tree. Shanqing Luo and Shuiyu didn't have a place to stay. Shanqing Luo didn't want to go to the ancient wild lands, so the two women could only stay in High Heaven Palace and cultivate. Shanqing Luo was better off, as she could ask the three great monster king for some cultivation experience, but as for Shuiyu, she could only be taught by Yang Kai himself. Although Yang Kai had experienced many hardships along the way, he was still a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so teaching her cultivation wasn't a problem. In a good mood, Yang Kai stayed on Spirit Pill Peak to drink and chat with Jiying. The High Sky Sect was one of the 4 top sects in the Northern Territory. Sect Master Miqi was a third-order Emperor Realm Master and was famous throughout the Northern Territory, but ever since the High Heaven Palace appeared in the Northern Territory, life had become difficult. Every year, more than half of their harvest had to be handed over to the High Heaven Palace, so they lived a tight life. Fortunately, they had the Fire Dragon Palace as a fellow sufferer, otherwise, they wouldn't know what to do. On this day, Li Jiao came to visit. Miqi was an old acquaintance of his, so he naturally welcomed him warmly. A banquet was set up to entertain him, and after 3 rounds of wine, Li Jiao smiled slightly and said, "This Li came uninvited today because someone asked me to." Miqi was startled. "Who asked you to come? What is it?" Li Jiao was also a third-order Emperor Realm Master like him, and he also had a half-dragon bloodline. If they really fought, Miqi admitted that he wasn't his opponent. Who had such great face to ask him to come? High Heaven Palace's Palace Master. Li Jiao replied. The corners of Miqi's eyes twitched as he bared his teeth. How could it be him? With a disgusted expression on his face, he obviously didn't have the slightest good impression of Yang Kai. This was not surprising though, although he had only met Yang Kai once, it was during that meeting that he had lost a large amount of source crystals from the High Sky Sect. Every time he thought about it, he felt like his heart was being cut by a knife and regretted joining in on the fun. Looking at Li Jiao from the corner of his eyes, Miqi asked, "Brother Li, haven't you been oppressed enough by him? Why are you trying to curry favor with him now?" His tone was slightly sarcastic and his heart was filled with resentment. He had some friendship with Li Jiao, and although their friendship wasn't deep, it was still better than Yang Kai's. Now that Li Jiao had actually come to pass on a message to Yang Kai, of course Miqi wasn't happy about it. He felt that Li Jiao was really a spineless coward and that he even had a half-dragon bloodline. Li Jiao was also a little embarrassed by Miqi's words, but it was not convenient for him to say that his relationship with Yang Kai had greatly improved. Even Yang Kai had waived the debts of the Fire Dragon Palace for many years, so he could only bitterly reply, "There's nothing I can do about it." Who told him to be the creditor? People have no choice but to lower their heads under the eaves. Humph. Miqi slammed the table as a fierce light flashed in his eyes. That despicable villain schemed against us in the past. If not for Grandmaster Ji's face, this king wouldn't have bothered with him all these years. This was the truth. The High Sky Sect was one of the top sects in the Northern Territory, and Miqi was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master. Even if he had lost a bet with Yang Kai back then, he could have reneged on it afterwards. With such a large amount of source crystals involved, what was a little bit of face to him? However, what happened back then happened right under Jiying's nose. Later, he heard that even Jiying was sent to the High Heaven Palace and became the chief alchemist of the High Heaven Palace. That was why Miqi had no choice but to compromise. If he really went back on his word, he might anger Jiying. He wasn't afraid of Yang Kai, but he was still very wary of Jiying. That wondrous pill was a disciple of the great emperors and an emperor pill master. Neither of these could be underestimated. Li Jiao thought that it was not a scheme, but a fair and square victory in alchemy. If he had not gone through life and death with Yang Kai a few times, his thoughts would not be much different from Miqi's. However, after going out with him a few times, Li Jiao's impression of Yang Kai had changed a lot. He felt that Yang Kai was not bad, but of course, the premise was that he did not provoke him. Miqi picked up his glass and downed it in one gulp, as if he wanted to vent the anger in his heart, quickly asking, "Brother Li, what did that evil creature want you to convey?" Li Jiao's expression was calm as he replied, Palace Master Yang's meaning is that the High Sky sect should submit to the High Heaven Palace. What? Mi Qi's eyes widened, I seem to have misheard. Brother Li, what did you say just now? Li Jiao sighed in his heart. How could he not know that Mi Qi was asking the obvious? There were only the two of them here, and there was no noise. Mi Qi was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so he could only repeat what he said just now. Haha. Mi Qi was so angry that he laughed, a cold light flashing in his eyes as he played with the wine glass in his hand. Then how should I submit? His tone was cold, and it was obvious that he had some complaints about Li Jiao. Daring to make such a rude request, Li Jiao, as the messenger, was very difficult to like. Before Li Jiao came here, he knew that his little friendship with Mi Qi would come to an end. Now, seeing the look on his face, Li Jiao felt a little regretful and said, Brother Mi, rest assured, Palace Master Yang seems to have no intention of seizing the High Sky sect's territory, but the High Heaven Palace seems to need a lot of cultivation materials now. Palace Master Yang's meaning is that the High Sky sect should hand over some of its annual income to the High Heaven Palace in the future. Mi Qi said sarcastically, how much is this sum? Half? Li Jiao asked tentatively. Yang Kai had never mentioned this number before, but if it was too little, it would definitely not satisfy Yang Kai's appetite. Half. Mi Qi smiled and raised his wine cup. Brother Li, drink up. Li Jiao was puzzled, but he still raised his glass and clinked it with Mi Qi's. When the wine entered his stomach, there was a crash as Mi Qi smashed the wine glass to the ground, slammed the table, and stood up, shouting, You've gone too far. Do you really think that there is no one in my High Sky sect? He had been cultivating all this time and was not scared. If just anyone came and asked him to hand over half of the High Sky sect's income, then he wouldn't have been able to live until now. This was not like those debts. Although those debts were not small, there would be a time when they would be repaid. It would only take another 30 years or so for them to be repaid, but if he really submitted to the High Heaven Palace as Li Jiao said, then he would have to hand over half of his income every year unless the High Sky sect was completely destroyed. How could he agree to such a deceitful act? If he really agreed, what would the world think of him? What would the disciples of the High Sky sect think of him? Brother Mi, please calm down. Shut up. Mi Qi glared at Li Jiao angrily and laughed disdainfully. Brother Li really has a good temper. Back then, you and I were humiliated together, and we were exploited and oppressed by the High Heaven Palace for so many years. It's fine if you don't want to take revenge, but now you're actually colluding with that evil creature. Palace Master Yang, hee. I really didn't know when Brother Li hugged someone else's thigh and willingly attached himself to their leg hair. Li Jiao was embarrassed by his words, but these words were really unpleasant to hear. He said with a straight face, it's a long story. He couldn't tell Mi Qi about his experience with Yang Kai all these years. Not to mention that the two of them weren't that close, but the secrets related to Dragon Island couldn't be easily divulged. What a long story. Mi Qi's eyes were full of mockery. Brother Li judged the situation and was willing to submit to someone else. I don't blame you. Everyone has their own ambitions, but I won't be as bad as you. In other words, he was saying that Li Jiao was afraid of death and was a coward. Li Jiao's face turned ugly. I'm only responsible for passing on the message. Brother Mi, why do you have to say such unpleasant words? Whether this matter succeeds or not has nothing to do with me. People who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Palace Master Li, please leave. Mi Qi changed the way he addressed Li Jiao from Brother Li to Palace Master Li, clearly drawing a clear line between him and Li Jiao. Li Jiao shook his head and stood up. Considering their friendship, he still reminded, Sect Master Mi, please reconsider. Before the High Heaven Palace rose, they were able to destroy the Seeking Passion sect. Now that several decades have passed, I'm afraid they have become even stronger. Do you think the High Sky sect is comparable to the Seeking Passion sect? Why do you want to bring disaster upon yourself? Mi Qi sneered, Palace Master Li should mind his own business. You don't need to worry about my High Sky sect's affairs. If Yang Kai wants my High Sky sect to submit, he might as well come and talk to this me personally. Let's see if my High Sky sect agrees. That's all I have to say. Li Jiao nodded lightly, cupped his fists, and turned to leave. He had already passed on the message. As for what choice Michi would make, that was up to him. Since Xianxia wanted to use the High Sky sect to establish his prestige in the Northern Territory, he probably expected that the High Sky sect would not easily agree to such a request. Perhaps this situation was what Xianxia wanted to see. Otherwise, how could he establish his prestige? Of the 4 top sects in the Northern Territory, 2 had a good relationship with the High Heaven Palace, and the only remaining one was the High Sky sect. Inside the main hall, Michi coldly looked in the direction Li Jiao left, a disdainful sneer on his face. He felt that Li Jiao was exaggerating. He didn't know what method Xianxia used to make the Fire Dragon Palace follow his lead. Even Li Jiao had come to pass on a message to him. He had also heard about the destruction of the Seeking Passion sect. It was a big deal in the Northern Territory, so it was difficult for him not to know about it. The Seeking Passion sect was indeed not inferior to the High Sky sect. Such a big sect could be easily destroyed, but that did not mean that the High Sky sect would be as vulnerable as the Seeking Passion sect. The reason why the Seeking Passion sect was destroyed was because all the masters had been dispatched to Ice Heart Valley, but Xianxia had led some masters to join forces with Ice Heart Valley and wipe them out. Michi did not intend to attack the High Heaven Palace. If Xianxia really provoked him, he could rely on the High Sky sect's sect defending array and the masters in the sect to deal with him. If he could lure him into the sect's sect defending array, he might even be able to kill him. Taking the initiative to attack and defending the sect were obviously 2 different concepts. However, there was one thing he had to guard against. Xianxia had 3 Monster King subordinates, each of them comparable to a 3rd-layer Emperor Realm Master. They would not be easy to deal with. Rolling his eyes, Michi clapped his hands. A black-robed man immediately walked in. Michi looked at him and asked, "Is the blue jade fruit in the medicine garden about to ripen?" The black-robed man did not know why Michi suddenly asked this and cupped his fists. "It will ripen in a month." Michi nodded. "Good, send a message to Old Tao and invite him over to taste it." The black-robed man cupped his fists and nodded before leaving. Turning around, Michi looked in the direction of the High Heaven Palace and sneered. "Xianxia, oh Xianxia, you'd better know your place. If you really don't put my High Sky sect in your eyes, you won't be able to leave this time." "Sect Master Yi, this is the situation. You know the current situation of my High Heaven Palace. There are too many disciples, and the 100 peaks are full. Some of the peaks have between 2,000 and 3,000 disciples. It's very crowded. Going out is like going to the market. Your 1,000 Leaves sect doesn't have many disciples, but you occupy such a large spirit peak. Many peak masters already have some complaints. After thinking about it, I can only thicken my face and come here to discuss it with you," Xianxia said helplessly. Sitting across from him was 1,000 Leaves sect Master Yi Hen, but the food on the table in the middle was untouched. "Palace Master means?" Yi Hen looked at Xianxia inquisitively. "Back then, I brought you to the High Heaven Palace for 2 reasons. First, the cultivation environment here is good, and there are no disturbances. It's suitable for you to recuperate. Second, the calamity your 1,000 Leaves sect encountered was caused by me. This Palace Master feels guilty. Palace Master is too serious. It's my 1,000 Leaves sect's weakness. Speaking of which, it's also thanks to Palace Master's care that my 1,000 Leaves sect was able to protect Xianxia. There's no need to thank me." Xianxia raised his hand and said, "Today, I'm going to be the bad guy. I'd like to hear the details." Xianxia smiled bitterly. As the saying goes, a mountain can't hold 2 tigers. Although it's not very appropriate to place it in my High Heaven Palace, it's just that. It's not that this Palace Master wants to burn the bridge after crossing it, but there is another sect in my High Heaven Palace. Palace Master wants us to move out? Yi Hen was shocked. After what happened back then, 1,000 Leaves sect was reduced to less than 200 to 300 disciples, and their strength was also mixed. If not for Xianxia's care over the years, they would not have been able to survive. Not to mention, the disciples' cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds, and even he, the sect master, had been promoted to the Emperor realm. Sect Master Yi, you still have a choice. Xianxia raised a finger and said, "First, 1,000 Leaves sect will completely merge into the High Heaven Palace. From then on, Thousand Leaves sect will cease to exist, only Thousand Leaves Peak, and you will become the Peak Master. We have discussed this before, but that was then and this is now. This way, the other Peak Masters will not have any objections. Yi Hen's expression changed slightly. If that was the case, Thousand Leaves sect would truly cease to exist, so he asked hesitantly. What is the second choice? Xianxia said, I will send you back to Thousand Leaves sect's old grounds. Every time Manager Hua goes to the Southern Territory, she will pass through there. I heard that no one has occupied it yet, but it is a little shabby. Sect Master Yi only needs to order the disciples to repair it a little and you should be able to move in. As for safety, there is no need to worry. Sect Master Yi is now in the Emperor realm, so you should have some ability to protect yourself. With those heavens puppets, no one will be foolish enough to cause trouble for you. In addition, I am also a guest elder of Azure Sun Temple. When the time comes, I will greet Azure Sun Temple and ask them to take care of Thousand Leaves sect. You will naturally have the time and space to grow. Yi Hen was moved when he heard this and said gratefully, Palace Master is too kind. He knew that Xianxia had already done all he could, so he did not have any complaints in his heart. The fact that Xianxia was willing to discuss this matter with him so openly was already the greatest respect he could give him. Otherwise, with Xianxia's current strength, he could easily sweep them out of the sect. However, if they really left and returned to Thousand Leaves sect, would they still have a chance to take revenge in the future? Over the years, the disciples' cultivation had improved rapidly, and even he had broken through to the Emperor realm. It was all thanks to the High Heaven Palace's excellent cultivation environment and endless supply of resources. Once they returned to the Southern Territory, they would have to start all over again. Even if Azure Sun Temple could protect them, where would they get cultivation resources? The Thousand Leaves sect was proficient in refining puppets, but refining them required a large amount of materials. Moreover, would the disciples really be willing to return to the Southern Territory with him? There's no need to consider. Yi Hen suddenly spoke. Xianxia turned his head to look at him. Yi Hen stood up and cupped his fists respectfully. This Yi Hen is willing to lead the disciples of Thousand Leaves sect to the High Heaven Palace, but I have a request. Xianxia grinned, let's hear it. When the time comes, I hope Palace Master will allow me to lead Thousand Leaves Peak's disciples to Flowing Shadow Sword sect to seek justice. Flowing Shadow Sword sect was the sect that had destroyed Thousand Leaves sect. Although they had been ordered to do so, it was indeed them who had done it. Yi Hen had painstakingly cultivated for so many years in order to one day set foot in Flowing Shadow Sword sect and take revenge for the deaths of his disciples. If Palace Master can agree to this condition, this subordinate is willing to serve High Heaven Palace like a dog or horse. Of course, how can I not agree? Xianxia chuckled, you and I have discussed this matter before, and I'll say the same thing now. If you want to personally take revenge, then work hard on your cultivation. Flowing Shadow Sword sect is not a pushover. Yi Hen nodded and waved his sleeves, cupping his fists and bowing respectfully. Thousand Leaves Peak Master Yi Hen greets Palace Master. Although he had addressed Xianxia as Palace Master before, it was clearly different from before. From now on, the original members of Thousand Leaves sect would truly belong to the High Heaven Palace, and their puppet refining techniques would also become part of the High Heaven Palace's capital. To be honest, Xianxia wasn't too willing to let Yi Hen leave, but what he said was also the truth. Thousand Leaves sect's 200 to 300 disciples occupied an excellent main peak, causing the other peak masters to have a lot of complaints. It would be fine if they were from the same sect, but the key point was that Yi Hen and the others were just outsiders. It was only because they had arrived relatively early that they were able to occupy a good place. Now, there was no need to worry about this. He informed Yi Hen that in a few days, some people would be sent to Thousand Leaves Peak. With such a large main peak, it would be a waste not to accommodate at least 3,000 people. Returning from Yi Hen's place, Xianxia had a relaxed expression on his face. After entering the main hall of High Heaven Peak, a maidservant immediately greeted him, Palace Master, Master Ji is here. Brother Ji? Is something the matter? Xianxia was stunned. The maidservant covered her mouth and smiled, it's not Master Ji Ying, but Master Ji Yao. Xianxia's footsteps paused as he walked in and asked with a guilty conscience, what is she here for? Last time, something had happened in Ice Heart Valley's secret art pavilion. Although Yang Kai had some lingering memories, he could not understand Ji Yao's attitude. The two of them had already done such intimate things, but Ji Yao acted as if nothing had happened. No matter how he looked at it, it was very strange. Fortunately, she had warned Yang Kai not to let Su Yan know about this matter, otherwise, Yang Kai would have to worry about whether she would use this to blackmail him. Since she had warned him so, he definitely would not take the initiative to reveal this secret. After returning, Yang Kai had been busy these past few days, so he had put the matter of that day to the back of his mind. Now that he heard that Ji Yao had come, he could not help but feel a little apprehensive. That day, Ji Yao seemed to have lost control of her emotions. Could it be that she regretted it now and came to settle accounts with him? If that was the case, he would lose a lot of face. The maidservant replied, "I don't know." After Master Ji Yao arrived, she went inside and told this servant to tell Master to see her when he returned. Yang Kai scratched his neck with an uneasy expression, then looked at the maidservant and asked, what was her expression when she arrived? Was she angry? The maidservant was puzzled. No, Master Ji Yao was always cold, I don't know if she was angry or not. Can't you tell if she was angry or not? Yang Kai glared at her. The maidservant hurriedly lowered her head, this servant really doesn't know. Forget it, Yang Kai waved his hand, go back to your work. The maidservant obeyed and fled. Yang Kai paced back and forth in the hall, really not knowing what Ji Yao's intentions were. It was reasonable to say that the two of them meeting now would be somewhat awkward, but Yang Kai didn't know what her intentions were, so he was somewhat hesitant. After pacing back and forth a few times, Yang Kai even walked to the entrance of the hall, preparing to ignore Ji Yao. In any case, it was impossible for her to stay in High Heaven Palace forever, so he could naturally avoid this awkwardness. Thinking about it again, the one who should be embarrassed wasn't him, but her. She wasn't afraid, so what was a man like him afraid of? In any case, the one who suffered a loss was her. Turning around, Yang Kai valiantly walked into the hall, his steps like a dragon or a tiger, extremely arrogant. After searching for a long time, Yang Kai finally found Ji Yao in one of the rooms. This was Su Yan's room, built against a cliff. Outside the balcony was a bottomless cliff with clouds swirling around it. When Yang Kai pushed open the door and entered, he saw Ji Yao standing by the railing, her eyes gazing out at the setting sun. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on her, dyeing her whole body a golden yellow. As the wind blew, her hair and dress fluttered, as if she could fly away at any time. Ji Yao didn't even turn her head, as if she didn't feel Yang Kai's arrival at all. Yang Kai closed the door and walked over. He stood beside her and looked at her side profile. Her snow-white skin, slender neck, tall and straight. She was as quiet as a virgin. She exuded a different kind of charm. Junior sister Yao, you're here, Yang Kai smiled and rubbed his hands. Not understanding her current attitude, Yang Kai didn't dare to be too presumptuous. When a man and a woman did such a thing, from a psychological point of view, the man would feel like he had taken advantage of her, so naturally he felt somewhat guilty. I came to pick up something. Ji Yao turned her head and glanced at him. What are you picking up? Yang Kai asked curiously. Some change of clothes for little junior sister, Ji Yao replied. Yang Kai stared at her in a daze for a long time before realizing what she meant. That's it. Ji Yao nodded gently. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Did you need to come here personally? As a cultivator, everyone had a space ring. Everyone's ring must have a lot of spare change of clothes. Yang Kai's space ring also had some, so he believed Su Yan must also have one. If it was just to pick up some change of clothes, there was no need for her to come here. Personally. You don't welcome me? Ji Yao raised her brow. No, absolutely not. How could I not welcome you? Yang Kai flatly denied. Ji Yao raised her chin and said, go find it, I don't want to touch little junior sister's things. Then wait a moment. Yang Kai said before turning around and going to the wardrobe to search. Su Yan didn't care much about what she wore, but with her foundation, she was beautiful no matter what she wore. There weren't many clothes in the wardrobe, so Yang Kai took them all out and stuffed them into an empty space ring. When he turned around, he discovered that Ji Yao had also followed him in. She was sitting sideways on the bed, and she was unreasonably quiet. Yang Kai handed the space ring to her and said, "It's all here. Tell her to cultivate an Ice Heart Valley with peace of mind. If she needs anything, just let me know and I'll have someone send it over." N. Ji Yao took the space ring and put it on her finger, raising it in front of her face to look at it, as if this space ring was a gift from Yang Kai. "Does Junior sister have anything else to say?" Yang Kai asked. "Nothing." "Then what are you still sitting here for?" Yang Kai was speechless, but he was too embarrassed to drive her away. He didn't know if it was just his imagination, but in any case, this meeting was different from any other. He felt like he was in the wrong and couldn't wait to send Ji Yao away as soon as possible so that he wouldn't feel uneasy. "Do you have something to say?" Ji Yao looked up at him, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. "Nothing," Yang Kai scratched his head, thinking to himself, what could possibly happen to me? "You're the one who needs something. If you have something to do, go do it yourself, don't worry about me." "Haha." Yang Kai's mouth twitched. She was a guest, so how could he leave her here alone? With no other choice, he could only chat with Ji Yao for a while to prevent the atmosphere from becoming too awkward. Fortunately, now that he had Su Yan, they had some common topics to talk about. Yang Kai asked about Su Yan, and Ji Yao answered him one by one. She learned that Su Yan was living well in Ice Heart Valley these days, and the senior sisters were also very kind to her. Of course, this was partly because of Yang Kai's face, but more so because they were fellow disciples. In any case, since Bingyan opened her mouth, Su Yan was now their little junior sister, and they would be family in the future. After Bingyan learned that Su Yan had a special constitution, the ice crystal jade body, she was overjoyed. When Yang Kai brought Su Yan to Ice Heart Valley to acknowledge her ancestors, he didn't mention this. Originally, he wanted to mention it, but Bingyan readily accepted Su Yan, so Yang Kai didn't have to say much. The two of them, one sitting and one standing, Yang Kai turned his head to look outside from time to time. His meaning was obvious. It was getting dark, and she should leave. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good for a man and a woman to be alone in a room in the middle of the night. Ji Yao didn't care about this at all. She sat there quietly, not feeling uncomfortable at all. As night fell, the rolling clouds outside the window became somewhat blurry, revealing a different kind of beauty. Yang Kai was a little speechless. He really didn't know what Ji Yao wanted to do. Could it be that she wanted to settle accounts with him because of what happened last time? But it didn't seem like it. If she really wanted to settle accounts, she could have just said it directly. Why was she still here? Standing here all the time wasn't a good idea either. It was as if he was listening to her lecture. Yang Kai thought to himself that he was now the dignified palace master of High Heaven Palace. He had some face and status, and this was his territory. What right did she have to sit while he stood? Turning around, he straightened his robe and sat on the edge of the bed, not too far from Ji Yao. "By the way, how is junior sister Lu now?" Yang Kai didn't know what to say. The so-called junior sister Lu was naturally Lu Xianxia, who had entered the star boundary through the starlight corridor with him and ended up in the Blue Feather sect. Later, by chance, she entered a small world with Yang Kai and met Bingyan there. After coming out of that small world, Lu Xianxia joined Ice Heart Valley. Speaking of which, Lu Xianxia did not cultivate an ice attribute secret art, so according to Ice Heart Valley's standards, she was not qualified to become a disciple, but she had no place to settle down, so Yang Kai could not just ignore her and asked Bingyan to accept her. Junior sister Lu has been in retreat recently to break through to the Emperor realm. I haven't seen her for many years, but I think she should be fine, Ji Yao replied faintly. A cultivator who came from a lower star territory had excellent aptitude and perception, so they were very likely to reach the Emperor realm. Lu Xianxia was also one of the top masters in the Great Desolate Star territory. After joining Ice Heart Valley, she was given abundant cultivation resources and a good cultivation environment, so after accumulating enough strength, she suddenly had a chance to rise. Yang Kai nodded gently, feeling happy for Lu Xianxia. Ji Yao's next words made Yang Kai's heart jump. Big brother is also interested in junior sister Lu? Yang Kai stared at her and said seriously, "Don't talk nonsense, you're ruining my reputation." Ji Yao leisurely played with her sleeves. "Senior martial brother, haven't you done a lot of things to ruin other people's reputation?" "What do you mean?" Wasn't it just because I couldn't control myself that day? And you can't blame me for everything that happened that day. If you think you've suffered a loss, how about I let you molest me right now? Turning his head to look at her, Yang Kai said seriously, Junior Sister Yao, I think you may have some misunderstanding about me. Haha. Ji Yao's lips curled slightly, but she did not comment. Yang Kai suddenly became angry and leaned towards her, the veins on his forehead throbbing. Can you not laugh like that? It's very disrespectful to laugh like that. Originally, he was angry, but after he finished speaking, Yang Kai's expression became startled. Because a trace of panic suddenly flashed across Ji Yao's face, and her long eyelashes quickly trembled a few times. When he came back to his senses, Yang Kai's expression twitched, only then did he realize that he had almost stuck his mouth on her face. This is King embarrassing again. He originally wanted to explain, but now he had the suspicion of taking advantage of her. It really was yellow mud falling into his crotch. If he didn't do that, then what? If he retreated now, it would make him look guilty. Yang Kai rolled his eyes, thinking about how he should quietly change the topic. But he saw a faint blush appear on Ji Yao's fair little face, and a faint fragrance also lingered on the tip of his nose, entering his nostrils, as if an invisible little hand was scratching his heart. What's going on? Yang Kai was a bit confused. Why didn't she dodge? He had accidentally stuck himself so close to her, so logically speaking, Ji Yao should have dodged, but she clearly had no intention of dodging. Her eyes flickered with a bit of panic, and a small hand unconsciously twisted her snow-white sleeve, looking down submissively. Yang Kai's gaze swept across her fair face, delicate earlobes, and slender neck. From this angle, he could even faintly see a bit of the scenery on her chest, but her clothes were too tight, so it was a bit hard to see, but the darkness between the gaps of the clothes gave people unlimited room for imagination. He swallowed his saliva, turned his head to the side, and whistled as if nothing had happened. His butt moved to the side, and he was much closer to Ji Yao. Huh? No reaction? He moved a little more, and a little more. A warm feeling came from his side, and it was obvious that he had already touched her. Until now, Ji Yao still had no reaction, and did not even have any intention of dodging, but when Yang Kai stuck close to her, he clearly felt her body tremble. It can't be, right? Yang Kai shouted in his heart. A thought surged in his mind, and he couldn't suppress it no matter how hard he tried. One hand on the bed, the other hand quietly went around Ji Yao's back, slowly pulling her back, and hugging her. After the whistle stopped, Yang Kai sat up straight, looking straight ahead, but using the corner of his eye to size up Ji Yao. Ji Yao turned her head to look at him, her sharp gaze like a knife cutting Yang Kai's face. Even if Yang Kai's face was thick, he was still a bit flustered. But things had already come to this, so what else was there to say? His eyes were firm, and his face was resolute, as he turned his head to look at Ji Yao. When their four eyes met, Yang Kai's gaze was filled with aggression, like a hungry beast, while Ji Yao's eyes were averted. You're not that hard. Yang Kai laughed wildly in his heart, and then lowered his head to move closer to her. Ji Yao's eyes quickly closed as her body trembled in Yang Kai's embrace, but when their lips met, her whole body suddenly went stiff. Yang Kai was secretly amused. This wasn't the first time, so why was her reaction still so big? A few days ago, in Ice Heart Valley's secret art pavilion, she had also reacted like this. She really hadn't made any progress. Tasting that sweet taste, Yang Kai quickly pried open her mouth and began to ravage her. Ji Yao appeared to be very clumsy and didn't even have the slightest bit of cooperation, completely allowing Kai Yang to do as he pleased. If it weren't for the various tremors coming from her body, Kai Yang would have thought that the person in his arms was a block of wood. The hand that was holding on to Ji Yao's waist slowly moved up and rested on her fragrant shoulder. Using a bit of force, he laid her flat on the bed. Kai Yang flipped over and got on top of her. With one hand on her back and the other on her waist, he was completely unrestrained. The atmosphere was so hot that it seemed like it was going to burn the entire room. Forging iron while it's hot, things had already reached this point, so Kai Yang naturally had to go all the way. Grabbing Ji Yao's belt with one hand, he was about to pull it off, but Ji Yao unexpectedly grabbed his wrist, her tightly closed eyes suddenly opening, her eyes filled with a pleading look. This again? Yang Kai was a little speechless. Last time in the secret art pavilion, it seemed that kissing was okay, but when it came to more intimate matters, Ji Yao didn't agree. However, Yang Kai obviously felt that she was aroused, and her cheeks were so red that they were almost dripping blood. Her towering chest was pounding violently, and her breathing was also extremely heavy. Yang Kai tentatively pulled at her belt again, but found that Ji Yao was holding his wrist tightly. He suddenly felt helpless and could only settle for the next best thing, his big hand moving up her belt. She still resisted, but her resistance wasn't as strong as before. Yang Kai didn't care about her. If she didn't let him eat when she was aroused, then so be it, but he had to make her feel good. He pulled out his other hand, grabbed her two wrists, and pressed them above her head, while his other hand directly covered her full chest. Ji Yao let out a moan, and Yang Kai leaned forward again, blocking those cherry-red lips. After an unknown amount of time, the two people on the bed had already changed positions. Yang Kai was on the bottom, and Ji Yao was sitting on top of him. Her clothes were messy, her hair was messy, and the hairpins were messy. She didn't have the slightest bit of her image of being pure and clean. The two lumps on her chest were constantly changing shape under Yang Kai's big hands, but she was completely immersed in kissing Yang Kai's lips. However, there was clearly no skill to speak of. It was just like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, making people feel funny and angry at the same time. "Junior sister Yao, I have a request." Yang Kai suddenly opened his mouth. Ji Yao's movements suddenly paused, and then she gently pushed him on the chest with her palms before her whole body floated backwards and stood beside the bed. Yang Kai anxiously asked, "What do you mean?" Everything was fine, so why did she suddenly run away? Ji Yao bit her red lips and glared at him angrily, "Rogue." She then turned around and rushed out of the room, directly jumping up the guardrail and disappearing in the blink of an eye. "How is that rogue?" "I haven't even said anything yet." Yang Kai chased her to the guardrail, so how could he still see her? Last time, he had taken advantage of her in Ice Heart Valley's secret art pavilion, and this time, she came to High Heaven Palace to take advantage of him. Did she think she could just let it go like this? Yang Kai didn't know if he would have another chance in the future. He couldn't help but feel a little annoyed that he hadn't hardened his heart and taken her today, mainly because he had seen her begging eyes and felt his heart soften. Letting out a long sigh, Yang Kai stepped out of the room, searched around the palace for a while, and directly came to a side room, pushed open the door, and entered. Inside the room, Shuiyu was meditating and resting. Seeing Yang Kai come in, she couldn't help asking, "Husband, why are you here?" Yang Kai didn't answer and instead walked over to her and picked her up. "Where are you going?" Shuiyu wrapped her arms around his neck and asked. "Looking for Al Luo." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. The next morning, Yang Kai woke up leisurely and yawned as he held a delicate figure in each of his arms, filling the room with a strange smell. Last night, it was another crazy night. Gently extricating himself from the two tender figures, Yang Kai waved his hand and opened the window, allowing a cool breeze to blow away the strange smell in the room. This action also woke up Xianxia Luo and Shuiyu. Xianxia Luo's face was thick as she straightened up and stretched seductively, her exquisite figure on full display as she glared at Yang Kai and snorted, "Are you satisfied now?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully before walking over and grabbing her chest. "You speak as if you were the one who suffered a loss. I wonder who was the one who acted so presumptuously last night." Xianxia Luo snorted, "Don't come looking for me these days, I need to enter retreat to break through to the Dao Source Realm. Elder sister is already a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. If I don't work harder, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep up with you." Saying so, she reached out and pinched Shuiyu's cheek. "Stop pretending to be asleep, hurry up and get up." Being exposed, Shuiyu blushed and could only get up, but unlike Xianxia Luo, she was not as bold as she grabbed a blanket to cover her chest. Xianxia Luo reached out and tickled her. "What are you doing? It's not like you haven't seen them before, why are you so shy?" "Al Luo, don't make trouble." Shuiyu blushed. Although she was not as shy as her little senior sister, she was not as bold as Xianxia Luo. Sneaking a glance at Yang Kai, she saw him standing there naked and smiling, not showing any intention of stopping them, so she was immediately annoyed. "Elder sister isn't here, you're going to turn the world upside down. I'll tell elder sister when I get back." "Good, you dare to snitch." Xianxia Luo clenched her teeth and threw herself at Shuiyu. tearing off the blanket on her body. Her hand scratched Shuiyu until she cried out for mercy. She even called out to Yang Kai, "Husband, if the harem is not peaceful, how can the world be peaceful? Sister, you needs to be taught a lesson, what are you waiting for?" Yang Kai thought about it seriously, then nodded and said, "That makes sense." He approached Shuiyu with a sinister smile, and with the help of Shanqing Luo, he trampled on Shuiyu. Of course, Shanqing Luo did not escape the clutches of the devil in the end. By the time everything was settled, it was already noon. The two women helped Yang Kai put on his clothes and let him sit in front of the mirror. One of them tidied up his clothes, while the other stood behind him and combed his hair. While Shuiyu was busy, she said, "Husband, Luo is going into seclusion, and so am I. Please don't come and harm us for the next few days. If our cultivation really can't keep up with you and big sister in the future, it will be troublesome." Yang Kai nodded. Although he was reluctant to part with love, the road to becoming a cultivator still required constant climbing. Shanqing Luo and Shuiyu had just arrived from the Star Territory, so it was a good time for them to accumulate enough strength. If they missed this opportunity, it might affect them for the rest of their lives. Yang Kai said, "Cultivate well, and if there is anything you don't understand, just ask someone. There are many people in the Emperor realm in the Imperial Palace, so teaching you won't be a problem." "Understood," Shuiyu nodded. Shanqing Luo suddenly smiled and said, "Big sister went to Ice Heart Valley, Ning Chang went to Medicine Pill Valley, sister you and I are going into retreat to cultivate, so husband, you will probably be all alone for a while. Didn't you say you have a sister who is also a dragon race cultivator? Why don't you bring her here? That way, when we are not here, there will be someone to take care of you." Yang Kai murmured. "Let's talk about it later." Zhu Qing's matter wasn't easy to deal with. It was related to the prestige of Dragon Island, so the dragon race wouldn't let her go so easily. Moreover, he had caused havoc on Dragon Island last time, indirectly causing an 8th Order dragon race to die because of him. The best outcome would be if the dragon race didn't treat him as an enemy, so how could they let Zhu Qing come to High Heaven Palace? If he wanted to bring Zhu Qing out, he would need to have the strength to dominate Dragon Island. After tidying up, Yang Kai left High Heaven Peak and saw Hua Qingxi waiting outside. She came up to him with a grumbling face, "It was fine when you weren't in the Imperial Palace before, but now that you are back, it's hard to even see you. What's the matter?" Yang Kai asked. "Take a look," Hua Qingxi handed over a jade slip. Yang Kai reached out and took it. After scanning it with his divine sense, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. "Why are there so many people complaining?" Hua Qingxi said, "There are too many monks and too little gruel. The instructors from Fire Dragon Palace are having a hard time these days. They don't even have time to rest, let alone cultivate." "How can there be no time to rest?" Yang Kai was stunned. Hua Qingxi rolled her eyes, "You'll know when I take you there." Saying so, she led Yang Kai to a nearby spirit peak. The people living on this spirit peak seemed to be the cultivator from Shadowed Star. There were about 1,000 of them. In front of a palace on the peak, there was a long line. At least 200 to 300 people were waiting here. From time to time, a cultivator would walk out of the palace with a look of enlightenment on his face. Every time someone walked out, the person at the front of the line would walk in, and the cycle would repeat. Yang Kai's eyes twitched. Pointing to the palace below, he asked, "Is that where the instructors live?" "Yes." Hua Qingxi felt a little apprehensive when she saw this. "The cultivators you brought here are all newcomers, so they aren't used to the star boundary yet. They will encounter all kinds of problems in their cultivation, and once they encounter a problem, they will look for the instructors of each peak to ask for a solution. However, each peak only has one instructor. Look at this line, how could the instructors have any time to rest? This is only the peak with 1,000 people. The peaks with 2,000 to 3,000 people are in a more serious situation. The peaks with only a few hundred people are in a better situation, but they are still very busy. A few of the instructors have already come to me, saying that they can't stand the life here. Even if they will be punished, they will return to Fire Dragon Palace immediately. They asked me to contact Palace Master Li, ignore them." Hua Qingxi said, "I have temporarily suppressed them, but how can the instructors teach their disciples well with this kind of attitude?" If they don't teach well, it will affect the disciples' lives. Palace Master, you really need to find more instructors. I have this plan. Xianxia said, Ice Heart Valley has a good relationship with us. Can we borrow some people from them? Ice Heart Valley is fine. I have thought about it before, but Ice Heart Valley's disciples all cultivate ice attribute secret arts. They are too focused and are not suitable to be instructors here. Then what should we do? I have my own plans. Xianxia replied, but before more instructors come, you have to find a way to appease these people. How about this? Give them a monthly salary so they won't work for nothing. I have the same idea. I was just about to report it to you. You can decide on this matter yourself. If it doesn't work, you can discuss it with General Manager Bien and see how much is appropriate. There is no need to ask me. All right. Xianxia was helpless. She had never seen a palace master like this. He couldn't wait to give up all the power in his hands. He was happy to be a hands-off shopkeeper. After separating from Xianxia, Xianxia went to Spirit Pill Peak again, found Jiying, and took out a lot of things. Soon, he appeared in front of the space array. Palace Master. Bian Yuqing, who was meditating at the side, flew over to greet him. Xianxia waved his hand gently, telling her to go about her own business. He walked to the space array and activated his space force, disappearing. Southern Territory, Azure Sun Temple, Spirit Sword Peak, in a quiet valley, Xianxia leisurely appeared. After sweeping with his divine sense and confirming that no one was around, he flew straight to Spirit Sword Peak. He was the guest elder of Azure Sun Temple, and Spirit Sword Peak was where he lived. It was also a place that Xianxia deliberately chose. This place was relatively far from the other main peaks, so it was convenient for him to hide the space array. Flying to Spirit Sword Peak, he took out the Elder Jade Plate, opened the array, and walked straight in. Two young and beautiful maidservants were feeding fish in front of a pond. The big red koi fish were swimming in the pond, competing for food, causing the two maidservants to giggle. Xianxia was a little dumbfounded. He took a closer look and found that he was not in the wrong place. This was his Spirit Sword Peak. When did it have two more maidservants? The two maidservants did not have high cultivation bases. When Xianxia walked very close, they suddenly found that someone was coming. They were shocked. The woman in red on the left said, "Who is it?" Xianxia looked at them and asked, "Who are you?" "We are from Azure Sun Temple, who are you?" The woman in red looked at Xianxia vigilantly. On the contrary, the other woman in green suddenly flashed a thoughtful look in her eyes. She pulled the woman in red's clothes and bowed, "This servant greets Elder Yang." Elder Yang? The girl in red was stunned. In the entire Azure Sun Temple, there was only one elder surnamed Yang. She immediately recovered and bowed together. No need to be so polite. Xianxia stretched out his hand and said curiously, "Why are you here?" The girl in green said, "Elder Gao ordered us to come. She said that Elder Yang does not live here all year round, so she asked us to stay here and take care of this place." Senior Sister Gao. Xianxia nodded, "So that's how it is." The girl in green said, "We did not make any rash moves on Spirit Sword Peak. It is still the same. On weekdays, we just clean the palace and feed the fish. Please understand, Elder Yang." Xianxia smiled slightly, "Thank you for your trouble." The two young girls felt a little flattered. One had to know that the person in front of them was an elder-level character and an Emperor Realm Master. The two of them had low statuses and low cultivations, so the difference between their statuses was like the difference between heaven and earth, yet this Elder Yang in front of them was acting so amiably towards them, causing them to feel excited. When they came back to their senses, Xianxia had already stepped into the hall. "This is Elder Yang." The girl in red looked at Xianxia's disappearing back with a look of worship. "He looks so young." The girl in green said, "I heard people say in the early years that this Elder Yang may be the youngest elder here. It is said that he has only cultivated for 100 years. Really?" The girl in red was shocked. Although their cultivation base was not high, they also knew how difficult it was to become the leader of the Emperor realm. It was simply unimaginable that he could achieve such a realm in just 100 years. This Elder Yang is said to have come from the lower star field, The green-clothed girl obviously had more information, and after she finished speaking, she exclaimed in surprise. What's wrong? Elder Gao said that when Elder Yang comes back, I have to say hello to her. I almost forgot. With that said, she quickly took out a communication compass. After entering the hall, Yang Kai walked around and looked around. He found that this place was indeed quite neat and tidy. He wiped the table with his hand and found that there wasn't a single speck of dust. It was obvious that the two girls had put a lot of effort into this place. He turned around and sat down on a chair. Patting the back of the chair, he raised his head and saw the two girls walking in and bowing again. That's right, isn't there an old man living here? Where did that old man go? Yang Kai looked at them and asked. He was naturally referring to Tianyan, who had reconstructed his physical body in the Divine Ascension Mirror. Back then, Tianyan had received Yang Kai's help and used the flesh incarnation pill to reconstruct his physical body. Yang Kai had thought that he would have a great emperor as his backer, but that was not the case. Tianyan was indeed a master comparable to the great emperors in the Divine Ascension Mirror world, but that was only in the Divine Ascension Mirror world. Even after he had reconstructed his physical body, he had to start all over again. He was practically equivalent to a newborn baby. The heavenly way was not to be bullied, and it was impossible for great emperors to appear out of nowhere. Yang Kai didn't quite understand at the time, but after talking with Yang Yan, he understood that the worldly bottle couldn't contain Tianyan, so he had to start cultivating from the beginning. When Zishan originally wanted to find another place for him to live, but Tianyan chose Spirit Sword Peak. After that, Yang Kai went to the frozen earth with Zhu Lai, entered the reincarnation world, made a trip to the Western Territory, entered Dragon Island, and returned to Henluo Star Field. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed. This time, he didn't see Tianyan when he returned to Spirit Sword Peak. Aside from himself, there were only the two girls in front of him. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Senior has gone out to travel, a clear voice suddenly came from outside. Yang Kai raised his head and saw a tall figure walk in. She was wearing a pure white dress and her hair was tied up with a jade hairpin. She looked clean and neat, giving off a valiant feeling. Yang Kai stood up and cupped his fists with a smile. Senior Sister Gao, long time no see. You're still as elegant as ever. He was not surprised that Gao Shueting would appear here so soon. Since the two girls were ordered by Gao Shueting to stay here, one was to take care of Lingjian Peak, and the other was probably to monitor him. As soon as he came back, Gao Shueting would definitely get the news. Clang! A clear and melodious sound rang out, and a cold glint flashed. A long sword was unsheathed, and Gao Shueting strode over. She placed her sword on Yang Kai's shoulder and sneered, "Tell me, how do you want to die?" The two girls next to her exclaimed. They never thought that Elder Gao and Elder Yang would be so fiery as soon as they met. Why were they pointing swords at each other? Could it be that there was some deep hatred between the two of them? He hesitated as to whether or not he should send a message to the other elders. However, the two of them had low cultivations and low statuses. How could they have the contact information of the other elders? Yang Kai's smiling face stiffened. He swallowed his saliva, pinched the sword with 2 fingers, and gently moved it away from his shoulder. He smiled apologetically and said, "Senior Sister Gao, what are you doing? You still have the face to come back." Gao Shueting snorted coldly, unmoved. Yang Kai's expression twitched. Junior brother doesn't understand. I hope senior sister can enlighten me. You want to die with an explanation? Gao Shueting looked at him expressionlessly. Fine, I'll let you die with an explanation. Let me ask you, are you still an elder of Azure Sun Temple? Naturally. Kai Yang hurriedly nodded his head and said in shock, could it be that someone fired me? Since you're an elder of the temple, why haven't you shown up for more than 10 years? It's only been more than 10 years. Yang Kai touched his nose weakly. Moreover, I'm just a guest elder. It doesn't make any difference whether the temple has me or not. A guest elder is still an elder. You ran away as soon as the temple finished conferring your title. There's no news about you since then. Do you still have the temple in your eyes? No. Yang Kai shook his head decisively. Gao Shueting was startled. She didn't seem to expect such an answer from him. There was a trace of disappointment in her eyes as she slowly withdrew her sword. Yang Kai smiled and said, I do have the temple in my heart. He patted his chest as he spoke. Gao Shueting immediately glared at him. Don't be so glib. If you don't give a reasonable explanation today, I'll ask the temple master to fire you as a guest elder. Anyway, it doesn't make any difference whether you're here or not. Why are you using my words to stop me? Yang Kai was speechless, but he could only smile and say, Senior Sister Gao, you know that I have the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. There are a lot of trivial matters there, so it's not very convenient for me to go back and forth. The Northern and Southern Territory are hundreds of millions of miles apart. It takes several years to go back and forth. It's not too much to come back once every 10 years. Gao Shueting snorted. I told you a long time ago. It's fine if you don't have the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. Just stay in the temple. A force can't be supported by a single person. Her tone was much gentler. Yang Kai naturally knew that a force couldn't be supported by a single person. If it was in the past, he might have given up the High Heaven Palace, but now that he had brought all the people in the Northern Territory here, how could he give up? Since he brought them here, he had to take responsibility. He winked at the two girls who were watching the scene and transmitted a message to them at the same time. Then he nodded and bowed. Senior sister, please don't be angry. Sit down and talk. Gao Shueting turned around and sat down. She also put away her long sword, which made Yang Kai breathe a sigh of relief. Not long after, the two girls served steaming hot tea. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and said, Senior sister, please drink tea. The place is simple, so there's nothing to entertain. Gao Shueting squinted at him and said, Are you complaining that the Lingjian Peak is not good? You chose this place yourself. If you're not satisfied, you can stay in my purple bamboo peak. Anyway, my place is very empty. This is not appropriate. Yang Kai wanted to slap himself, so he quickly changed the topic. Senior sister, I just heard that Senior Tianyan went out to travel. What does that mean? It means what it means. Yang Kai was surprised. Did the temple send someone to protect you? Senior, you're wandering outside alone. You won't be in any danger, right? He was indeed a bit worried. Although Tianyan had the foundation of the great emperors, he would have to start from scratch after reconstructing his body. After more than 10 years, his cultivation would definitely not be very high. The star boundary was not like the star territory. There were many masters, and if Tianyan ran into some bad people, he might fail miserably. It would be a huge joke if a great emperor was killed by an origin-returning realm cultivator. This is Senior's own decision, so who can stop him? As for danger, you don't have to worry about it. When Senior left 3 years ago, he was already a saint. What? Yang Kai was shocked and almost suspected that he had misheard. There were a total of 7 great realms in terms of cultivation, starting from the initial element, Qi transformation, separation and reunion, true Qi, immortal ascension, transcendent, and finally saint. Before reaching the divine ascension mirror, each realm had 9 more minor realms, and each transcendent and saint had 3 more minor realms. Every cultivator would need to spend a lot of time accumulating their realms step by step. Even Yang Kai had spent 30 to 40 years on this path. However, how long had it been since Tianyan reconstructed his body? At most, it had only been a dozen years, but he had already reached the Saint realm 3 years ago. In other words, he had only spent 10 years cultivating from a poor beginner to the Saint realm. Now that 3 years had passed, his cultivation would probably be even higher. After thinking about it, Yang Kai felt that it was only natural. After all, Tianyan was not an ordinary person. He had the foundation of the great emperors, so it was only natural that his cultivation speed would be so fast. A normal cultivator might encounter bottlenecks in their cultivation, but not Tianyan. Although Senior's cultivation isn't very high, don't forget what he's best at, so even if he travels outside, it's unlikely that he will encounter any danger. Yang Kai nodded. Tianyan was born in the Divine Ascension Mirror world and was born with only a soul avatar. His understanding of the power of the soul and the use of soul secret techniques was unparalleled in this world. In this regard, even the great emperors of the serene soul were inferior to him. His physical cultivation was indeed not very high, but if he supplemented it with his strange soul secret techniques, he would definitely be able to fight opponents several great realms higher. Senior's courage is really big. Kai Yan laughed. Gao Shueting said, the outside world is unfamiliar to him, so he naturally wouldn't want to cultivate behind closed doors. Traveling outside is also beneficial to him. She narrowed her eyes and said coldly, you, on the other hand, why are you running around for no reason? Why did the topic change to me again? Yang Kai was a little speechless and said embarrassedly, reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles, haha. Don't laugh. Gao Shueting said in a low voice. Yang Kai straightened his back and sat up straight. Pfft. The two girls next to him laughed out loud. When they met Yang Kai's resentful gaze, they immediately lowered their heads, not seeing or hearing anything. Give it to me. Gao Shueting suddenly stretched out her hand, her fingers as white as jade. Yang Kai asked blankly, what is it? Gao Shueting sneered, stop playing dumb. You took away a lot of spirit flowers and herbs from the temple back then. You can't have forgotten what kind of mission you had, right? Oh, you're talking about that. Yang Kai came to a realization and said confidently, how could I forget? The mission was given to me by senior sister Gao, so I had to complete it no matter what. Take a look. As he spoke, he pushed a space ring over. While Gao Shueting was inspecting it, Yang Kai said, the reason why I stayed in the Northern Territory for so long was mainly to refine these things. I also went into secluded cultivation while I was at it. So many. Gao Shueting's eyes flashed with astonishment. There was nothing in the space ring other than the emperor-grade spirit pills Yang Kai got from Jiying. Back then, he did take a lot of spirit flowers and herbs from Azure Sun Temple. It was a mission given to him by the temple to refine some emperor-grade pills. Of course, he didn't forget to prepare in advance this time. Looking at Gao Shueting's reaction, he had passed the test. You still have the time to cultivate after refining so many spirit pills? Gao Shueting glanced at him in surprise. She thought that he had refined all these spirit pills himself, so she noticed something was wrong. She looked him up and down and said suspiciously, your cultivation. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, senior sister Gao's eyes are like torches. I can't hide anything from you. Circulating his emperor chi slightly, the aura of his cultivation became clear. Gao Shueting was really shocked this time. Second-order Emperor Realm. This guy is actually a second-order Emperor Realm Master. How is this possible? After more than 10 years, Yang Kai was actually a second-order Emperor Realm Master, the same as her. Gao Shueting couldn't believe it, but she had to. That second-order Emperor Realm aura couldn't be faked. However, wasn't his cultivation speed a bit too fast? The first time she met him, it was because the Four Seasons realm was about to open, and Yang Kai used a bustling world token to exchange for a spot in the temple to enter. At that time, he was still in the first-order Dao Source realm. Years passed quickly, and when he returned from the Shattered Star Sea, he had already broken through to the Emperor realm. How many years had it been since then? He had actually made another breakthrough. Gao Shueting was a second-order Emperor Realm Master herself, so she naturally knew how difficult it was to break through in the Emperor Realm. There were many disciples in the Emperor Realm and Azure Sun Temple, but most of them were only first order, with only 3 second order. Other than her, there were only Vice Temple Master Qiu Ran and Grandma Yu, who was guarding the Divine Ascension Mirror. Yang Kai, a rising star, was actually able to keep up with their progress. From the looks of it, he would surpass them sooner or later. As for the disciples who were in the same generation as Yang Kai, such as Xia Sheng, Xiao Baiyi, and Murong Xiao Xiao, they had only just stabilized their first-order Emperor Realm cultivations. Who knew how long it would take for them to break through to the second-order Emperor Realm? In comparison, the so-called genius disciples were just a bunch of mediocre people. Gao Shueting couldn't help but think of a saying, every generation brings forth new talents, and every new generation replaces the old. The young man sitting in front of her, smiling apologetically, was like a rising star. If there were no accidents, sooner or later, he would bloom into a dazzling light that would cover the entire star boundary. Not bad, Gao Shueting praised lightly. Gao Shueting praised him lightly. She knew that this wasn't not bad at all. It was simply a miracle. She really didn't know how he cultivated and what kind of martial arts he cultivated. Senior Sister Gao, how many elder contribution points do you think these things can be exchanged for? Xianxia asked. Gao Shueting put away the ring and said indifferently, Emperor pills are hard to come by, and with so many Emperor pills converted into elder growth contribution points, it must be a lot. However, I don't know the exact amount. This matter is managed by Brother Qiu, so if you want to calculate it clearly, you'll have to ask him. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go find Brother Qiu. Xianxia stood up. You seem to be in a hurry. Gao Shueting glanced at him suspiciously. Xianxia said, Not really. It's just that this is my first time contributing to the temple. Of course, I want to know how much this contribution is worth. Only when I have some achievements will I be motivated. Alright, I'll go with you to see Brother Qiu and ask him to calculate the number. Gao Shueting also stood up. Senior sister, please. Xianxia gestured with his hand. When Gao Shueting reached the entrance of the hall, she suddenly stopped and turned her head to look at Xianxia with a puzzled expression. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Xianxia asked, puzzled. No. Gao Shueting slowly shook her head. Tell me honestly, how did you come back? What do you mean by how did I come back? That's how I came back. Xianxia looked calm as he spouted nonsense in a serious manner. If you came back, why didn't the disciples guarding the mountain notify us? If you came back from outside, you would have to pass by my purple bamboo peak, so why didn't I notice you at all? Xianxia said, Junior brother, I'm proficient in the law of space, so I came back in a few seconds. Senior sister, you didn't notice, right? Really? Gao Shueting glanced at him without saying anything, but she didn't ask any more questions. Instead, she led the way and flew away. Xianxia looked at her back and rubbed his nose, wondering if he had made a mistake. Since he couldn't figure it out, he could only follow Gao Shueting. Unexpectedly, before he could catch up with Gao Shueting, he saw her suddenly turn around and fly in another direction. Senior Sister Gao, are you going in the wrong direction? Xianxia shouted from behind. Although he didn't stay in the Azure Sun Temple, he knew that the Spirit Jade Peak where Qiu Ran lived was not in that direction. Gao Shueting ignored him and flew in that direction. Then, she landed in a valley. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly sped up a lot. In a cave in the valley, Gao Shueting stood in front of a space array, silent. Xianxia walked in nervously and called out softly, but didn't get a response. He braced himself and walked up, exclaiming, Hey, what is this? Why is there a space array here? Gao Shueting turned to look at him, Keep pretending. Xianxia said innocently, Senior Sister Gao, what are you talking about? How am I pretending? Gao Shueting sneered, This is the back mountain of your Spirit Sword Peak. Don't tell me you don't know what is here? Xianxia complained, I don't know. He looked at Gao Shueting and said, Don't you believe me? I really don't know. You know that I don't live here, so how would I know the situation here? You really don't know? Gao Shueting asked. I really don't know. Xianxia said with a serious face. Gao Shueting nodded. She looked ahead and said, It seems that this is a space array, and it hasn't been laid out for many years. I don't know who made it, and I don't know where this array is connected to. Junior brother, guard me while I go and check it out. Xianxia didn't know how to persuade her, so he could only nod and say, Okay, senior sister, please be careful. Gao Shueting immediately walked up to the space array, took out some source crystals, and placed them in the grooves around it. She tried to activate the space array with her Emperor Qi, but there was no response. Xianxia looked down and thought to himself, Who can activate the space array I arranged without a special token? Therefore, he wasn't worried that Gao Shueting would suddenly be teleported to the Northern Territory. Gao Shueting tried for a long time, but she still couldn't activate the space array, so she could only walk down. Xianxia said, It seems that this space array has been in disrepair for a long time and has probably lost its effect. Since it has lost its effect, it is useless. We don't need to worry about it. Gao Shueting shook her head and said, maybe there are other ways to activate it that we don't know. We don't know where the space array is connected to, but this is the hinterland of my temple. We can't leave this scourge here. Otherwise, if someone sneaks into the temple through this space array one day, we won't be able to detect it. Gao Shueting gripped her sword tightly, her emperor's qi surging around her. Yang Kai's eyelids twitched. Senior sister, what are you doing? No matter what, let's destroy it first so that we don't have to worry about it. She raised her sword and was about to slash at the space array. Wait! Yang Kai shouted. Gao Shueting turned her head and looked at him. What's wrong? Yang Kai scratched his cheek and said seriously, Senior sister, please don't be rash. After all, this is a space array. Although we don't know where it is connected to, what if it is connected to a place with good feng shui that the world doesn't know about? If Senior sister destroys the space array like this, won't you cut off the connection to that place? Then what do you think? Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, Junior brother is not talented, but he happens to be proficient in the law of space. Let me study this space array for a while. Maybe I can figure out something from it. How long will Junior brother study it for? From January to February? N. Or 30 to 50 years? N? Yang Kai said, it's hard to say. I can only say that I'll try my best. Gao Shueting waved her hand and said, don't bother. Just destroy it. Junior brother, please step aside. This space array looks a bit solid. I won't show any mercy when I attack it. Senior sister Gao. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and touched his forehead. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Do you have anything else to say? Gao Shueting looked at him as if she had something to say. It was as if the sword was not going to cut the space array, but Yang Kai. Yang Kai lowered his head and said, Senior sister Gao, do you know something? Gao Shueting snorted and said, that depends on what you want me to know. Alas. Yang Kai sighed. He knew that he could not hide it anymore. How did you find out? He felt that this space array was hidden well enough. Moreover, Lingjian Peak was covered by the space array activated by his elder jade disc. If she didn't look carefully, it would be impossible to find it. Gao Shueting said, you came and went like a ghost the last few times, so it's hard for people not to be suspicious. Our temple master is a very bored person. In the past 10 years when you weren't here, he naturally studied Lingjian Peak carefully. Do you think a big array can hide you from his investigation? He has a more advanced space array in his hands. Tell me, where does the space array lead to? Yang Kai lowered his eyes and said with a dull expression, Northern Territory. High Heaven Palace? Gao Shueting raised her eyebrows. Yang Kai nodded. It really is a space array that crosses territory. Gao Shueting snorted. You made it? Yang Kai smiled and said, yes. Why are you so sneaky? I'm not sneaky. I just wanted to wait for the right time to tell you. Yang Kai defended himself. Gao Shueting naturally didn't believe him. If they didn't confront each other in front of him this time, there would never be a suitable time. However, she could also understand Yang Kai a little. The existence of this space array was too amazing, so it couldn't be easily revealed. Why can't I activate it? It was not the first time Gao Shueting activated the space array. When Wen Zishan discovered it before, she and Wen Zishan tried to activate it, but they couldn't. It requires a token that I specially refined to activate it. Since it had been discovered, there was no need to hide it. Speaking of which, Azure Sun Temple treated him well. The reason why he was so sneaky was mainly because he was afraid of being used as a laborer by Gao Shueting. Everyone in Azure Sun Temple knew that he was an Emperor Pill Master, so they were eager for him to refine Emperor Pills for the temple. However, Yang Kai didn't have the time to do alchemy, so he could hide in High Firmament Palace and have some leisure time. Now that the spirit array was exposed, Gao Shueting could probably find him at any time. What token? Let me see it. Can I not see it? Yang Kai looked at Gao Shueting weakly. Gao Shueting stretched out her hand, looking like she wouldn't give up until she saw it. Yang Kai could only take out a token, but Gao Shueting had already reached out and snatched it. She held it in her hand and examined it, but she didn't find anything special about it. However, there was Yang Kai's sealed space force inside this token. She vaguely understood that the sealed space force was the key to activating the space array. With a flip of her hand, she put the token into her space ring. Yang Kai's mouth twitched, but he didn't dare to say anything. End of chapter 3225. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.